That's not the line.
What line did you want to do?
Samus! That's the line I wanted you to do, but now I've done it.
That's better, yeah. Which means we've
I
achieved
love
the goal. I've been coughing too. My throat is shitty right now, but yes, very excellent. I'm very glad they threw that in there just for us.
I think they were like, you know what? It's been a long adventure. The EFAP guys specifically, they need that. They needed that line to
voice actor was like,
souls.
I know some dudes who are gonna play this, and they'd really like it if I said the line a particular way. Do you guys mind? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. The original take is just him going, Samus, no. He's like, I can spice that up.
Oh, dude, they probably thought he was really cool. They were probably really happy with their characterization of him. They were probably like, man, he's pretty awesome and unhinged, huh? He's almost intimidating, kind of scary.
You might have thought he was someone from other games that people had an investment in. You could have been like,
well, yeah, it's could you imagine waiting 18 years to find out, like, you know, to find out more about Psylocke, and that's what you get?
That's so mean.
Yeah, it is. 18 years, nearly 2 decades.
Why would they do that? Why were they so mean? Why are they so cruel?
They thought they did a good job. That's the thing. They thought, like, man, they're going to be so happy. And unfortunately, some people have claimed to be happy with it.
Yes.
But whether or not it will reflect in their having any fond memories of this game in even by now, I was going to say in a month's time, but it's been about a month since the game came out. Even now,
it's already been in memory hole, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of. I saw the other day. It was like a video on Twitter of something wacky happening in Breath of the Wild, and the quote tweet pointed out, you know, doesn't it say something about this game that it still kind of surprises you like 9 years later? Meanwhile. You know, is there anything to be said about Metroid Prime 4 at all? You know, that's particularly positive, that isn't pretty superficial. Like, oh hey, the music's cool. Not that is superficial in other Metroid Prime games, but in this one, when there's no positive memories to attach to it,
feels like you're floating in
or like, oh yeah, no, it looks pretty good. It's like, yeah, them graphics are alright for sure. What else? What else is there to be said for it?
Which prompts me to introduce us, I suppose. Welcome to your next designated, government-funded episode of EFAP, government-sponsored. All right, we're here to celebrate this new awesome Metroid Prime game. Wow. Nah, I got nothing. I was gonna go a little further with that, but I ran out. All the gas is gone already. You know, my brain got flooded with stuff of just this was like, what is Metroid? And I was like, oh, and then just got flashing images of all my favorite things, and none of it comes from this one. I was like, oh,
start bopping to the music from the old games that's playing in your head. You're just like, man, Fendrana Drifts. That's a real funky song for the depths. You know, it's really cool. Or, you know, like Brinstar, Torvus Bog. It's just like, oh yeah, and you can just see it in your mind.
You know, all those places, all the achievement tunes as well. You know, when you unlock a thing, you grab a thing. There's a part in the supercut where they play the upgrade sound after you grab, like he installs your shit, and I was just like, God, so unearned.
There you go. I have done this for you because you need, what was it, like a class 4 Federation technician in order to get any upgrades.
Because of course you do.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
So yes, we're here. Me and Franny were chatting. We realized we should probably talk about this game because we did play it through completely, and we're pretty big into Metroid just as a general IP. And then we were like, well, you know, I think that earns itself a bit of a, like, we need to express ourselves in a forum that is befitting of such things. Now, we decided it would probably be me and him, but then we discovered, because Rags and Platoon were not as infused with such wondrous adventures as Metroid Prime 4, but we saw that Platoon decided he would go adventuring himself, and he played. How many hours did you subject yourself to?
I have no clue.
He has
Because
no
the internet
clue.
told me it was a 15-hour campaign, and I'm sure I've played it for longer than that. It feels like I've played it for longer than that. But I don't know exactly how many hours I've put in. I didn't keep track. I just know that it was a lot, and it was too many.
So he can offer a different perspective, right? To give our credentials, I played Prime, I think, round about a few years after it would have come out, because I got the GameCube a bit late, but it was one of the first proper games I played, like fully. You know, I played on Game Boy and stuff before then, but GameCube was like my first console, because I got into gaming a bit late. And I happened to pick up Prime because I thought the cover looked cool. Remember when we used to do that? Used to buy games based on the front cover?
No, so it's a cool cover. I like the Metroid Prime 2 box art probably the most of that. That's a really moody sort of
you can
cool
imagine
one.
that was an easy buy when I saw that. I was like, they made another one! But yeah, you know, and played that, and then Echoes, and I did a little bit of a look back in the history and played myself some Super Metroid. I did have a go at I think Zero Mission and something. I've like scattered time, but the main ones to consider for me would be Prime 1, Prime 2, Super Metroid, Metroid Prime 4. Like, cause they're the ones I know pretty well. It's a really cool IP. I love it for many reasons, and so I'm always up for more of it once I can get some time and stuff. But this one, I was like, oh yeah, I'll check this out once Fringy recommends it. And then some other information came out, and I was like, ooh, they wouldn't dare.
Well, yeah, because for a while it just it was like, yeah, I guess we don't really know much about this other than, yeah, I guess it on its face looks like, yeah, doing Metroid Prime again, and then the previews, the game journalists,
Yeah, and
it's like,
had to see for myself. I don't know, real quick, if you've got a sort of setup for your history with Metroid, just so people know.
I got into Metroid later. I remember there was a point shortly after, like, maybe a couple of years after Metroid Prime Trilogy had been released, and I was like, man, I'd really like to play that, but that was like really hard to get. Metroid Prime Trilogy, the re-release for the Nintendo Wii. But then years later, they actually released it for the Wii U, which was then my first opportunity to start playing Metroid. So, Metroid Prime 1, 2, 3. And of course, when you play Metroid Prime, it's like, dude, this is like one of the best games ever made. Which is like a really good way. And then yes, it's somewhat similar of sort of going back and playing the older ones, not all of them, but Super Metroid, which is just fantastic. Bit of Metroid Fusion, which is super cool. That would be worth me going through it a bit more. And then that sort of led into this what seemed on its face to be kind of like an exciting era of, oh shit, is Metroid like coming back, which was 2017, because that was when Metroid Prime 4 was initially announced. But you might remember that they also released the Metroid 2 remake. Which is it's cool. It's a cool game. But then it led to Metroid Dread, which was like great, and that was very exciting. That was like really exciting. God, the future was looking really bright. It's like, dude, you're telling me like we're actually back to like 2D and 3D Metroid games getting to like coexist and potentially be really awesome. That's exciting.
Yep.
Then I played Metroid Prime 4.
You sure did. And I guess to spice it, so Platoon, I'm assuming you've got little history with Metroid Prime, or Metroid in general, I mean.
Very little. I know I'm sure I had one on a Game Boy, but I don't know which one or which Game Boy that was. I've played as Samus on Smash Brothers before several times. Like some.
That's the
Yeah,
actual
that
first
counts.
introduction for
Yeah.
probably all three of us.
Because the GameCube was always also like my first console. I tried to apply that knowledge to this game. I even tried to apply that controller to this game, and it did not work. But for this one, because I remember I did remember reading because I had the Switch too, and it was lying around kind of not getting very much use. Then it caught fire, and then it had to go to a shop, and then it came back, and then it came back, and I thought, is there anything to play yet? But I've been sort of keeping an eye on stuff that was supposed to come out, so I knew that a Metroid 4 was coming. And I think via that, I remembered reading that like the development had to be basically started from scratch at some point mid-journey, because the original was just not. Apparently, the original didn't meet quality controls, and this one did. So that's good. But beyond that, no real history with or love of the franchise. So this is my first serious amount of hours put into a Metroid game. Maybe not the best start.
Perhaps we could begin with your assessment of the time you've had so far.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, we can. So yeah. Normally, I have a thing where when a game boots up first time and it says it actually gives you almost like a little pop up and it says, "Hey, you can do this quirky, gimmicky thing with your controller to play this game, or you can do this quirky, gimmicky thing with your controller to play this game." My default response is no. And also, I'm going to do the opposite of that as far as I can possibly do that. So I had the Switch 2 GameCube controller, and I thought, I'm going to play this on GameCube controller because that controller has spent more time in my hands than my own penis has at this point. So, you know, it's one I know very, very well. So I tried to do that and got into like, okay, this is not optimized for any control system really that is not the one the game really, really wants you to use. Because I mean, I get it, you know, the GameCube controller is not a modern controller, but the Switch 2 one has got some semi-modern upgrades to it, sort of reluctantly. Like they added a left bumper button, except that they didn't make it a button. They made it a little tab thing. They didn't just put another actual button there because why would you do something like that? It would destroy the feel. But you can't click the sticks in, and the game will let you get basically a quarter of the way through before you start needing to use L3 and R3, and there's no way to remap those. So I had to go back to using the Switch, which I was not very happy with. But that meant I was like remapping control buttons basically for a large part of my gameplay, because I don't think the original ones are very intuitive anyway. They're a bit retarded. But once I'd got that settled down and actually started playing the game, I realized that actually trying to remap buttons was probably more interesting than most of the gameplay itself. Because it's one of those games where you get in and it's like, okay, right. I mean, this feels mostly on rails. And when it's on rails, it kind of functions, but it's not doing very much to make me think, I really want to finish this game. This is going to go in very interesting places. The fact that you spend the first several hours of it basically shooting tiny bugs and from a distance where they can't hit you because they don't have very good ranged attacks. And you can't really see them because if you like playing at range, like the visual fidelity isn't great. So you sort of get into this habit of you go through, you mash the L button. If it targets something, you shoot it and it's done. That's not massively interesting. And that is the first several hours of gameplay. Then the rest of it is like, oh, is there a puzzle? Okay, there's a puzzle. Oh, okay, so I just move a ball from that place to that place, and it just gives me the lines where I'm supposed to move the ball. I don't even have to figure a pattern out. It tells me what the pattern is, and I just do that. That's also not particularly engrossing. So gameplay-wise, had basically lost me within the first few hours, and I thought, at least I don't need to be sentient to play this game, because I can just sort of go into a weird hypnotized fugue state, which is how I played a lot of it. And then story, it's like, well, I don't know much about Metroid story, so there's a big impressive cutscene at the beginning. That kind of looks cool. Then you get into it and it's like, oh, we've been moved to a strange alien place. Oh, there's an artifact. Oh, and you touch the artifact and it's a Forerunner species. Oh, and the Forerunner species, like they're doomed and you're their chosen. How many games have I played this in now? Because it seems like too many. And it's not that you can never do anything interesting with that. It's just that most games that do take that as their premise for a science fiction game are really boring and they don't do anything interesting with it. I think it's the point I clocked out of Starfield was when I touched the fucking artifact and realized I'm playing Mass Effect again. So that was the point at which my interest in the story kind of dropped as well. And then nothing that happened since made me interested. You meet some characters, I use that word advisedly, they're annoying, and they keep talking and telling you what to do and where to go, so you don't even have to figure stuff out. So then I just kind of probably spent 10 hours playing it without really being aware that I was playing it. It was just sort of, I was, yeah, meditating in a not very pleasant way, wondering how much longer I had to go.
Well, how's that for a summary of someone who hasn't even got the biases of playing the prior Metroid games? Because, I'd like to believe that it's not just that the gives people a worse experience. And of course, that kind of bias can send you in two directions. A lot of people who like the older Metroids have said this one's really, really good.
Yes, the bias has essentially clouded their judgment. Clouded their judgment and led them to conclude that the people who don't like the game, it's just because it's not like the other Metroid games, which, number one, that would be a valid feeling in and of itself. But number two, let's not kid ourselves here. This is a terrible video game. Like this is not like, oh well, it's a bad Metroid game, but it's all right, maybe even good at what it is trying to achieve. No, it's just like pretty poorly designed through and through.
I think that
It's
was the sort
incredibly
of shocking
sloppy.
thing about it was that you're going through thinking this is the current gen console. I mean, I know it's the Switch too, but even then, it's supposed to have been it's more powerful than a GameCube, isn't it? We've learned things since then, haven't we? Are we going to apply any of the lessons gaming has learned? No. In fact, we're going to unlearn a bunch of them to make it less interesting than a way more limited game. It's just quite shockingly disappointing. It doesn't even give you like some next gen consoles or current gen consoles will at least be like, well, okay, the gameplay itself is pretty solid, but hey, there's some very, very nice looking visuals to it. And this has okay visuals. So it's not even like visually that appealing. And then just knowing that the rest of it is unimaginative even by basically Gen 2 or 3 standards was disheartening.
Oh yeah, this is a
It's,
big rollback. The DNA is present. This is the family member you haven't seen in 2 decades, and they're in hospital, and they're very old, and they're on a bunch of machines that are beeping like crazy, and you're like, oh no, what happened? And it's like lots of stuff, mostly drugs, and lots of things have gone in and out, mostly out, I'd say. Bit of a husk is left. Very sad, very depressing. Suppose we can get into detail about what particular things those might be.
You know what's more depressing about it? Like if sort of an overarching observation about this game is that the developers like just fundamentally do not really understand what Metroid is and what makes it a cool series. The grim reality is it turns out there are a lot of players who don't really understand either. They don't really get it. Like what is so unique and interesting about Metroid? Why there's a whole genre that's named after it? You know, what is the experience that it tries to create? And how is it that the series has managed to so reliably create that experience? Like Metroid it's a remarkably quality series when you look at it overall. The first game being massively innovative in and of itself. Super Metroid, remaining to this day as like one of the best of its genre. The fact that Metroid Prime is like actually a successful transition from 2D to 3D back in an era when like it wasn't really like a sure thing that any 2D franchise could be translated to 3D, and that there was a lot of effort that needed to go into successfully doing that compared to like now, right, where there's so many 3D games, right, that there's like a point of reference for pretty much any challenge that you need to accomplish. To then this game.
Yeah, I suppose, are you aware of the meme? It's like a really fond memory of mine when I first came across it, but Metroid as the IP, Samus as the character, is just a bit of a thing back and forth with different people who, much like with John Halo type memes, it's like you just assume main character might be called Metroid. And it was when Super Metroid got released for, this was ages ago, it was like on the store. I forget if this would be Wii U, or Switch when this would have first happened.
The Wii had the virtual console, didn't it?
I think so, because I know it was a while ago. So that happens, and Super Metroid ends up on there. And a new generation gets exposed to that game, which was fascinating to see how it would go, because as time has moved on, sensibilities have changed. So a bunch of people who maybe were just playing it for the hell of it, it's like a new release, an older game, it's got a really good reputation, let's just go for it. And they could take images and post them on forums and ask questions for help on the store, like the comment sections, whatever. And there's this famous meme of someone posting really early in the game. There's this barricade sort of thing, and the only way that you see there's a small tunnel underneath. You don't have the morph ball yet. You're supposed to look at it and go, and then when you get the morph ball, you're like, oh, I can use it for that. And well, this person saw this and screenshotted it and posted on the thing and asked the question, why can't Metroid crawl? Which is like one of my favorite things ever. It's
That's pretty funny.
yeah, it's good stuff. It's just a franchise that I'm so easily fond of. So lots of
And it's
positive
so
memories.
unique amongst Nintendo games. It's like notably, you could say it's a bit of a mature franchise, bit of cosmic horror, right? Isolation, some even survival horror occasionally sort of creeping in, right? It's
Yeah, they
like
like to
it's
play around a
very,
bit.
given that given that this is the same company that makes Mario, right? It's like, yeah, it really stands out, and the fact that the series has at many points become very scarce, I think almost like adds to its allure, right? That there was like a pretty a pretty sizable gap between some of these games. The gap between Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion, Metroid Prime, which came out the same year, it's like 8 years. It's like, ooh, damn. And then of course when it disappeared there for like about a decade, it's like, yeah, it's just sort of disappears, and it's like, come on, man, like this is a really cool series. And now I'm at the point where it's like, no, we could, I could stand to never see another Metroid Prime game again, unfortunately, because I don't really have any expectations that any good lessons will be learned from this. In part because there are so many people that are, trying to encourage this notion, like, no, it's actually like a pretty good game. It's like, even if everybody was universally negative, I don't know that they'd understand it. We could probably find out ourselves in the 343 comparison has been brought up a lot for this game because it's sort of known that some 343 developers are a part of our retro studios. Because again, guys, it's been a long time since Metroid Prime. I mean, Metroid Prime 3 came out 18 years ago. Even Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze came out over a decade ago. It's not the same team, not the same retro, and yeah, I don't know why there would be any expectation that they will learn any good lessons, whether or not they received a lot of positive feedback or a lot of negative feedback, because 343 received a lot of negative feedback and they never fucking fixed the problems. So, yeah, 3D Metroid's probably dead going forward. Not dead in that they won't keep making them, because they probably will, but dead in that you probably shouldn't expect much of them going forward.
Yeah, we are now aware of the sensibilities for design, as well as what they're willing to accept as completed, work, which is a big shame. I suppose we could go somewhat chronological, skip through the game, maybe reference how things used to be once upon a time. Because there's a lot of, again, this was another shock for why this is no good, is that all they have to do, as they often have to do, is copy the basic blueprint, and then they're kind of allowed, because it's been long enough, to make Metroid Prime 4 just Metroid Prime 1 reskinned with maybe a new few abilities and a different world, a different way that you interact with certain things. As long as you do enough of that and a new story, you'll get away with it. People won't mind. We wouldn't have minded at all.
No, I mean, obviously, I'll take it over this.
Yes. And you could say that was definitely... That's kind of what they have done, but everything is empty and missing and incomplete, and then they've added a bunch of shit.
It is pretty funny because, I mean, Platoon's, characterization of the overarching story, it's like, I mean, Metroid Prime 1 is that, like, Samus is sort of prophesized by the Chozo to liberate Talon 4 from like, the corruption of Phazon.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the story, but obviously it's got a little bit more dynamism to it because you've got the space pirate sort of operation going on as well. So it's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, there is already, in some sense, that this is like, kind of a sort of pale imitation of Metroid Prime. But the big problem, and sort of the core problem that you could say this game has, is you don't really understand why any of the elements in any of the Metroid games exist. You don't understand the purpose they serve. You just don't really get it. They're here, but they're balked. They're incomplete. They're jumbled. They're incompatible.
So
must be quite remarkable to be a chosen one for two entirely separate and disconnected species in the same universe. Like, Jane Metroid is a pretty special person.
Well, and of course, you know, the Chozo, she has like a connection to a significant connection compared to these fellas, where they basically are just sort of like remixed Chozo,
Yeah,
but they're
all
not
of it is
birds, which makes them a
remixed.
little bit worse.
All of it is remixed except the newest additions. There's maybe one new addition, like with the psychic stuff, that it can be commented on in a more positive way, but everything else is like, oh god, what has happened? What have they done? Um, Once you clear the sort of initial bombastic part, because in retrospect now, because when I was playing it at the time, I had different expectations, but looking back, I'm like, oh, so that was in a cynical way, like, hey, look at what you're in for, even though it was kind of meh, like the whole the sequence. But it was still, you think back and you're like, that was more of a highlight when you get to the next part that takes ages before the game will start. And then when it starts, it's still ages before the game really starts.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that I was saying when I was playing the game for like maybe 3 hours. Was when do we start? Like, when does the game start properly? And when I say start properly, I think all of you know exactly what I mean. Start properly is when Samus gets out of her ship, right? When she lands on Zebes and then starts exploring. Or, you know, when she lands on Talon 4 and she starts exploring. Or in Metroid Prime 2, you could even say it's like, yeah, after she essentially gets her big mission. You know, she receives the mission, you gotta liberate the planet, and then, you know, you go from there. All you know, not every Metroid game has the same approach when it comes to the introduction. You know, sometimes they mix it up and they change it up, and sometimes it's shorter and sometimes it's longer. But there's a lot to be said for many of the introductions throughout the series. Metroid Prime is a particularly good one to point to because when you're traveling through the space station, the pirate space station above Talon 4, you're being introduced to so many things that are going to be relevant later on. There are a whole bunch of specimens from the planet that you're going to be encountering throughout the game. You're getting your first hints about Phazon, but you don't really understand what it is. And of course, the fact that the pirates have been there for some time and have been experimenting, the experiments of which, you know, you will encounter throughout the game as you encounter more powerful space pirates that have been infused with Phazon. And then the fact that you get to revisit some portions of that station later on in the game once you get to explore, you know, further sections of the Talon overworld. It's like, as well as just fundamentally introducing you to a lot of the core mechanics, giving you a couple of additional items that you're going to lose, like the Morph Ball, so that as you progress, initially, like, as you're already going through the level, you know, as you're going through Talon, you get to the Chozo Ruins, you've already got expectations of, well, I could morph into a ball, and that granted me access to certain areas, and I can see almost conspicuously shaped, you know, areas that it looks like I could use when I have the morph ball, which I don't have now, but I assume that I'm going to get it later. It's a really elegant introduction. It really is, and it feels like it's worth highlighting that by comparison to this one where, yeah, sort of big action set piece, and then you just get teleported to like a totally different planet, and everything that was happening there kind of doesn't matter anymore for the rest of the game.
And then there's a whole tutorial for their new sort of addition to the game, which for the most part is just a different way of doing stuff we could already do in the other games. It's like a different contextualization of it, right? Like whereas you had scanning, it's now the psychic ability to read certain things, and it's sort of just like, okay, I guess.
Well, and that essentially grants you almost omniscient knowledge about this world that you otherwise, the story itself acknowledges you shouldn't have access to.
Which isn't, I mean, this is the thing about Metroid Prime. I didn't have any context. It was like, you could look at it in a couple of different ways, but the way you've just talked about it, right? It's like a big old piece and expression of mechanics in that opening mission, and then they get taken away. Like, oh, I want them back. And it's like, not only are you going to get them back, you're going to get, like, upgraded versions of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and more. And by the time you're doing all of that, you're also seeing all these new worlds, how they intertwine, defeating bosses, understanding puzzles. And literally every aspect you could ever reference is just lesser in this game, or non-existent. Now, you know, that whole sequence, it takes a bit of time to go through, lots of talking, lots of watching and walking, and I was willing to be somewhat forgiving in the sense of, alright, it's the beginning, you know, getting a lot out of the way, we'll see how it goes. But Something that kind of didn't strike me the way that I guess it is was you enter your first of it is 5, right? You need
five major zones.
you're
Yeah,
in your
5
first dungeon. It sort of just drops you in. I almost thought I was sort of working through and out of the tower in my brain. I think that's how I contextualized it into presumably the desert, and then I would get my mission for sorting everything out. But it's like, no, you're kind of just doing your first dungeon, and it's extremely simple and very straightforward and easy and everything, but it's almost like about as complicated as the game's going to get, too.
Yeah, pretty much. The sort of level design that is present in Fury Green, which, by the way, we'll talk about a bit more. There are some shit names for, like, everything in this game. Instead of Phazon, you have Green Energy. That's what it's called.
It's so
and
imaginative.
instead of names like Torvus Bog or Fendrana Drifts, you know, or Brinstar, instead of those names, you get Fury Green, Vault Forge. Like,
the worst thing in the game for this, and I almost couldn't believe it, was when you unlock, I think it's 75% of the crystals, and they reward you with the item, the green crystal, energy crystal finder. I was like, that's the name you gave it?
Well, and the fact that every new ability that you get is just Psychic Morph Ball or, like, Psychic Beam. You know, it's all... They're all just psychic and then just a name
Psychic
from
Lasso,
the
like,
previous
Psychic,
games.
yes, yeah.
I still think all of that is way more forgivable than it's like you need an item to help you find the green crystal energy stuff. What is it called? The green energy crystal finder. Like, guys,
No, I think that
once
probably
you've
is
already
the worst
like,
one.
you
Scanner,
unlock it by
radar,
finding those things to begin with,
detector.
and then you get to it, and it's like, well, wait, why are you now giving me the thing I used to find the things that I found in order to get it? I mean, it's not unlike the others, which are just incredibly unimaginative. That one's actively misleading. Like, the others, you have to sort of just write off as like, well, this species that owns this planet was just incredibly literal minded and didn't have much imagination. The energy is green, so it's green energy. The forge is powered by volts, so it's the Volt Forge. But that one is like green crystal. No, because I've got so many green crystals, and I didn't want to have to pick them up, and I assumed I'd get something more exciting from doing that. But no, green crystal finder.
It is a bit depressing.
Somewhat undermines the idea that this is meant to be like a sort of fascinating, almost magical civilization, particularly with the fact that they've got like psychic energy, right? Like, it kind of undermines it a bit when it's all of the names are just like incredibly lame for everything instead of being like kind of wacky.
It has a big knock-on impact as well. I mean, the name side is one part of it. It doesn't exactly excite your imagination, but it does tie in with the pretty uninspired level design itself and enemy design and the very limited set of enemies you have. As you go through the Fury Green bit and you find a thing, it's like, oh, I don't have that power yet. This means the game is going to want me to come back here, but it has given me no reason to want to come. I do not care enough about what happens in this place to want to come back, especially after I've discovered what coming back entails. Once you discover that like you can't fast travel from place to place, to get from the back here to go up the psychic things that you need the psychic boots to get thing. I'm sure I'll unlock something at the end of this. I just don't care because this place is so uninteresting. And it's bad, you know, if you're going to bake this into your game design generally, that people are supposed to come back and revisit areas they've already cleared, you have to give them a reason for to think that will be fun. It can't just be, I've got to go and shoot fucking 5,000 bugs to get back there. I don't care. It's not important. I'll just carry on with what I've got. And if you are sort of hamstrung by a lack of imagination, you could at least make the unlock at the end of it really, really useful, because the difficulty spike in later districts will force you to go back. It doesn't even do that either. It's like, you can if you want, but we're not going to incentivize you in either way. None of these places are interesting enough to spend this much time.
You've honed in on something that's probably worth talking about when it comes to the level design. This is a clear example of they don't get it. They know that, oh yeah, something that you do in Metroid is you go back to levels that you've already explored, but now that you've got a new ability, it grants you access to new areas. That's something that that's something that's meant to be in Metroid games. But they've designed levels that don't support that and the fact that they've got a massive desert in the middle of it generates different expectations. Certainly when Mackenzie tells you that you can go anywhere you want, which isn't even true. It's not true in the way that it's true in an open world game, because it's not actually an open
Oh no,
world game.
that pissed
It
me off
can't
so
be.
much. That was so
Yeah,
annoying.
it should. It
It's
should.
like,
It's a
so
lie.
you go into the desert. It's like, oh yeah, now I guess it's up to you. You can decide where you go next. Any order you like. So
But-
I go to the big volcano because volcanoes are fun. And then it's like, oh no, you don't have the ability to go over the lava yet. Oh fuck!
Oh,
Like, where's that then? Oh no, you have to go to this place. So we go to that place. Oh, you don't have the ability to go there yet. So, oh, really? So what? Okay, go to the other place. But you just told me I could go anywhere. I mean, I guess it's true in a technical sense. I could get into the volcano. I just couldn't go more than 5 feet into it.
I think what's funny is like that's obviously that's the correct way to do it. Like the way that you did it is that because Miles insists that you go to the volcano. Like when he kept insisting, I was like, no, I'll go somewhere else.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to go to the volcano. I'm going to go to the ice area. And then of course I get there and it's like, yeah, I can't progress. I literally cannot progress. To then go to the volcano. To then be like, well, you can't progress, but you are going the right way now. To then go back to Miles, to then get the upgrade, to then be able to go to the ice area. It's about a 40-minute delay, which is a delay that is repeated for every major dungeon going forward. And the reason why is because they're like, yeah, this is how Metroid games work, right? You get to an area, you can't progress, you need to go somewhere else, maybe even backtrack to get the ability that you need to progress there. And it's like, but you've segmented them with a massive desert in the middle of them, number one, which sets the expectation that I can go anywhere I want, whenever I want, but of course I can't. This is a Metroid game. Metroid games are not fully open. They are structured. There is a general order in which you're meant to progress through the game. But they're like, yeah, so the way that it works is you complete a dungeon, now you can head to, this is what you need to do. You'll go to the next place. Oh, wait, can't progress. Oh, now I've got my item. From this conspicuous area in a level that you've already been in that you haven't been able to access, because of course it's conspicuous, because these levels are so linear that if there's one set of doors that you weren't able to access before, it's like, okay, so obviously that's where I'm meant to go. Go there, get the chip. You can't get the upgrade immediately. Drive across the desert, go back to Fury Green, talk to Miles, get the upgrade. Now you can progress. And then the developers are looking at you saying, we're doing Metroid, right? With a fucking smile on their face.
And sort of on reference to this, right? I assume it's not going to be hard for you to decipher my little image here. What I might be trying to say there, Fringy. So on the left, you might have Metroid Prime. We've got a series of many big rooms, many medium-sized rooms, a few small rooms, and then lots of hallways, and it all wraps around into itself. The Kozo ruins, I guess. Chozo ruins, sorry. And I always read it that way when I was young. So it was really hard for my brain to reset on knowing that that's the correct pronunciation.
Yeah, fair enough.
On the right, you'd have your average map in, I guess Fury Green would probably be applicable to this. In the new one.
I mean, this looks like Fury Green, and
it does.
The only difference that you will find is that Vault Forge is the same, but it's just go down elevators, so it's all stacked on top of each other, but there's only one path.
Yeah.
The volcano area is pretty much a straight shot to the end. And the ice level on its face might look a little bit more like a traditional Metroid level, but it's not. It's still incredibly linear.
When you start to realize, right, when you're going through Metroid Prime's levels, it'll be like, here's something interesting. Oh, and here's something interesting. Here's what you wanted, but there's like 3 interesting things in this room. Anyway, can't really do anything with them. And you go forward and you're like, oh, this, reach the boss, kill it, get the thing. And as you backtrack through those other rooms to get to where else you go, and you're like, you remember those interesting things? Is there anything you can do with one of 3 of them? You're like, I can actually, because I got this. You're like, oh. And so it doesn't quite work, as perfectly as it refreshes the rooms, but it adds that, like, a change of flavor when you go back, which is a really important element. Backtracking is an art. You got to be careful how you engage with it. Automatically, when playing this game and going through what I'm displaying on the right there, and if say, for example, in the 3rd bump in that line had, like a morph ball hole, I'm like, I'm looking around, guys, and if I cycle through this whole thing and that's the only thing of interest, I don't know if I'm going to come back just for that. I don't know if I care.
Well, and also the fact that, like, you're not inevitably going to have to come back through these areas because there isn't a big desert in the middle of them. In every other Metroid game, in order to get to the place that you definitely need to go to next for like your next major objective, you're just inevitably going to be moving through these levels and discovering, oh shit, I can do this now. Oh, I guess I can do that, as you're just moving through the world. But here, they're also cleanly segmented that you need to make like a conscious choice to go back to another level.
Yeah, and Metroid Prime, if you stuck to
in other games,
if you stuck to the imperative items and solely pick things up to complete the game, it would be, it would still work, but it would just be a lot less interesting. They've made the world such that you can get a bit like sidetracked with interest, or you remembered something you want to do, and then it'll reward you. It'll be like, hey, you got some extra health, you got some extra missiles. Oh, you've got a manipulation of like your current gun that makes it way more powerful that you can complete the game without, but having it is usually just going to be helpful. Like the alt fires, obviously, for all the weapons. Finding them is like really cool because they're such bonuses. And then, of course, when you come across one of the artifacts, you'll be like, what the fuck is this for? And you'll just be like, well, if you've read enough and looked around, you might already know. And it's kind of rewarding in the sense of like, you found a secret. This is a pretty significant one. And all of them hidden by a form of just, if you've got a solid map memory, or if you've been solving puzzles, or if you've been putting together some intuitive solutions to things. For example, like, oh dear, this pool has been iced over. If only there was something we could do about that. And it's like unlocked flame weapon. You're like, I know what to do. Just stuff like that throughout the whole game. And when you cycle from, you need to go to A to B to C to D, back to B, over to D, back to E, over to A. In between, they'll keep adding things for you to be like on the road. Oh, I can do this now. So it makes everything feel a lot less laborious, I guess I would say. But I'm not describing anything revolutionary. Loads of games do this. It's just that Metroid is supposed to be really fucking good at it. Create a genre, man.
The reality is that achieving this is a lot harder. It's like that quote from God in Futurama. If you do things right, people won't be sure that you've done anything at all. I feel is very applicable to the best of Metroid, which is when you're really thinking about it, you can see their intentions. You can see how they're curating and guiding your experience through the world. It's just like, man, you get this one unlock, and then suddenly you're moving through this, and you may get an elevator that takes you back to Magmore Caverns, but then you'll just find like, oh damn, it's like a straight shot here, and now I'm in Fendrana Drifts. Or, like, oh damn, now I've gotten to the Phazon Mines, and you've just had this massive amount of forward momentum without feeling even the need to look at your map, because the progression, it just feels so smooth once you've got that unlock. But that's all on purpose. That's because they crafted the level such that it will guide you in that direction. And a lot of that's like way harder to do than I think that any of us might think, just because it's really hard to know what players are actually going to do. Particularly when you put them in a situation where there is a possibility that they could get lost. And the reality is, in order for Metroid, or really any Metroidvania, to be what it is and be at its best, you have to accept that as a possibility. Players can get lost. Some of them will get lost. That is just... In order to prevent players from getting lost is to lose something fundamental about the experience.
Which feels like some weird new era thing that's applying to loads of games now. It seemed like some kind of intuitive notion of, well, that's a bad experience, therefore we must get rid of it. We must stamp it out. We have had gamers that stop playing the games when they no longer know exactly where to go. So we need to get rid of it. And it's like, oh no. Kind of like, I think it's the Dorman fallacy. Have you heard of this? You know what?
I haven't.
So I think it's a marketing term actually, and it refers to you have classic doorman on the building that you want to get into, sort of thing, and someone comes along and says, "Man, paying someone full-time job for this when you could just have it be automatic. I'll design it, I'll set it up, and I'll replace him, and there you go. It's we've solved that problem now. It's all good to go." And then many months later, you start to develop problems that you never expected. Like there are people sleeping next to the door now, or there are people messing around with it, or putting graffiti on it, or fiddling with it and breaking it and stuff. And you're like, why is this happening? We never had this problem before. Like, well, because the doorman wasn't just opening and closing the door for people. He was a person. Standing there meant that people wouldn't do certain things because he was like he had like an aura. He had an AoE of just, you can't be here. You would interact as a person. Just like an unforeseen consequence of solving a problem you thought you're being like efficient. So, adding a whole bunch of things to make sure that people never get lost again. It's like, well, that could only be good, right? Like, oh no. I think you've actually misunderstood a few things, and also you've now chopped out something you never thought you never thought it was a thing you could lose. But Metroid is another big victim of it, and it is a huge shame. I'm attempting to move us into the, so to speak, world design. I'm just being a full-on artist here, so it's going to take a little bit. But
no, it's looking about right there. I see exactly what you're getting at, and remember that these levels on the right that Mole is drawing, they are separated by a massive desert that has fuck all in it. I've seen people say I've seen people express indignation at the notion that anybody would describe the desert as being empty. Like, huh, it's clearly not empty. There are things in it. It's like, man, you are being so unbelievably obtuse. I almost couldn't believe it, but yet I can. It is just barren, except for green energy crystals and a handful of what you could say are the equivalent of shrines in like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But again, you've got a big problem. Metroid is not an open world game. It's an adventure game. And adventure games have a different structure to open world games. The expectation that's provided to you by Breath of the Wild is you can go anywhere you want and do anything you want. You will get more powerful, you will get more unlocks, that will change things. But right from the get-go, you are pretty much in a position to go anywhere and do anything. And consequently, whenever you encounter any of these shrines, you can generally expect that you'll be in a position to deal with them, even if you haven't unlocked everything that's available in the game. Metroid does not work like this. Metroid is like a very different experience. It is a case of there are a lot of things that you can't do at the start. And the more that you progress through the game, the more that it will just almost in a very binary way change from you can't do this to now you can do this. And it will open up more and more and more of the world until by the very end of the game, you are incredibly powerful and able to conquer anything that the game throws at you. But when you get dropped into a big desert and they're like, well, you can go anywhere and do anything you want. It's like, well, no, I can't. I don't have all the abilities yet. So let's be honest. Why am I going to fuck around and try to even go to any of these shrines when I know that inherent to the design of Metroid, which to some extent you do recognize as being the case, is that you can't do anything you want? Why would I even go to these shrines to find out, oh wait, I don't have the ability that I need to do it? Why don't I just wait until the end of the game to do it? It's like, well wait, hang on, it's not really paced that way. It's like, yeah, it's kind of really stupid, guys. Like, I wasn't the only one, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you didn't do basically any of the shrines until the end of the game, right?
No, I did some of them as I went. What we both did was not engage with Takabe, which we'll talk about because that's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, it's just, and what's crazy is that then once you do it, it's like, oh shit, now I've got like all of these incredibly powerful weapons that I didn't have throughout the entire game. And it's funny, someone would be like, well, you played it wrong. It's like, I feel like I played it in the way that the game incentivized me to play it, which is, why am I going to waste time finding out that I can't do these shrines? Which, by the way, on the minimap, doesn't even display whether you've completed them or not. So that's really helpful. Makes it really easy when you're trying to figure out which ones you've done. Why would I even bother with that? I'll just wait until the end.
It is an important thing. So, like, when you're, especially like the opening hour, depending on how long the game is, obviously the number of hours can change. But this is the part where you are training the player on the basic expectations, not just the mechanics of it, not just the controls, but the basic expectations of how things function. If in your opening hour of your game, you are training the player by saying, well, if you go into like 9 out of 10 buildings, you can't do anything there, then you are training them to ignore 9 out of 10 buildings. So the next thing they think, well, that's almost en route, but it's a bit of a detour. you're telling them the odds of you being able to do anything interesting there are pretty much nil, so they won't go looking for it. And it's one of those things. You can probably do a synthesis of open world and adventure game. You can probably do a synthesis of open world or like Breath of the Wild style exploration and Metroid style hard locks of progression, but you do need to work out exactly which bits go where. Like, what bits are you going to make meld? What are you going to compromise on? And what are you not going to compromise on? And this game doesn't do that. This game just says, well, open world just means world where you can walk in any direction you want. And then Metroid is game where there are hard progression blockers and you have to unlock abilities before you can get to next area. So you stick those things side by side, and what have you got? A world you can walk in any direction and a load of stuff you can't do. It's like, that's sort of the deeper meaning behind describing the desert as empty. Yeah, there's like 5 things in the desert. It's already not enough things, but most of those things you can't engage with anyway, so what's the point? Functionally is emptier than it first appears, which is never what you want when people are exploring your game.
When you're in a position to do the shrines, it's like, so in this massive area, you've got maybe, what, like 6 shrines, and then you've got like a couple of robot parts that you need to find. And in between all of those places, you'll just have some enemies that, you just hold the A button, and then the bike locks onto them and blows them up, and you know why they're in there. People were playing it, and it was like, dude, this is like boring as shit. Oh, I know, put enemies in there, put them in there, and then that'll make it more interesting. And it's like, yeah, but you're like riding on a bike, so like, how do you... Well, you just hold the A button and it locks onto them. There we go. We did it.
And so...
It is like the most effective weapon in the game as well. It's annoying not being on the bike, because having the multi-lock targeting thing to deal with the next swarm of irritating bug creatures would be really nice, and I don't have that when I'm in a district.
Yep.
So since I'm drawing to the close of this thing that took way longer than I was expecting for some reason, but in reality it's like, no, this makes sense. If it's not already illustrated, I'm sure we're gonna have fun talking about it. So, the world's indifference of how they made them in Metroid Prime versus Prime 4. The way I described it was actually the difference between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. First game, borderline, in a simplistic way, describe it as a flower. You start in the center, you curve around little pieces, so you're understanding a small part of the map. It's almost like a microcosm of the whole game. It just keeps getting larger. Say, for example, you're in room 1, you go to room 2, then room 3, then back to room 2, then room 4, then back to room 1, then room 3, and you're like, oh, this is interesting. And then it's like, now we've unlocked, double the amount of rooms, and then double that amount of rooms, and now a whole new area with the same amount of rooms instantly unlocked, until you realize there's like, several major areas. They're all intertwining, they all have elevators that lead to each other, and they all have their own systems, and they all have their own like theme of landscape, enemies, tone, music, and information for you to grab at. The one on the left, it looks chaotic, but that's the result of a zoomed out version of what a lot of developers took a lot of time to carve as a particular path for you. While the one on the right there, man, I'm very happy with how that drawing turned out, because that is exactly what I think of this game and how they made it.
And it's I think both of them work really well, and I really like how on the one on the right, it shows the nature of how they think that they've varied the level design, even though you can see what it is. It is a straight shot. It's just that the nature of the straight shot changes a little bit. It's like, oh, this one kind of curves around a little bit. This one has like these little rooms that, occupy your time, and then you move on to the next one. And they're like, yeah, we did it. Yay.
Extremely uninspired, and I see all of it as just doing everything they can to take their 10% of a video game and pad every single percentage point with as much nothing as they can to make that 10 look like 100.
And when you add on, it's like, dude, this game's been in development for like 8 years. To various extents, but I mean, from announcement to when it came out was 8 years.
Of course, referencing their reset. We don't know the exact nature of how much they lost versus how much they kept. We're going to talk a bit about
the reset happened
later.
in 2019.
Well,
that's the thing. The reset happened in 2019, the beginning of 2019.
All the articles suggested that it's basically a complete do-over, but I mean, there might be other articles I've not read about that, but basically it was Bandai Namco, I think, was developing it originally, and they had just not done anything right. So they gave it back to the original studio, and they had to even like form their core team from scratch to work on it. So that they sort of, the way they've told it anyway, is that they did everything from the beginning, basically from the ground up. But even then, that's that's 2019, and we're now in
Yeah,
2026.
and it
So
was
it's
the end
still
of 2025, so really, it's more like 7 years.
In Prime 1, where you go through a portion of, let's just say for the simplicity of people who haven't played it, the yellow zone here, you complete like 20%, then you go into blue, you do like 30% of that, and you bleed into a 10% of green, go back to another 20% of yellow, and get 10% of red, move into orange. And what you'll find is just the more you play, the more you're moving around, the more you're going back and forth, everything is getting more and more completed, and you're spreading further and further out until you've pretty much unlocked all of your major abilities, and then you can come back in and start, nailing all the things you may have missed. In this game, and this is just pissing me off because I could tell from the start, go to green place, you knock out the top half, and then it just says, you can't go to the bottom half. Okay.
It's like,
And then it's like,
so
off to blue. It's like, blue, you can do the
yeah.
top half, not the bottom half. You're like, right then, off to yellow. It's like, yeah, you did most of yellow. Back to green. Bottom half. Over to red.
Now back to red, so you can talk to Miles so that he can upgrade your suit.
Before I was getting to that, I was just going to say, so that's how it's split. It's extremely simple, and it's extremely disappointing. And then, of course, Metroid Prime, the way these worlds meld with each other, there's a verticality, right? You go up and down according to where you're at. This associates, or at least tries to give an understanding to the temperature changes, the biome changes. There's a world they created on Talon. Meanwhile, what can you even say? Like, these colors you're seeing on the right image, this is like ice, fire, electric, and forest. And you're like, oh, well, so how did this happen? It's like, well,
they're bordering a desert, like a massive barren, like the Sahara Desert. And it's just like,
And
yep. And then you just walk through that door, and now you're in a volcano.
There's what I describe as extremely limited mise-en-scène or like storytelling mediums that try to explain why anything is the way it is. And it's usually like you maybe get one of these per area if you're lucky. So the desert, what happened in the desert? Well, we built machines, but then we ran out of stuff and nature died.
Damn
okay. Why is the Vault Forge the Vault Forge? But it's where we built the machines, and it's where we made motorbikes. Lots of motorbikes. Oh, good. Right, fair enough. What about the ice place? So, well, it's really cold. We did gene stuff. Okay, good. And then what about the original place? It's like, well, we love nature now. But then you sort of you gain from it because then nature goes wrong and kills them all. And so like the story you gain is that actually environmentalism is lethal because you should have stayed building machines. Machines didn't kill you. You tried to be nice to the animals and they ate you all.
And so in reference to how we were beginning the game, right, in Fury Green, that's what it's called, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say the green is for that. You head out into the desert with your 1 of 5 completed already, and as was mentioned, you'd think you could go to any of the 4. That would be the idea, but that's not even true. But it was sort of dawned on me, I was like, wait a minute. What I just did wasn't the tutorial. It was like a big portion of the game, and I was like, I hope the dungeon design there was like, the tutorial beginnery shit. But like, to my horror, if anything, it just gets worse with each like place you go to. I kept getting disappointed.
It does get worse because the final section, like the big underground mine area, is probably the worst.
Yeah, that's kind of what the orange is supposed to somewhat represent in my head, where it's just like corridor action arena, corridor action arena, corridor action arena. It's just spawning enemies over and over again. You shoot them. It's just like, thanks, man. I love this. This is my Metroid. This is exactly what I want. I don't know how else to say, like, that this was pathetic, and then someone came in and was like, we got to make it longer. So, in the Metroid games, I would say this boosts the element of feeling alone, that every time you grab something that is for you in some way, it's like you on the spot get it installed, like be it a suit, missiles, health, upgrades of any kind. In this game, bafflingly, you'll leave Green Land, go to, let's say, Yellow Land, and it'll be like, you've got something. And then Miles calls you up, and he's like, hey, buddy, you got to come back to me to get that installed. And then once you have it installed, it's like, now you can go to Blue Place. Like, why wouldn't I just go from yellow to blue? That makes no fucking
No,
sense.
you need to go back and speak to Miles so that he can make these upgrades to your super duper amazing Chozo suit. You know,
And
like,
this,
yeah, he'll do it for you.
This desert's no joke, man. Like, it takes a while to go from yellow to green to yellow to blue to orange to red.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I've got crosses here
replaying
for a representation of, I guess, notable things in the desert. This is pathetic. It's like...
It's beautiful.
You got, is it 6 temples and then a couple of just other bits and bobs like crashed things.
When you say like these 6 notable things, probably worth establishing what the definition of notable is in this case. It's like, it's not notable, it's just a thing.
It is.
And it's notable by being there as opposed to not being there.
It's an upgrade, basically.
It's a mini dungeon,
gun.
and there's usually just one puzzle inside, and we're talking the kind of puzzle that's like, you have 2 balls and 2 cups. What should you do with the balls? You like put them in the cups, and they're like, "Ooh, good for you! You've unlocked the puzzle." Okay.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, now you've got an upgrade to your ice gun, and now you've got an upgrade to your fire gun. There you go. But I mean, there's nothing in terms of learning about this world.
In the supercut, there's several of these where, in the centerpiece of the room, there's a statue or whatever with 2 indentations ready for 2 balls to be placed in, and then there's a statue in the room with a ball ready to be grabbed. And I thought to myself, like, oh, this looks like a bad puzzle where I'm going to grab the one out of the statue, I'll put it into the center thing, and realize, oh no, I should have put it somewhere else first to unlock a different ball, grab that different ball, put it into the center, and then grab the one I used to open that second one back and put it in the center. So I was like, oh, that's probably what it is. So I grabbed the first one, I looked around the room for where it can go other than the center, and I wasn't finding anything. And I was like, I put it in the center, and then I grabbed another ball and put it in the center, and that was it. And I was like, oh shit. Like, I was ready to make fun of you for a basic puzzle, and then it wasn't even really a puzzle at all. It was the 2 balls go into the 2 slots, and I was like, oh shit. And like I said, the supercut, which is out on Moolah right now, I think Joe Danger included many examples of me, Fringy and sort of Metal, kind of encountering these moments of, oh, they're probably going to do this. And then it's like, no. Oh.
Yeah, it's like not even that. It's not even like this sort of basic idea that you had in your mind of what it could be.
Extremely disappointing and simplistic, and then you sort of just realize it's kind of time-wasty. There is a simplicity that you can reach with puzzles where you feel hesitant to say they're puzzles. It doesn't feel right. You wouldn't call eating cereal a puzzle, is usually how I put it.
You need to figure out how to grab the spoon and then lower the spoon into the bowl and then manage to put the cornflakes onto the spoon and then move it up to your mouth. It's like, yeah, there you go.
It's the level of simplicity where applying any thought to it at all unnecessarily complicates it. And oftentimes what you will be confused by is that you are thinking about it. And if you hadn't done that, the puzzle would be solved. There's a few instances like that. Like coming across there's the psychic lock things in the ice place, I think they're in the ice place. And so there's like 3 balls of energy on a big door lock, basically, and that's what's there originally, and you can move them around. And so you think, well, so like, it's going to be a specific pattern, right? So I have to, maybe I see this pattern somewhere in the world, and I apply it to that. It's not that. It's just that you have to go around and you scan a bunch of shit. And when you scan some shit, you find another energy ball thing. And then once you've got all the energy ball things, they go into the door. And then the door just lights up the line you're supposed to create with them. So you just follow it. And I failed it a couple of times, not because I didn't understand it, but because I was just impatient. So I got to the end of I followed the line, and that seems to be done, so I'm done. And then I exited the puzzle, and it's like, nope, it's just you're too quick for it, and it's drawing another line, and now you have to go and do it again. That probably is one of the more complex puzzles in the game. Once again, another example of like, if you try and imagine any kind of puzzle, it's more of a puzzle than this, and your imagination has led you astray.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is probably going to be a bad example, but I'm doing my best, okay? So, take, if you saw that's another expectation. So, if you see these cubes, I don't know if you've got the stream open, but I'll show you, and you start here with like a star or whatever, I thought, oh, I've got to move the ball such that I cover all of the slots without doubling back. That's probably the challenge. And I was like, so I've got to figure this out ahead of time, like how would I do it? And I think I've drawn one that's actually impossible, so ignore me. But like you can devise a lot of these. There's challenges to make out of that with shapes and stuff. That's really fun. And I played with it for a little bit doing that, and then I realized like, oh, that's not it. Oh, what is it then?
I did the exact same thing.
And it's like, no, you just gotta find more balls that it unlocks. You're like, oh.
Yeah, and it's like go into the rooms and then scan some stuff, and oh, there you go. Yep, there you go. You got 1 ball, then you got 2 ball, then you got 3 ball, and now you can progress. And then in the next room, could you believe it? You got to find 4 balls.
Whoa!
And then you got 1 ball
on the edge of a cliff.
It's getting more difficult. This is how you scale with puzzles. But it's another example of very, very poor training data for the player, because your first experience of scanning stuff provides you with what I describe as punishingly dull information. You don't need any of it. Like some of it, it's really just like you scan a box on the floor and it says, this is a box. And then you scan a door and it says, this is a door. And so you're sort of trained to think, this scanning thing's not, I'm not going to bother. So by the time you get to a place where you do actually need to scan something, you're kind of deeply frustrated, and you lose time because you've been trained not to scan things. You can scan virtually everything, and maybe 2 things in any given level are worth scanning, but there's no real indication as to which those are. So you are punished for scanning everything, but then you're punished for not scanning everything. There's no visual. You should probably be able to separate those 2 things out, just the different mechanic. And then the fact that the scanning generally is almost a built-in break, because every time you scan something, you have to stop for maybe 20 seconds. And this is the same if you're scanning a useful item, one of the 5 that there are, or scanning a useless item, one of the 15,000 billion that there are. You stop. If someone's talking to you, the dialogue stops. The entire game goes on pause while you're scanning things. So you're further disincentivized for doing it because it's just such a time sink. This is so, there must be a better way of doing this. You can't just keep shutting the game down every time I scan a random pointless box, because I'm not going to scan those anymore if you do that.
What's funny is Metroid Prime, like orange and red tags, just so that red was like imperative to the mission, orange was usually lore. So
it would have red ones for like big logs, for massive logs. But I mean, that is a good way of doing it. But then, this is yet another example of, Metroid Prime has like a scanner. We should have that. And what's it for? Oh, it's like you get information, so we'll just attach information to just a whole bunch of objects in the world. There, we did it, right? And in doing so, they really make it. I think Metal told me like he just gave up on scanning stuff really quickly because he was getting nothing from it. Meanwhile, obviously, Metroid Prime, the whole point is, some of it is going to be important gameplay information, information you need to know about the enemy that you're fighting, or a particular interactable sort of
if a scan was going to unlock a door, it would be red. If it's recording to logbook, right, is what the little voice says. Like the important
that one is also red, but then yes, most other ones will just be yellow for like, here's a bit of information for you. Which again, the scanner is like one of Metroid Prime's great achievements. It's a really awesome feature of that game in terms of making it to where the story is kind of there for you to discover. You can play Metroid Prime and and more or less like ignore the story if you want to. I think you're kind of missing out, obviously, if you do that, but that's available for you because like the story and a lot of the information about the story, about Talon 4, what happened to the Chozo, the Meteor, the Phazon, what the space pirates have discovered about it, and the experiments they're running with it. It's all pretty much optional. You don't have to engage with any of it, but it's there. And even if you don't engage with it, you're going to be gleaming a lot of it because the environments and the way that they're designed tell a lot of the story. Mm-hmm. Like, as soon as when you're in Fendrana and then you get into the pirate base, even if you're not paying any attention, you understand, like, oh, this is like not meant to be here. This is almost like a scar that's being left on this planet, right? In stark contrast to how the Chozo seem to be very integrated into the world. Like, their architecture is very, they're living in harmony with the planet. And then when you scan it, it's like, oh shit, that's what they were trying to do, right? It's like, this is really cool. The environmental storytelling goes beyond simply the fact that you're scanning it. Like, you can glean it just from looking at it, but the scans are there and it's giving you a lot of cool information. Whereas here, a lot of the time, the information is, like, very plain. It's just like, it just describes it as you can see it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, cool. Like,
It's
this
a
is
box you
not.
can blow up. It's a box you can't blow up. It's a thing
Yeah,
you can open with
exactly.
fire. It's a thing you can open with electric. There's one example, only one example I can remember in this game, which sounds like the way they used to do it, which would be in the ice place again. And I'm not even holding this up as a really excellent example. It's just like what you would basically expect from this feature is that there is a bit of mise-en-scène environmental storytelling going on. You see all of these pods, like these revival pods, gene editing and shit. You can scan them and it gives you information about what these things are doing. And that does form part of the, I guess what you call it, like the B plot of that district, is that when you can sort of pick up that they've been doing experimental treatments on the creatures in this pod. And so when those creatures in the pod wake up as you activate the facility again, then it's like, oh shit. So like, I can follow that. Like scanning some of that information, it told me kind of what to expect, and it's not a huge dramatic twist because you can see it coming 15,000 miles away, but it's still something that makes the scanner narratively useful as opposed to a complete waste of time.
I mean, this area and this scanning to figure out this story. That's as good as it's gonna get in this game, and it's not very good. You know, this is the best that they could do. Is a very sort of linear logbook that just tells a story from beginning to end, like a straight shot of just you know, almost like audio logs, even, you know, not with audio, compared to, again, in Metroid Prime, you know, really across the whole Metroid Prime trilogy, where like the information is kind of broken up and segmented. It's not presented. It's not like they're all scattered around perfectly so that, you know, that Samus comes hundreds or even thousands of years later to just read it in chronological order and figure out what's happening. It's like, oh, well, in this particular area, they were conducting this, you know, study, right? They were doing this experiment here in the base, and it's split up in that way, and it feels much more real compared to here, where it's very inorganic and sort of inauthentic. But at least it's there, right? At least. Not anywhere else, though. Not really. You know?
It's just so disappointing, because it's just another element of something that you're familiar with, but you're like, something's not right. This is broken, it's wrong. And you have to sort of figure it out that maybe it'll get better, and then you figure out, like, oh, no, it's not getting better at all. In fact, you might even say it's getting worse.
No, it gets worse.
And it's just, it's such a simple mechanic and just so clumsily implemented as well. So like, you might scan a thing and it's a box, and it just says it's a box. You might scan a thing which says it's an audio log or a log of some sort. And say, well, okay. Then it will say, now press like the pause button and navigate to logs so you can listen to your log. I don't care enough about this game to stop playing so I can go and listen to whatever fucking irrelevant shit.
Yeah, that synergy. You know, you need the rest of the mechanics to be boosting. Like they have to help each other up, right? Something I think they timed in Metal's chat was that the average scan in this game is twice as long to do as Metroid Prime. Why in the world would they do that?
Well, that's it takes too long, and again, because like, you can't move and scan either, which makes it feel even longer. But then the duration of the time it takes to scan, and then if it is a log, having to pause and then go to navigate to that log and then playing the log, there is absolutely no reason you can't scan the log and have it play automatically. I mean, that's just such a simple thing to do.
Wait, can you not move when scanning in Metroid Prime 4? I completely forgot.
In this one, you can't, I don't think. Every time I did it, anyway, it would basically that you can't do anything. And if I said earlier, like, if someone is talking to you, then it will stop their dialogue as well. So like when you're scanning, then you're done.
You mean when the scan is complete? Like when it's complete, it freezes. But that's what you mean, right?
I thought you meant during scan.
No, during it you can move.
Because once it's done, it freezes the world, right?
Yeah, which is that's what they do in Metroid Prime. But again, it almost feels like it's worth noting that Metroid Prime, the trilogy, like a lot of the time, their logs in general are shorter. Even for like the normal stuff, like how much space it occupies on the screen is really small, and it feels like they were very. I think that they did a really good job in the sense that they probably know that a lot of players don't really want to read stuff, you know, like they don't. But it's kind of the challenge, right? Is getting people invested enough in this world that they want to read pretty lengthy audio logs about like space pirate, you know, research. Like I think it's quite an accomplishment that certainly in my case I feel incentivized to read all of this and learn more about this story.
It's a high hurdle, and you have to do a really good job with it. But like, if the game has done a really good job to make this world really interesting, then you don't mind reading. But even then, it's a problem. You can sort of circumvent, you can move text logs to audio quite easily. That there's no particular reason why you shouldn't be able. Certainly for the things that are actually audio logs, just to have those play automatically. You could probably even find a way of doing it for general logs for any like random box, for example, that you scan. That you could even move that to audio, or you could have it that you scan, or like you just pass your like the view frustum over it, and it will just bring the text up automatically as you move past, and it gives you the option to read or not read without stopping the game in order that you can read. You can keep it in your HUD as you're moving around it. Like there's so many things to do without saying pause, stop, text, front of screen, read text, move on. It's really, really clunky and old-fashioned, and not in a good way.
Well,
and that's what most scanning is as well, which is like, so then when you do use the scanning for any kind of plot relevant or puzzle relevant thing, you're sort of just punished because you've deliberately learned not to do it.
Well, yeah,
before.
I stopped scanning at a certain point in general, like other than things I figured were, mission imperative, I guess. I just lost interest and investment in the storyline because it wasn't feeding me very much. But I suppose I don't know if this is a fair time to bring in the on the nature of just how they're trying to transmit information to us. We kind of made allusions to it, but the arguably biggest controversy of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, it probably is the biggest controversy. It probably is, and it probably deserves to be, which is the characters that join you on your quest.
Oh boy.
Like Miles McKenzie.
So clips of him got around, as well as assessments of early reviews of what he was, and then a lot of people had takes of like, I actually think this is probably fine, or, oh come on, they've said he's in like the first 10 minutes, or I've actually played it myself, and yeah, it's not that bad at all, and it's kind of like it's treated properly, as in the way that he behaves is properly contextualized and reacted to by other characters. Now, I had a feeling that maybe it wasn't going to be as bad as all that, the way it had been spread around in terms of memes. It can go that way sometimes, but just meeting Miles first was pretty bad. Like it was his dialogue is horrifically useless. He's absolutely Quirk Chungus archetype, just completely at odds with everything tonally that I think is appropriate for Metroid, and rough to listen to. And he also happens to be a companion that if he falls ill during battle and dies, that costs you your mission. So he's a constant escort if he is with you. He's not particularly threatening to enemies, too, so it's not like he pulls his weight, so to speak, and that applies. Well, before I get to that half, when you finally see him say, I'm going to stay here, you go ahead, you're like, oh, thank God. And I had this moment where I was explaining, I was reviewing it as though it was over, because that's what I'd heard from reviews. I was like, so, what damage did that do to the experience, having him for like half an hour or whatever? And just going through what he said, how useless it was, or him expressing things that don't tell me much at all about the character, other than he's just like a Weasley loser. There's nothing more in depth than that. And then, of course, I can't interact with him, even though I know Samus can talk, and I know Samus would talk to a person who's asking questions or needs help with certain things. But we're going Gordon Freeman mode for some reason, which has become a lot more awkward when you have characters that are just talking to her about the perilous situation regularly. I guess they never comment on the fact that she just ignores them. Sometimes she'll nod or make a gesture, but a lot of the time it's just kind of like, oh, okay. And I think the developers are like, well, that's cool, right? It makes it cool. And you're like,
it feels like, again, a sort of Flanderization, kind of funnily, almost like the incorrect response to Metroid Other M and the criticism there. It's like, no, you don't. The reason why Samus doesn't talk is because there's nobody to talk to. It's not because she's actually like a mute, like Link is. She can talk. Of course she can talk. She just doesn't because there's nobody to talk to. And even in like in Metroid Prime 2, when you meet like the Luminoth and they're giving you the quest, it's like, well, she doesn't really need to say anything here. Because it's just like explaining everything, and it's like, yep, okay, I'll do that, and then does it, and then, just leaves with a wave. It's like, yeah. Compared to like these characters are talking constantly, and she just doesn't say anything.
So on that front, right, so that was the assessment. Very bad, but at least it's over. And then I move a couple rooms forward, and he fucking starts talking to me through like a radio, and I had this realization of, so now, Instead of him being an extra gun and talking in my ear, he's just talking in my ear. Like
constant, yeah. Anytime, anywhere, no matter where you go, no matter what you're doing, he can just pop up at any time and tell you some inane shit.
there was a moment in the Vault
the inane
Forge.
shit is the bad bit, right? Because it's,
yeah.
it's one thing to have the character with like such awful delivery and general personality, like he is innately irritating, but you can still like make amends for a lot of that if he's giving you useful information, or
If he's
giving
funny.
you choices, or if he's funny, or but I'm talking like in the way that like, because say that you might be going through the desert, and let's say he calls you to something you genuinely haven't spotted, or he presents you with a choice of where to go next, which actually is meaningful because they will have an impact on the story going forward. If you're going to have somebody constantly in your ear, A, make them palatable, but B, make them useful. They have to be not just useful in mechanically, but useful narratively as well. There's so much empty time and empty space in this game, and it does want you to care about these people. So it needs to give you something to care about, and it has all the time in which to do it.
You could call him anti-useful in the sense that there's only one way to go, and then as you're going there, he'll tell you that's the only way to go. And you're like, thank you.
Yeah, it'll be like, oh man, can you do something with that, Samus? Like, as soon as you walk into the room. Oh, I wonder if you meant to do this with it immediately as you walk in. Because I saw people like, oh, this is like God of War. It's like, dude, God of War never, ever, ever was like this, where it's like you immediately walk into the room and he tells you how to solve
Well, if you remember,
puzzle.
the one time it did happen, because I don't even know what puzzle it was an error, and they updated it. It was prompting too early.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's happening in this intentionally.
The problem in God of War was often right as you had just figured it out is when the character would essentially give it away.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's like, you don't even have the opportunity to think. You walk into the room and Miles immediately basically tells you what to do. Or just comes out with some inane, redundant observation. All the while, it's apparently meant to be really funny.
Well, and that's the thing. If he never even was designed to give you useful information, he was just supposed to make the walking time or loading time a little bit more interesting by talking to Samus and having back and forth. It's like, well, that's tough, man, because it's not really the game for that, but also you need to be a real good writer to justify that. Like,
and,
if you pitch someone, do you want to play a God of War game where someone is kind of talking to you throughout the whole thing that's ahead on Kratos' waist? After playing the originals, I'd probably be like, not really. I don't know about that. But they made Mamiya so fucking charismatic, intelligent, funny, as well as like worldly, and he knows the shit ton of the universe, the history, and he knows all the characters. He even knows your legends. And there's a lot of subtext, and there's times where he will respect the so to speak, the tone of the situation. If someone's getting fucking horrible information, he'll just shut up and listen. But he has his outbursts, and then by the time you get to Ragnarok, you get missions that tell you a lot about him that he has to like address and deal with and account for what he's done. He's just ahead, though. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't even have to do that. And the nature of their relationship, Kratos and Mimir, and how Mimir is like a fucking role model, or at least a sort of bonus father figure for like an uncle for Atreus. Here, and I know it almost seems unfair, right, comparing a fucking nuke to an ant, but like Mackenzie, everyone just wants him to shut the fuck up. He'll repeat most of his dialogue. It's most useless dialogue. It tells you stuff you already know. He's extremely unfunny. He's pathetic. He's always whining. None of it's good.
But here's the problem, though. The big problem is someone will be like, yeah, but then you meet other characters and they're not like Miles. It's like, but they are. They are. They have, all of the characters that you meet in the game have the same problem. It's just that they have different permutations of the same sort of manner of speaking. Every character that you meet will narrate everything that's going on, point things out to you before you've even had a chance to, like, absorb anything in the room. Just completely redundant dialogue. It's just that they're different. Miles is like, oh golly gee, and then the sergeant guy is like, huh, that's like him. And then
that sums him up.
Takabe is sort of like, he'll just sort of
he's more smooth,
speak in a soliloquy. Yeah, it's a little bit, but it's the same thing. And then girl, I can't remember her name.
Armstrong.
Will just sort of, yeah, she'll basically do the same thing, but like, oh, it's like, that's her. That's them. That's basically the characterization for all of them.
The one
they all have in common.
When you haven't, the one you missed out, I guess, is the one that you probably missed out because there's nothing to
Oh,
him.
the robot, yeah.
But there's also he's my favorite because he's the least frustrating.
He's the best. Yeah, he's the best.
The robot will be like,
a
"A path has been cleared," and you're like, "Okay, thanks."
Okay, yeah. At least you're just saying it matter of fact without any annoying affectations. I'll take that.
And so when people said, you meet Mackenzie, sure, he can be a bit much, but yeah, I think he's contextualized well. It's like, wrong. It's like, well, he only lasts like 10, 15 minutes. It's like, wrong. He's in the whole fucking game.
That's just a lie.
And you're like, and he's the only one. The other characters are awesome. It's like, wrong. They're all the same. They all have the exact same dialogue. You've just, as Fringy mentioned, instead of have Weasley Nerd Man, you'll have, I'm cool Sniper Man. It's like, I'm Sergeant Man. And it's like, I'm annoying trainee girl man. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and that's it. And, Moeller had mentioned before, like, it doesn't feel like it quite fits in a Metroid game. This kills the atmosphere. This kills it completely. I know it's almost a meme to say it, but the reality is it's just true. One of the big experiences that Metroid facilitates is an isolated atmosphere, that you are alone in a strange and dangerous world, gradually uncovering its secrets, gradually getting stronger and stronger and stronger, until by the end of the game you've essentially conquered the world. That's the experience that Metroid games broadly are trying to facilitate. And when you have characters who join you on the adventure even briefly, that's already pretty dire. But the fact that they can contact you at any time, regardless of where you are and regardless of what you're doing, to remind you that they are there to help you, not only that they're there to help you, but that you actually need them in order to get your unlocks, completely obliterates that atmosphere. It's gone. It's dead.
I mean, you could partially mitigate it if they showed any awareness that that was the situation they were in. Like if they also felt isolated, or if they were terrified of the planet they're on, if they were treating the world as seriously as this, and not just saying like, "Oh, golly gee, they're after me now." It's like that's gonna ruin it for me now, because I'm supposed to believe on the one hand that I am here dealing with this really serious shit with some horror elements, but you on the other hand seem to be involved in a very, very different game.
It is funny you say that, because you get a full game's worth of them all being golly gee, golly wow, and then you get to the mine where, and Platoon, you haven't gotten to this part yet, but you'll be infinitely amused by it if you happen to indulge your delusion of playing more of it.
Watch the Supercard.
That would be a good idea. So you go there, the whole team are there, and basically the more you progress, the more they just arbitrarily have these moments of, there's too many, everyone go, I'll stay behind. And they're like, no, that guy. And then you move on. Then the next room, there's too many, everyone go, I'll stay behind. You're like, no, that guy too. Until all of them have a moment like that and you're left alone. And then at the end of it, they all come back. You're like,
they're all just alive. They all survived. They all made it. And they even mock the notion that you thought that they would have died when they obviously played it like that. You even hear Armstrong scream, like, after she gets sealed off in the other room. And it's like, no, it's all good. It's all chill. It's like, what are we doing?
In every instance of, like, Samus, you go on without me, I'll die, I'll perish so you can complete your mission, is such a moment of, well, no.
Oh yeah, this is character assassination. The idea that Samus would just sort of accept it. The way that you're meant to do it is that it's impossible for the protagonist to get to them, right? You do you seal. I can't believe it, but Metroid Other M did that with oh my god, what's his name? Because
I know what you're talking about
as well. What's his name? They do that, but it's like the closed door. Isn't that crazy? Other M does it. Adam, that's right, yeah. Other M does that, but they do it a little bit more effectively than in this game. Isn't that crazy? Like, because in this case, Samus could help. She just doesn't. She chooses not to, which, that's just not the person she is. Like, Samus is like your sort of Captain America archetype of, like, she'll, she's not going to do the calculus of, I am like more important than you guys, so it's probably a good idea that you guys sacrifice yourself so that I can continue to go on and do this adventure. That's not the kind of person she is. But now she is in this game.
Well, yeah, so I almost hesitate to say I hate to spoil, but we got to talk about it. So the final sequence, you take all of these characters up and through awful circumstances, all of them die, and like actually die, and you teleport away to safety. That's the ending.
Yeah.
You hit the credits
You
right
choose
after
to
that.
teleport.
It is
and
bizarre.
you get to continue on.
And there's this
with
moment,
your
of
life.
course, where I was laughing at most of it, but when it's like, you see all of them say, go on, Sam, as you go on forever, we're going to stay here, you do what needs to be done. And then the game is like, do you press the button on the elevator to leave? I was like, well, no, I guess. I'll see what happens,
obviously not.
And the game just fails you and resets you halfway through the boss battle.
That is horrible.
Ooh.
That is crazy.
I don't know
but
why
it's
you
also
gave
just,
me a choice if you're just gonna do that. What is the idea?
Well, and it is again funny that the canon choice is the out of character choice.
Yeah.
Because obviously I don't care about these characters. I just want to get out of here. But the idea that Samus looks at all them about to die, and instead of just jumping, like, why doesn't she just fight Silex again?
Yeah.
Why would she choose, like, yeah, all right, I guess all of you will just sort of die here for me, and I'll just go. I'll just choose to leave.
Well, and they fuck up as well. For anybody who wants to give it a defense of like, no, Samus knew she couldn't leave the elevator. She had to go. There was no choice. Like, you're supposed to portray it that way, right? She tries to get out, tries to break out of it, and it blasts her back in, and then gets that fist of like, no, and then and it's like, we did what we could for you, and you go on, Samus, you go on, just anything like that. But no, Samus canonically looks at them all die and then goes, I would just press the button.
I'll just get out of here. See ya.
Bye. It's like, oh,
character assassination, which I never thought was going to happen.
Not really.
That was not on my bingo card for this game. Even as we were getting through it, even as it was just being a really grim experience, I didn't even expect that because I just thought it wasn't even possible, really, to fail that hard with a.
But yeah, there was like a running competition almost in my brain of what's the most useless line of dialogue, and it kept getting dethroned with a new one. And the one from my memory, I don't know if you guys have a different one or anything, is just, there's a sequence where you have to be with Sarge going up fucking elevators all the time, and he got in an elevator with me, we started going up, I looked at him, I pressed A to talk, and he went, let's go up. Like, as we were heading up, and I was like, sure, man.
That might be the worst, and it didn't even come from Mackenzie. I can't believe how many people lied that he wasn't in the game, by the way. That's crazy.
That's some bullshit.
Lied like that.
What you have to keep going back to. He's mechanically annoying, as well as annoying in characterization. Like, Sarge was tolerable up to a point, except that when you triggered that interaction in the elevator, like, he annoyed me the most because I got into the elevator. And he followed me into the elevator, and then he started moonwalking outside of the elevator, saying, hold the elevator. I was like, fucking walk. I'm getting really bored of waiting. Walk in. And then it took him about 45 seconds to finally get into the elevator.
It's even more choice stripped away. In Metroid Prime, you can go through areas killing everything carefully, killing everything aggressively, or moving past everything and trying to, like, skip rooms because, you go morph ball or try to move around in a careful way and get through. It's just a basic thing with gaming. You choose what you want to do. In this game, not only do you have to keep your fucking retards alive, you can't move to the next area until they catch up with you, and they don't catch up with you until every enemy's cleared. Which is just the most fucking... It's so frustrating if you clear it all meticulously and then they get shot and it's like, they're down, go help them. You head toward them and then they get killed before you can, save them. And you're like, so that's really fun, guys. Thank you so much. Now, I want to highlight as well, this might be the most iconically stupid thing that happens in terms of fluff for this game, right? But I'm trying to use this background to sort of illustrate it, but this isn't entirely accurate. I think we just need this block here, but... Like, you leave this area, and you're heading to wherever you want, let's say, until Miles says, no, you have to go over to here. You have no choice. You're like, okay. And you enter this place, and let's just draw a map here to be as thing as possible. It's like, you're clearing everything, and you head to the star, and it's just dead ends everywhere. There's nothing you could do. And you're like, you sent me here when I didn't even want to go here, and now it's all dead ends, so I guess I'm just going to go home. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. You go halfway back, and a cutscene just starts, and this area's opened up now. You're like, oh, that doesn't feel very satisfying. It was just I had to go over there to go back over here to unlock this. And it's like, you've got a chip. Okay, what does it do? It's like, you gotta go to Mackenzie. You're like, wow, so did everything you wanted, went to a place I couldn't do anything until it arbitrarily activates the thing, and then you go all the way back to him, and he installs the thing and says, okay, now you have the ability to do things in a different area. And so you go all the way back through the desert, all the way over to somewhere else, and you have this realization eventually of like, did I just spend 40 minutes doing nothing? What the fuck is going on? And then you realize that the game is, you know, when they say it's 15 hours, you're like, but how much of that is game?
Not much. And
Not
even then,
much.
They're kind of, I hesitate to say kind to you, but district exit tends to be, oh, there's a morph ball hole that's open now. So you go down it, and it basically takes you to the entrance of the district again. So like, they somehow still do make you retraverse a huge amount of the district every time. But nowhere near the majority, is no one in their right mind would want to replay what they've just done to get here. So it's both kind to you and unkind to you. It speeds you up a little bit, but it also reveals how slow it was to get there in the first place. It's very cheap and lazy, all in all, and that's if you're lucky enough not to die en route and then get reset to a checkpoint where they insist on replaying all the character dialogue that occurs before that checkpoint, which is some instances, and it's the one with Sarge in when you have to go up and through the big tower and you get attacked by the dumb laser robots, and he dies a lot. And if you don't save him in time, then you get spawned right at the bottom of the tower again. And every time you do, it's a bit like Gollum, like we can talk candidly now, and he says, we're going up now, again and again and again. Because I resent having to save his life, so I would try and refuse to do that as much as is possible. But then he died, and I had to do it like 5 times. And then you get that long, I think the bit I finally stopped on just before this stream started was when we got to, it was another Gollum-like experience actually, when you get to the bit where he says, right, if we go, here's a huge fucking map. If we go to this bit and we press this button, and then we go to the opposite side of this bit and we press this button, we can set this thing into maintenance mode. And once this thing is in maintenance mode, we can go to this place and we can press this button. It's like, I know if I die, you're going to tell me all of this again. And I'm not, fuck it. No, not doing it. It's like being made to look up those huge crawling sections in Gollum. I'm done. I quit.
Yeah. If only we were able to. I was just, there's different pieces that obviously I'm seeing on the screen that are prompting different things in my head, but I was going to say boss battles might be the best thing in the game.
Yes, if we're talking about actual gameplay, yeah, the Psylocke, not the first phase of that boss battle, but like the Psylocke battles with the robots that are pretending to be Psylocke, and then like the last portion of it.
Why did they make them robots instead
right.
of meeting him and being able to talk directly to him, or him just...
It's crazy. They're stupid. They like, no, you don't need to. We don't need to be seeing anything about what he's up to in the game until at the very end. But yeah, the Psylocke ones, they're okay. Some of the other ones are not as good. I mean, I don't know that I'd say any of them are like good.
Remember the wolves?
Necessarily, but that one's horrible.
The wolves one was wacky. It was just like, what the fuck are we doing here? Just infinitely shooting random wolves? Is like, yep. Okay.
The first, like, 10 seconds, it was probably my favorite until I realized that that's what it was going to be all the way through. Because at least some of the other boss battles have this problem where, though the creature design is nominally different, the movesets aren't. So, like, they all have laser beam attack, spread laser attack, sweeping attack. And then they all have like one hit point. There's the one that you have to shoot it repeatedly up the arse, which is quite funny. But once you sort of figure out the basic moveset, the moveset in my experience just doesn't vary that much between them. The level design might change a bit, the creature design might change a bit, but the fundamental challenge of beating them, the first time you do it, it's like, well, that's a break from standard combat, which is welcome because standard combat is pretty bad. But then by the second one of those bosses, is the non-Silax bosses, it's like, okay, it's interesting-ish, but we're not developing this as much as I would like to see. Like, these are not qualitatively distinct. They are just minor variations. The wolves come along and it's like, well, that's different. It's kind of, like mob defense kind of thing. That's okay. And then it keeps going.
Keeps going.
And it keeps going. And there's no obvious end in sight. And then it just ends with a cutscene.
Yep. It sounds to me like maybe they had the beginnings of a boss, and then they ran out of time, or they were taking too long, and they were like, okay, we'll just leave it there. You know, just maybe there was some other idea they were going to run with, or unfortunately, if this was the fully realized boss, I don't know what they were thinking in terms of like a good idea. Bit of a shame, but one of the worst ones, but not the worst one. The first phase of the final boss is joint, I guess, in a way for me, because there's two kinds of really bad boss. We can talk about that one first. Platoon, you have yet to enjoy such a creature as the first phase of Silux's final fight. They give you all of your companions. All of them can take damage. Silux has several AoE attacks, and they can all go down, and they can all die, and any of them dying causes the end of the mission.
Yeah, it's I had an instance where he did the big lightning attack and it took down 3 of them, and I managed to get 2 of them back up, but I couldn't get to Mackenzie, and then he got struck again and it failed me and I had to do it again. I was really unhappy with that.
So when you're in the game design room doing your game design with all the gamers, and someone suggests this, you ask them to leave. You say you need to sit outside for a little bit and just listen to everyone else talk. That was a very bad thing that you just said. And you're not allowed to speak anymore. The boss itself, he's just a real big sponge, man. Some of the moves are intuitively like you know, interesting in the sense of like, oh, he's doing a thing, you got to jump over it. Oh, he's doing this, you got to roll away, blah blah blah. But nothing that's going to blow your mind, and you'll never be able to appreciate it because your mind is constantly on the fact that you have to heal your teammates.
Yeah, in the absence of those teammates, you know, maybe I'd feel better about it, but they're a part of it.
I assume they can't heal each other, because
Nope.
I've played a couple of games like this. See, that would make it, I mean, it sounds like slightly better. The problem with this game, from what I'm watching here and what I saw on the Supercut already, is that though it gives you them, they don't behave like the player does. They don't have the player's weapons, abilities, or intelligence. They don't heal. They don't have strategy. They just run around waiting to be a burden. I've played a couple of games. None of them, a couple of names come to mind annoyingly, where it works because they give the NPCs player-level abilities, player-level intelligence, and the ability to revive both you and themselves. So they are actually collaborating with you.
Halo 5. There are other Spartans that are your AI companions, and they can revive you.
Gears of War, to an extent, I'm not going to super praise it, but it achieves a couple of things you were talking about there. They will do what they can to get you back up. It feels weird when you're down and you see a bot like chainsaw the shit out of an enemy and rush to you, roll and pick you up. You're like, thanks, buddy. Like you really came through for me there. But no, these are basic as hell. And the fact is, like, I was about to say they deal very little damage, but I'm not even sure they deal damage to this boss. There's so little gone in that you can barely notice.
They can deal damage, but yeah, I don't know that they're actually in any way effective against
the
way,
boss, it doesn't justify their existence in any way, shape, or form.
No, they're not a meaningful help. You have to do everything on your own while looking after them, and they're really stupid. I mean, it's just a horrible... Like it's just showed on screen. Like, 2 of them get taken out, and it's like, man, that's crazy. And if you can't reach them, it's like, yep, nah, game over. Well, start again.
I'm maybe overestimating here, but it would fucking kill me if I heard the devs be like, well, this is thematically tied to the game. It's all about, like, Samus learning that, you know, being part of a team in order to create like a circumstance in which you can overcome greater odds that's bound in the gameplay, that you need to care for each other as well as attack your enemies or whatever.
Number one, it's like, shut up. And number 2, that doesn't even make sense, because this game takes place before Fusion, right? Like, it's set right before Fusion, as I understand it. It's like, dude, she goes on a lot of solo adventures after this game, canonically. Like,
but you see, that's why the trauma of this mission. But, you know, another counter would just be, she's so obviously better than every teammate put together in every way. So...
Well, and I mean, it's kind of to her detriment in the vast majority of instances throughout the entire series to have anybody there but herself. Like, it's really... It's not even... It would be a really stupid message to have in a Metroid game. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's like, that's...
It's really not Metroid.
It's not... No, it's the opposite of that.
I will say as well, because you wouldn't have gotten here yet, Platoon, but what do you think of this sequence here? What do you have to say about looking at this?
What? Why?
So the first thought I
What
had was
is
just
it?
Doctor Who. I was like, what is the? Why are we in the
Yes, it's
time
hard.
vortex thing? Yeah.
My first thing is Crash Bandicoot 2. This is like when you're fighting Cortex at the end of the game, you're on a jetpack and you're sort of fighting him in a big tunnel. But in that one is contextualized as you've got to stop him before he like manages to escape to the Cortex Vortex space station to destroy the world. Here, you just sort of linger in this space until Psylocke arbitrarily decides, all right, I'm done with
Yeah,
this.
enough
Let's
with
go to
this.
Final Destination and fight.
What is I mean, is it ever explained or even hinted at? Like, what is Psylocke doing? What is he trying to achieve
No,
with the
it's
sequence? Where's
He
he
hates
going?
you.
Oh,
it is
okay.
it is unreal how poorly
Yeah, well,
characterized he is.
We can talk about it in just a sec, right? So all I was going to say is just that me, Metal, and Fringy, and the Supercut, I think all have the same like reaction to being here. It's such a bizarre sort of just like, what is happening? Why are we here mechanically, and just why would anyone choose to do that? Why did you, like, from the dev's perspective, from the in-universe perspective, and then of course you're like, what am I capable of? Like, I'm dodging projectiles, but I'm falling through space. It feels really fucking strange. And like I think I said when I was playing, it's like this just feels awful, like, to play. But you know,
Yeah.
you get through it, whatever.
You got really poor feedback about how you're moving because it's really hard. Like, you can tell that you're moving out of the way of the things that are being fired, but it's really hard to grasp or feel it. It's not very tactile.
So yeah, then you're the Final Destination.
Like, oh, it's a cool reference to, like, you know, SNES games used to do weird shit like this when you'd go into time vortex places and have to dodge. Like, it's just an old timey game reference. It's like, yeah, but no. We have learned a few things since then. That's important to stress, but also they just seem to mechanically, there's more feedback, that you have more sense of movement. They were way more limited by technology, so trippy sort of vortex visuals were a very effective way. Like the Light Out Wars or the old Star Fox on the N64, and I think the SNES version of Star Fox have like similar-ish, slightly trippy sequences. And you go into a weird sort of mind vortex and you fight Andros, who's a giant monkey head who launches random polygons at you, and it's like it's surreal, but it's still it was better delivered than that looks to have been.
Dude, you bringing up that, man, there is more potency in Star Fox when James saves Fox and then leads him out into the back into space, and then you see Fox looking out the window of his R-Wing, looking to see if his dad is actually there, like if he's real or if it was in his mind. There's like more potency in that little moment of storytelling than in anything in this entire game.
What do you mean? What about when Miles gets shot, dude?
Oh yeah, no, it's tragic.
It was so funny, and the Samus yell is just brilliant.
It's so good. It might make the whole, no, it doesn't make it all worthwhile, but holy shit. Which, yeah, I guess it's because, again, Psylocke is sort of teased at the end of Metroid Prime 3 as like, oh, we're gonna have a showdown with Samus. 18 years later, what you get for him is that he's like an asshole who just kind of hates Samus because she saved his life.
Yeah, so to be specific for Platoon, you need to 100% the game, which, by the way, none of us three here would ever consider doing that in our lives. What an incredibly boring and frustrating fucking thing to do in a game like this. What I'm trying to say is it's difficult, and by difficult I mean extremely laborious, borderline torture. But if you do it, if you collect absolutely everything, scan everything, you get the ending that tells you Silux's motivation, which I think is insane to lock that behind at 100%. You're supposed to get something cool and fun and bonusy, not, like, integral to understanding the fucking story. That's weird. But of course it's like, okay, why don't you give us what you got?
In Metroid Prime, the secret ending is, oh shit, Metroid Prime is still alive. Oh, and it's got the Phazon suit. What does that mean? That's kind of spooky. It's like a little teaser for the next game, not, let's give you the motivation for the main villain.
Which was, so, you know, you're in a position where you didn't learn much about him at all in the whole game, and yet he's the villain of the game. So you're like, so what have you got for me, video games? Like, the battlefield, he's fighting, and he's told by his superior officer, hey, you gotta come back, you can't go out there, we're sending in Samus and her team and everything, and they're gonna take care of the situation. And he's like, nah, I don't care about my orders, I'm gonna go and get that big artillery gun, I'm gonna do that with my team. Gunfires, wipes out everyone basically on the battlefield. Silex survives, And then he wakes up to see Samus has arrived and shoots the gun and destroys it, and then offers to lift him up, like offers a hand to get him off the floor, and he's like, nah, fuck you. And that is his villain origin story.
Yeah, that's it. That is why Psylocke is doing what he's doing. And it's like, what is he doing in the game? I don't know. I don't really understand what he's doing throughout the game.
Like, the best interpretation is he really wanted that gun, and Samus blew it up. You know,
and so he hates her now. Yeah.
The same gun that killed everyone there, destroying what was just a net good, and he hates Samus.
I've seen more than a few people in chat say it. You didn't save my life. You ruined my death. That's what you did. that's what this is.
And yeah, people waiting near 2 decades for that. Thanks.
Yeah,
that's not enough. Because I didn't know that Psylocke was even a villain in earlier games. That's not enough. But the villain in this game, it's absolutely not enough for a villain who is that old and storied in the franchise. You destroyed the gun he wanted, and now he hates you. What?
It's just pretty crazy. And it's you've got an opportunity, right? Because he is essentially meant to be like a sort of rival antagonist sort of deal, right? Like almost like Virgil. So like he's kind of like your equal. And he's going to fight you compared to like Ridley or Mother Brain, for instance, who aren't really like an equal to Samus. They're different. They present a different, like Dark Samus essentially is meant to be kind of what he is, and it's like except unlike Dark Samus, that's kind of like a weird sort of like phase-on sort of almost like monster. This is like a guy. So there's a similarity there. A guy with like a super powerful suit, another bounty hunter. And all you have is he's big mad that she destroyed the weapon that he had no chance of obtaining. And now he just wants to fuck around, I guess. And now he's dead. That's it for him. Bye.
Just awful. And it's so funny to be like, I don't care about 100% editing. It's like, no. You gotta see it. You gotta go look at it on YouTube. You have to. Which I guess covers the characters and the story for the most part. There's not much else we're probably going to say on that front.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's to be except at the end she plants the tree. What is that meant to like? Oh, there's the tree.
Yeah,
the memories of the alien race. Like she was the prophesied one. She had to get their memories off the planet, so it was totally worth leaving all of her new friends to die, so that their memories can live on a tree somewhere else. It's the backstory for Pandora.
He put the necklace on the tree too, which is really funny in the sense that he was probably like, no, I wanted you to keep that. But
also, yes, it is worth noting the nanotech helmet, because I know the Chozo suit is like kind of almost magical in the way that it's presented, but in Metroid Prime originally in the original release, she like physically removes the helmet, but in the remaster they turn it into a nanotech helmet that she takes off. It's like, ooh. And now, yeah, there it is. We're doing the nanotech thing, which again, it is kind of like a magical suit with those sorts of qualities of phasing stuff in and out of it and all. But it is. I do like having it be more like tangible, because obviously that you kind of have like different interpretations of how
the suit works,
of how like the suit. Kind of like how she moves in it, because obviously in Metroid Prime it's much more like sort of heavy, right? It gives you more of like a heavy sort of feeling, whereas in the 2D games, much quicker. Samus is much faster, which I don't mind as having like two alternate sort of interpretations. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just, and yeah, it is kind of like it phases, and you see that even in the, in like Metroid Prime 2 and stuff. Is like, yeah, but like get her to take the helmet off physically. I want her taking it off as a physical thing. Just do that. I prefer that.
So, as was said about the way you get the 100% is you scan everything, but you also have to get all of the crystals. Now, back to this image. You realize in retrospect, they likely finished broad ideas and development of the game, and then were like, there's not enough. The game is way too easy and too quick to complete. We created this big open space to separate all the worlds, which adds time, but we need more. What can we do? And it's like, well, you've got to force the players to get, I guess, I was about to say 100%, but it does go further than that. So
I mean, practically 100%.
a
You know,
lot,
it's
a
pretty
fucking
close to it.
lot
A
of
lot.
crystals, and they're scattered all over the place. And the most positive interpretation is, no, you'll grab them on the way while you're doing things. You're like, nah. If you don't focus on getting the crystals, you're not going to get anywhere near enough. To the point where I spent a little bit of time like carving out a whole bunch of them, and then someone was like, yeah, that you can see the progress in the second menu, whatever. And I went there and I was like, what am I supposed to, I've done like 5%, and they're like, everyone's laughing in chat, and I'm like, no way, like I've been popping these for like an hour. Like, what do you mean? And of course, part of that is due to the fact that later in the game you'll pop bigger ones that are worth a lot more, but at the same time you still need to collect a shit ton of small ones, and they're so, I don't know, they're just so arbitrary. You could remove them from the game, it wouldn't matter. They are only here to make the desert feel a little bit more populated and to take you more time to complete the game.
Or do you think that they thought it's like, yeah, this is like the artifacts or like the scavenger hunt that you do at the end
That's
of
bullshit.
at the end of 2, right? Like, we're doing that. We're doing what those games did. You're meant to have the ending sort of you gotta have like a scavenger hunt before you can complete. That's a Metroid
But like, they're
thing
not
that
even,
you do in Metroid Prime.
you know, the artifacts in Metroid Prime 1, excusing maybe 2 or 3 or whatever, a lot of them were behind some complex, interesting puzzles or, you know, grand areas.
Oh
And
yeah.
when you know that they are one of 12 keys that are going to unlock the main, like, you know, secret door vault thing, it's like, oh shit, I'm getting closer. With this, you know where they are, and you even get a green crystal energy tracker eventually. It's just they just dropped on the floor.
That's also worth noting because you're gonna find the Chozo artifact like temple. You know, that's relatively early in the game that you'll get access to it. It's pretty plainly important. You can just tell when you look at it that this is an important place that you're gonna need to go back to. You know, it really does convey like this matters. What you need to do here, like it matters. Compared to there's just sort of a room that has like this thing in it where you got to deposit the crystals. Oh, by the way, you need to get a lot of these if you want to finish the game. It doesn't sell that it's significant.
And then, of course, once you've got them all that's necessary, there's this bizarre fucking sequence where you have to go on like a 20-minute walking sim before you can get to like the next part of the game. They hype it up so much as like, we've got the full team, you've got all your resources, we've got all the keys, here we go. No, hang on. Walk, scan, walk, elevator, scan, walk, scan, random shitty dialogue from random people. You're just like, oh. And then you get your amazing Silex boss, which again, just formatting, man. What a rough game to play. Very, very difficult on the old patience. Oh, which, you know, is probably carving out a whole bunch of... The thing is, I wasn't too worried about talking about the whole game because there's not a lot of game in this game. You cover the broad elements, you sort of realize, it's like, wow, we've hit on a lot of the major issues. It's, I guess, in its favor, there wasn't that many bugs, though there's still cut corners. Like, so for what exists, it exists well, I suppose. But,
yeah, but I mean,
one of the more notable... Like, I don't... things. There's 2 to go over. One that you definitely hit along with me, Metal didn't, is that...
Oh, yes.
As you traverse this world, every once in a while, you'll spot a little smoke, a bit of smoke from a campsite. And you're like, oh, and if you go inspect it, you'll find Takabe is sitting there with his iconic harmonica, and he's singing himself a tune, and you can talk to him. You'll be like, hey, you know, my dad always told me that to hunt an animal is to become one with the soil, and to just says a bunch of random shit, and you're like, okay. And he says, hey, have this, and it's like an incredibly important quest item. You just okay. And he will do this, I think, 4 or 5 times total. You just have to keep finding him and respawning him. You have to reload the area in order for him to change spawns. Now, I never either spotted the smoke or cared to inspect the smoke. So this meant I didn't have any of his quest items at all, and by the time I reached the part of the game where you're supposed to use his... He gives you something that teleports mech parts so that they can build a mech. I was coming across the mech parts. They were clearly important to the story, but I was like, well, I can't do anything with it. And then and this exact thing happened to Fringy. You go to Fury Green where everyone is, and you're wondering, it's like, I've done everything, now what? And then Miles will be like, hey, maybe you should talk to Takabe. you're like, okay, and he's in the
Well,
room. And just,
yeah.
yeah,
And then you
like,
talk to him and he doesn't say it. He just says like one
he's
of the
like, hello,
generic sort of lines.
you know, how you doing?
Yeah,
And you're just
pretty
like,
much.
I'm confused. And then it's like, yeah, you know, if you go out into the desert, you might find Takabe. You're like, what do you mean? What are you saying,
there.
Miles? And it's
You
like,
know,
would you be?
it's
How about you
funny.
just go and talk to him out in the desert, maybe? You're like, what the fuck's
It's funny
going
that
on?
you say that because the order that it happened for me was I was looking at the mech parts and then I encountered the boss that you needed to fight for one of those mech parts, and after I killed it, like Mackenzie just says, "Oh, you should, you know, maybe you should go visit Takabe for the thing that you need for this." And I was like, I was like confused when he said it. I was like,
Same.
"Why? What are you telling me? Like, what? This information doesn't make sense to me."
They've got it
and
all.
Apparently, it's because you're not meant to do it in this order.
They did
Like,
not
you're meant to
anticipate a
fight
player
that
would have gone the whole game without meeting Takabe once. They would have
Even though
assumed
it's
you'd got him
entirely
once.
possible that
Yeah.
they could.
Well, both of us did it by accident. I didn't avoid him. I just didn't come
I
across
didn't
him.
avoid him. I didn't know that I was meant to find him in the desert.
And so
Because
yeah,
that's
Miles
tell where like
probably
you know
told
you
me.
you might have spotted the smoke, but the desert is so boring and redundant, and you can't do anything
Yeah.
in 90% of it. That even if you do spot it, you don't go and search it out. It's a bit of smoke in the distance. Oh, I don't.
Yeah, you don't
I
conquer
didn't
this
know this.
battering.
I know that I've probably avoided
another-
him too without meaning to.
Another element of this is I was finding areas where the game with markers was telling me, hey, there's something of interest here. I've got it on screen right now. I would go there, and there was nothing there. And I was like, I've searched everything. What is the interesting thing here? And then chat would be like, it's not now. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, not now? Like, there's a marker of interest of a thing I need to do here. I'm in the late game. What's going on? And I check another one, same thing. Another one, same thing. And I was like, this is getting really fucking annoying. And then I find out all of these markers are Takabe's future locations. Why would you
But
do
don't worry,
this?
it's right now.
What's the fucking...
Well, yeah, but this, I mean, it feels like this is in tandem with the fact that when you complete the shrines, it doesn't mark them as complete, so you have no idea which ones you've done. Just
It's
some
more
basic
important,
UI
though.
fails.
This is more important than UI, presumably. I mean, this is just a fundamental misunderstanding of how open world games and any attendant choice in an open world intersect with your main story. If you need to see this thing, because you need to encounter this character for this cutscene to progress something which needs to be progressed, you can't have that as an optional beat in an open world. You have to actively spawn that in an it has to be on the critical path down any district or toward the next place you're going to. You can't leave it and say, well, people will see it, because you can't rely on people will seeing it if you give them the choice not to. It's just that they just don't seem to understand the structure for the game that they've built themselves.
What's insane is all the encounters for Takabe, he gives you a missile expansion, health expansion, power bomb expansion, whatever have you. Only the first one, he gives you the campaign critical item that you cannot continue the story without. So why not just trade it out? Put it somewhere else that you end up going to. Or even give it to fucking Miles. What difference does it make? Like, just have him give it to me. Because all the AI, they're so confused, the poor buggers. Miles wants to tell you, like, you have to go to this place at this time to do this, to get this, to come back to me. But they haven't installed him with the information, so he's just like, talk to Takabe. And you're like, but I can, he's right there. And you're like, no. Not like that. And you're like, what's going on, bro? Because, of course, if this were a real world, right, if it was immersive in any way, Miles would be like, hey, Takabe, do you have the mech teleporting device? And you'd be like, yeah. And it's like, yeah, Samus needs it. And it's like, pass it over. Cool. Throws it, grab it. That, if that were what's happening, it's like, no, it can't work that way. And so, yeah, this is what I meant about the other boss fight that's possibly the worst, is the big snake creature thing. It's like a big worm blob slug.
Yeah.
I came across, I activated it as well without still having done the Takabe stuff. I killed it. The thing dropped. Metal was the only one out of the three of us who had gotten the stuff so he could teleport it instantly, but he still got the Bork dialogue where Mackenzie told him, hey, that creature, it swallowed up like what I think is like a mech part. This was after he'd teleported the part to Mackenzie. And Metal's like, okay. But for us, it's, I think, arguably even more awkward because we do it, it drops, we can't do anything with it in the campaign yet. We haven't gotten the item. So Mackenzie's like, wow, that's... like, that's the big monster, he ate the thing, and that's of interest. You're just like, uh-huh. What am I supposed to do? It's just like, I don't know. Like, you gotta do something eventually, I guess. It's very simple, but they just didn't mop this up. But I guess they didn't anticipate this. A lot of players didn't come across it or whatever in testing, or they did and they just didn't. They were like, ah, whatever. Pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
But
It's a lot of awkward moments.
It's hard to imagine they didn't encounter it in testing unless they just didn't do testing or they didn't listen to the testers that they had coming back.
I mean, there's a potential that this, because it's a late game, we're talking like, you know, it's the last hour plus, that they were like, it's whatever. Either players have dropped off by now or they've committed. Or fuck it. Of all the things to solve, this is lower on the list.
Except that it's mission critical.
Yes.
So you would think
Yeah, so
not
but
very
still,
low on
it
the
is
list.
lower on the list.
Well, then on the note of the shrines, as Fringy said, right, there's, I want to say 6 total on the map.
6, I think. Yeah.
If you're like me and you were just cycling around collecting green crystals, and you're like, oh, a shrine, jump in, get the thing. Oh, a shrine, jump in. Oh, you can't do this one yet. Jump in. Oh, another one. And then I look at, you know, I'm running around on the map and I'm like, oh, fuck. Which ones have I done? Which ones have I not done? It's just like, buddy, I have no idea. And so I decided I'll wait until I've unlocked most of everything and then I'll do all the shrines again at the end. Can't lose doing that. Unfortunately, then, that meant I didn't get upgrades as they were becoming available to me like I would in any other Metroid. As in, oh, you remember that wall that was built of ice and you got the fire gun? You can go get whatever was behind it now. In this, it's more so, I don't know what's in these shrines. I know what's in one of them that was preventing me. They kept saying, like, the charge weapon is needed, but, you know, when I get it, I'm not going to search all the shrines to get back to the one that it was in, and I'll just carry on. Fuck it. And, like, that happened to be an extremely useful weapon for several bosses, potentially, that, you know, ended up being a bit laborious as well.
It's kind of annoying when you discover that afterward, like, oh, cool. Damn
Which
it.
bosses would they? Because that makes me think the game itself wasn't difficult enough. Because
there's one in the mine that it's apparently chat was saying is really good for.
Oh, okay.
But hey, you know, you'll get there, right? Because you'll complete this.
Oh, that's not going to happen. But it's one of the ways that you should be able to motivate players to go back and do their exploration and make sure they are getting all the unlocks. A, not presenting them with stuff they can't do all the time, but B, making it very clear that, I mean, most open world games will do this. Breath of the Wild will do this. Like, you can technically complete the game like from the very first minute you spawn in, like off the training island, but it's almost impossible to do. And so you're very clearly aware that like you need to gain this power level, you need to gain this set of items, you need to get much better armor. And one of the quickest and cleanest ways of doing that is just to make the bosses, you know, very clearly impossible or almost impossible to beat without one very specific item. If you can go through the game as I did, killing them, very rarely dying even. I think the bosses I died once, maybe twice, then you're not actually encouraging people to go and make sure they've got all of this stuff because the game is not hard enough for them to realize they need it in the first place.
Mackenzie is so incessant with telling you where to go and what to do next that it is worrying as to the whole, like, the future of gaming is just not even gaming anymore. Like, people... this would be the equivalent of like second screen gaming in a sense, that you're just not really paying attention to how things are progressing or why you would go to a particular place or landmarks or anything. You're just like, where am I going? And then you have a little character that's like, just that way. Like, okay, and then what? It's like, blow that up. And then what? It's like, that cutscene. And it's like, then what? It's like, okay, come back to me. And you're like, cool, I'm gaming. And you do get to a point where it's like, why do you even want to play games? Like, why don't you just watch a movie or a TV show or go to sleep? I don't know. It just seems like the interaction level is kind of pointless. And unfortunately, then it has the double back thing of anybody who's looking to play a game is mind blown by... He tells you to go to a place. You're like, yes, okay, fuck off. You're heading there. And then he tells you to go there again before you even made it. Definitely immersion breaking. And all three of us are having a lot of trouble with that. But old Mr. Miles. Something that's worth mentioning, too, is that the desert has ambient... you know, background music, I guess, unless you purchase the amiibo, and then you unlock music in the desert. That's insane. And that's just rough, man. It's
rude.
As an expansive nothingness, you know, you'll get people who are trying to defend it. It's like, oh, it's just really good for like the feeling of isolation in Metroid. You know, you're alone in this desert. And you're like, shut up, shut up, shut up. This is nothing. It's just a delay.
Shut up, you fucking bitch!
It is a loading screen, if anything. You know, it's and it takes a long time because they keep bobbing you back and forth between each of the edges of the map.
didn't necessarily mind the silence though, because the soundtrack for the rest of the game struck me as like it did kind of insist on itself a little bit too much. Not too. There's like there were a couple of places again, like the ice one is the one that stands out as probably the better of any of these districts, where like they would do interesting thing with audio and sound design, and like the music would sometimes accompany the action you were involved in. But for most of them, it's like there's too much generic choir. Choir should be reserved for certain things, and walking through Tree World is not one of them. And it sort of it makes the entire thing seem more emotionally flat than it otherwise would have been, because the music isn't really reacting too much to what you're doing and to what the actual stakes of any given part of the game happen to be. Like, am I in combat? And I guess the music's a bit more insistent, but it's always insistent, so I can't really tell the difference. So going into the desert, and it's like, well, the desert's really fucking boring, but at least it sounds a bit different. I didn't actually mind the absence of music. I mind very much that they thought, we should have music here, but you should have to pay extra for it. That sucks.
Yeah. Well, so for me, I said it kind of works out in the sense the desert will just be when I read messages and I can talk easily, because we can talk candidly now in the desert. There's not going to be any problem.
On the music thing, I think I mentioned it before, but the problem that this game is going to have is just that a lot of the the music in the old games is great in and of itself. But like the memories associated with and sort of the imagery of those locations is like tethered to that music. So when I think of like the Talon Overworld Depths track, which is probably my favorite song in like any Metroid game, I am like thinking about the experience of going through it, like discovering it for the first time, hearing the music, and then just listening to it as I'm covering new areas of this world, or like the Chozo Artifact Temple. Like I associate it definitely with the Vista, because Talon 4's Overworld probably is also my favorite environment from an art direction standpoint. I kind of adore it. The sort of overcast, the rain in this sort of very lush jungle, but it's kind of dark and oppressive. I kind of adore it. But then Fendrana Drifts has got great music as well, and the depths really funky, and I again associated with, when I uncover that area, I get this new portion of Fendrana that I get to explore. It's just like, the positive memories with these locations is partially responsible for making the song stick.
Yeah.
So even if there are like the main menu, where you get the main theme for this one, it's like, it's all right. I kind of like it, but compared to Metroid Prime 2, where it's like, but you got the moody fucking intro as well, right? Like with all of the showing like the ing and all of that on the screen, and like the pulsating dark. So it's like, but that's there and tethered to that, It's like, it's just like, unfortunately, this game is kind of so lame that, like, the music is let down when it is, working and it's cool.
Yeah, I would say as much as I prefer the music in the other games, and as much as that could be tied to other things, I feel that the music worked a bit harder in this than mostly all the other elements. And it wasn't like it was running really fast in the relay race, and it's like you got to wait your team on.
Well, no, it's doing like a 3-legged race, and the other one's limp. He's just like you got to drag him along.
I don't know. The bike being added in general was already a red flag. Seeing it was like, in my Metroid Prime, like, why do I have a bike? Like, and just driving around in a big desert feels bizarre. But what did you think of the trading area for the bike? I thought that was really funny in retrospect now.
I thought it was terrible. It's kind of unreal. It's just like you enter into a different dimension to do like an assessment to prove that you deserve the bike. Like from the.
It's like, you have to get your license. What are you talking about?
I'm the fucking chosen one. I can't be the chosen one without your bike. Give me the bike. No, get your license. No. I didn't want it.
Do you have a license for that bike? And I thought, okay, so that was the first of probably 3 major areas where I have to do challenges on the bike, because why would they make this whole circuit these mechanics and then never use them again? And I honestly assume they may have planned to, but they ran out of time or something. Because I was like, what? All I'm doing is driving around a big old track, and it's like, boost into the big thing. Boost into the big thing. It's like, do you want to create maybe a race? You've got all the mechanics for it. Do you want to create more difficult obstacles? Do you want to create a thing where there's multiple challenges and I can unlock, missile upgrades if I can do a whole loop without hitting a single target, like avoiding all the obstacles. And I was like, no, we don't do any of that. You're like, okay, you've
Why
got the
not,
mechanics, you've got it right here. I'm not even sure how long it would take, like an hour of coding to just move things around for some guy. It reminds me of the Morph Ball puzzles. The most they ever get is just like, oh, go through tunnel, blast up, go through tunnel, blast up, go through tunnel. You remember the Metroid Prime thingies? Some of the hardest ball puzzles in that are just really fucking engaging in terms of timing, reaction time, dropping yourself off certain areas to then re-spider ball, and a bunch of enemies that can grab you and knock you off. You've got to be careful.
Sometimes having to jump, use the bomb. Yeah, it's cool. It's fun stuff.
And like,
this game
it's
has
a blueprint,
like
man. It's all there. And again, much like that light puzzle we were talking about, it's like, you can't tell me this is a dev time situation. It's like, you've got the mechanics, they're right here. You just got to move a couple of things around. That's it.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of crazy because again, Metroid Prime is very innovative in a lot of ways, but you can see how like Metroid Prime uses Super Metroid as a template for I mean there are even the fact that you're going through the wrecked space station, right? Like the wrecked ship in Super Metroid, and the fact that that's the area where they'll introduce you to underwater sections before you get the gravity suit, right? Like there's a lot of it's just like, come on, guys, like you have a whole these guys have more games to reference.
Yeah, the most games out of anybody previously.
At that point. And one of them was, had only just come out, was in development at the same time. They had barely anything to reference by comparison,
well, as I was saying,
at least.
They have the safest job as well, because it's been so long since a Prime game that you could mostly clone any one of the favored ones, the Metroid games, I mean, and get away with it. You could have cloned Prime 1, just switched all the names up, and people would have liked it. Prime 1, however, had to create a 3D version of a beloved series of games, and it had to do it without pissing everyone off.
A new combat system as well.
Well, it's just
first person.
Changing to 3D means like everything changes. You know how you contextualize everything. So it's just a really fucking hard thing to do, and it ends up being considered one of the greatest games ever made. So
all you had to do was make a sequel.
Well, of course, what I'm saying is cynical, because I'm like, just fucking copy it. But of course, what I would have preferred is you take it and you're like, what can we improve or add to that doesn't destroy it?
Kind of do a Metroid Prime 2, right? Metroid Prime 2 was kind of like
with the Dark World.
But that's the thing. It's like, you look at Metroid Prime 2, it's like, man, that's like a risky sequel you did there. You kind of made the game like inherently harder. You potentially stand to alienate people. You've gone for like a pretty dark tone, even though you could say that all of Metroid is a little bit more like serious. And it's like, you go. It's like I respect it and appreciate it, compared to here where they're like, oh yeah, we did that too, didn't we? I'm sure they think they did. I'm sure they think they took risks. They swung for the fences,
I wonder if they even think that, because everything about this, and it's certainly like compared to how I'm hearing the old games being, it almost seems that they were directed to take none at all. Like the motorbike thing being a pretty good example, because you're introduced and they say you must complete all 3 challenges in order to get your motorbike license. And of course, all the 3 challenges therefore have to be the easiest thing in the world, because we can't possibly take the risk of presenting somebody with a progression blocker, which is based on difficulty. And a lot of stuff in this game is like, well, we can't risk upsetting people because they don't know where to go, so we have someone who'll tell them. We can't risk the enemy types being too difficult to beat, so they're all kind of much of the same. The bosses are maybe the only exception to this rule, and like the reviving the companions is an exception to the rule, but everything else just strikes as like, we have to aim exclusively at the lowest common denominator. If even a retard can complete this game, then anyone can complete this game, and that's what we are told we want, because difficulty puts people off. It won't be as popular if some people can't play it and enjoy it. And it's not the only game that's like that.
That's probably true, because we talked about it before, but this game really almost refuses to let you get lost, which is kind of antithetical to the best of what this genre has to offer. Like, in order to get a level design on the level of Super Metroid or Metroid Prime, like, it's kind of necessary that people can get lost. And there are ways to deal with that, but yeah, in this case, like, it's basically impossible. And if it happens, The only times you get lost is because the game does a shit job of conveying like anything about what you're doing in this world,
Yeah.
like what your objective even is.
Or you're
So
so
it's
bored
not
that you
like
stop
it's not
paying
like you're
attention
trying
to it.
plot.
That happened to me a few times. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
someone's talking to me again. I'm not gonna listen. Oh shit! I knew I probably
Oh
missed
shit,
some
that mattered.
morph ball slot somewhere back there. Great. Oh, I have to go back. I don't want to.
I think it's so funny that Mackenzie's constantly fucking yapping, and then they're like, by the way, you can ask him where to go at any time. It's such a, like, why would I need to? Like, he doesn't stop fucking talking.
I refuse to. I think I accidentally hit it a couple of times. Like, no, stop it. Shut up.
Well, I'm probably misremembering it, but I think there's a sequence in the Supercut where Metal asks him where to go, and he gives him a vague answer, like, you need to explore places, and then Metal says, I think if I drive now for like a minute, he's going to actually call me with specific information, and he does it, and then exactly that happens. Like, so asking him gave you nothing, but waiting for the regular prompt gave you something, which is just like, good job, game. Excellent stuff.
I think there's only one time where I did just cheat and Googled it, but it's when you had to get, which is the, it's when you go back to the Vault Forge, and you get one of the gun type mods there. I can't. Is it the ice one? He directs you back to it.
Yeah.
And you drive in, but by this time, obviously, you've opened. Well, there's 3 towers in this place, and you've opened all of them, and you can turn left or right. And if I turned the wrong direction, I did not want to have to be going through 2 completely unnecessary towers. Fuck that. No. So I just Googled it and it said it's in Tower 3. So I just turned left and found it. But I now wonder whether if I hadn't done that, he would have just at some point told me, oh no, by the way, it's in Tower 3. Like if I had gone the wrong direction, would he have told me to go back?
I'm curious how much they have like installed within him throughout the whole game, just every single thing you need to do. I wonder how far they went. And, you know, never contextualizing it with anything witty or interesting or layered or anything that tells you about his character. It's like, no. Pragmatic every time. Okay. If that's what you want to do, it's up to you. Yeah, anything else off the top of your fellas' minds before we move on to something else?
I feel like there was something that,
Well, it's never too late, of course.
Actually, yes, it's, I've reminded. Wasn't it cool how in the Metroid Prime trilogy you would get different kinds of beams on top of, like, your missiles? They were, like, different beams that you would use regularly, that you didn't have to worry about whether or not you had enough ammo. It didn't matter, right? With the wave beam, or like the plasma beam, the power beam and all that. That was really cool. I like how in this one, all it is, the ice shot, the lava shot, the electricity shot, and it's just an alternate kind of missile, but they all share one, you know, one collective ammo set. So really, you don't actually have different beams. You have like way less beams, way less weapons than you typically have in a Metroid Prime game. Isn't that crazy?
Just not that many opportunities to make use of multiple of them as well. And unless this was just me finding the rest of the game too easy that I didn't bother. The only, because you think, well, you've got multiple element types. So a very simple way of adding gameplay variety is that you can do combos with element types. So if you freeze something and then burn something, does it do extra damage? Does it do something else? Does it explode? If you freeze it and then use a rocket on it, does it do something else? That was the only one, in fact, I found ever did do something else. If you freeze a robot and shoot a rocket at a robot, it tends to kill it. If not in one, it does a way disproportionate amount of damage at least. But that was kind of it. And you've got 4, if you include Thunder as well. This might be that I just didn't find a use case for any of the other combinations, but I only found that one combination that ever did anything remotely useful, which seems like another missed opportunity to add some relatively nuanced, or at least like comparatively complicated gunplay to it, because the gunplay as a whole is pretty shit, and that was one way of making it slightly more interesting that they underutilized.
It's all stripped back. Everything, every element that's you know from previous shit is just like, it's still here, but now it's thinner and just less, and there's less ways to use it. All a big shame. Well.
No X-ray visor, no thermal, none of that either. Never mind.
So there's just a bit of coverage I'm going to read out as to the creation of the game, right? So some of this you guys have heard, and some of this would be kind of covered, but I'm just going to read it as is, and obviously just let me know whenever you want to talk about any of this. So Based on a new interview, it sounds like Retro Studios had to make the best of a bad situation. They were given a vision to work with that really wasn't their own, and yet they still made one of the best-looking games on Switch or Switch 2.
That is a damning indictment of the Switch and the Switch 2, if that is the case.
A little bit, but it's I'm fine if the mechanics can more than make up for less graphical fidelity than its brothers in this generation, if you will. At the start of the project, perhaps due to the influence of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, we saw a lot of comments on the internet saying, "We want to play an open-world Metroid." However, Metroid's core element of increasing the amount of explorable areas by unlocking powers is not very compatible with the freedom to go anywhere from the beginning of open worlds. Thus, we thought to design a limited area that could be freely explored and have that be the hub that can connect the other areas. And then we thought that if one could move around on the bike in a satisfying way in the area, it could be a segment that mitigates the tension from exploration and paces the whole game.
Oh dear.
If that was like the core belief, then it seems like they've already highlighted why it was a fucking fool's errand. You've basically injected a whole other genre that's incompatible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of wacky. Anyway.
Mitigate the tension. A implies there's some tension to be mitigated, and B implies that you want to mitigate the tension.
Oh, I thought that's what the save rooms were for until you made them completely pointless, but you still decided to. That feels like another thing as well. It's just like, oh, you meant to have save rooms, even though we've got checkpoints. So you don't really need save rooms if there are checkpoints.
But also, like, the worlds that you explore at first are kind of sometimes scary, or you're anxious about what's going to be in there and how you're going to win and where you can save. Once it's cleared, it's yours.
Yeah,
your room
and once
now.
You get more powerful, you become more comfortable in areas that used to be intimidating.
Like the Chozo Ruins is a thing of like, whoa, like what is this place filled with all kinds of enemies, blah, blah, blah. But like by the time you get to the late game, that's just like your home area somewhat. Like that's I know this place back to front now.
Like, oh yeah, I can just come back to Talon. I got my ship, and I can get all of my energy and weapons charged. Yeah.
In the end, the game took much longer than expected to finish, and we realized that players' impressions toward open-world games had changed. Yeah, that's the problem, you see. Everyone's opinions changed. That being said, development had already been reset once before when we started again from scratch at Retro Studios, so backtracking development again was out of the question, and we resolved to move forward with our original vision. During this time, shooting games and action games went through evolutions, with an increase in game speed in particular, but taking in those changes would have made it difficult to construct the tempo of an adventure game, so we actively chose not to take them into account. Therefore, I think this game is pretty much divorced from the changing of times.
Well, I mean, yes, in a sense. I mean, it doesn't account for the improvements of time, but no, in the sense that it forgets the improvements of past times. It's also, it annoys me to no end when you hear developers and also like film people do the same thing when they say, oh, the audience's impressions of such and such a thing have changed. Like, why? It's not that it was like this inevitable thing that was going to happen. It's not that people just hate the concept of open world now. It's that so many shit open worlds have been made that have soured people on the concept because more often than not, it's a pointless addition to the game that hasn't been properly embedded into it. There's no necessary reason for it to be an open world to become less popular. You just have to identify what is it about recent open world games that have soured audience opinions of open world games and make sure you don't do that. And they said, well, opinions have changed, so we're going to just do it anyway and not pay attention to any of the reasons for opinions changing. It's not something that just happens to you. It is something as a creator you have a large degree of say in whether it applies to your game.
Well, it sounds to me this isn't them saying, "Hey, how about we let you know how we came to make this thing that is being celebrated." It's like, no, this is, hey, listen, this happened because of things that were out of our control. I'm sorry. And you're like, Sorry, I was coughing, but they go on. Well, these are a collection of different things, so I might have some crossover here, but. Partway through, the development company changed and the project was restarted with Retro Studios. However, at the time, Retro did not have the structure to make a Metroid Prime game. So first, we had to begin by making that structure. Furthermore, we outsourced some of the background models and movie creation to external companies, particularly the background data required a lot of external support. So first, we had to start by selecting those companies, and then following that, further management was necessary. The progress management staff were very helpful while considering both the schedule and quality. I have a lot of gratitude for them. I also have a great appreciation for everyone at the studio who helped make the data. And it's this kind of thing of so you guys were responsible for kind of the whole game in the sense of like you can try and pawn off like all these different challenges, all these different, but
yeah, but I mean,
you're still in control and still made all the choices, and then. You know, like,
when I start up the game, it says Retro Studios presents, or, you know, Retro Studios game.
And, like, you made the desert that fucking big. If you'd shrunk it to 30% its size, but kept the same core idea, right? Like, you fill it with crystals, the shrines, and make it connects those different areas, I probably wouldn't have hated it anywhere near as much. But, like, you made it enormous for the sole reason of delaying the shit out of me. You chose to do that, Mr. I gotta make my open world game, which, man, open world is getting a real bad rap at this point. Like, you know, I'm not some kind of big advocate for it, but even I recognize, like, I'm not gonna say they killed Metroid by making it open world. It's like, this is a shit open world engagement.
It's not even an open world. I mean, it's just an area where you have 360-degree movement. It's kind of it. It's not really what open world is supposed to entail. And I'm not convinced. If you look at the stuff that goes into what it calls its open world, all the stuff that's in the desert, it's a couple of power-ups and some crystals. I genuinely don't think it would have been breaking the budget or even breaking time budget to say, we're just going to move that stuff into the districts we've already built and get rid of the desert and the bike because we don't really need it. Like, you'd have to, I mean, the only, from what I can say, like the big development and like art asset cost anyway would be recontextualizing the Vault Forge because it's all about building the bike. But there's nothing in that desert that can't just be moved to a different place. And all you've done then is actually saved yourself the time of adding more shit to it and trying to make enemies spawn out of the ground for no particular reason. It just seems like a weird excuse to say, oh yeah, like we were stuck with it and we couldn't change it because that would have been too expensive. You might even have saved yourself some money if you'd changed it. Or made some more when more people liked the game more.
Yeah. Retro never truly got to make a Prime 4 from scratch. They had to follow an original template from Bandai Namco version to a certain extent because Nintendo had already burned too much money 2 years in, and Retro was tasked with executing on what was a flawed concept from the start. Primes 1 through 3 walk a perfect line, this is an opinion piece, of Western Eastern design sensibilities, but Prime 4 has a lot of tonal whiplash, and it's because Retro had to try and salvage some stuff from the original version. Like, that's a lot of excuses getting made for a lot of choices they got to make. I'm not sure I like this. It's like, you need to take some responsibility here and be like, yeah, I mean, who wrote the dialogue, guys?
Yeah, whose fault is that? It reminds me of when people are like, oh, EA with BioWare. It's like, oh, did EA tell BioWare to write the shit dialogue in those games? Was that EA's
like we said,
decision?
they had the material for puzzles. They chose not to make them. Like,
Yeah. Is that Nintendo's fault?
Did they get mandated for all of those fucking characters to be shoved in? Was that just like they have to? If Prime 1 through 3 are Lord of the Rings and Prime 4 is The Hobbit, and they were plagued with meddling and Retro did what they could, I don't think I agree. Like,
Nope.
and this one says, Nintendo recognizes Metroid Prime 4 Beyond feels old school in its open world approach, but says they couldn't imagine delaying the game again. It's like, well, you probably should have.
Should have. That game is
not finished.
Clearly unfinished.
Yeah, so a lot of people have concluded it was Zelda's success that's killed Metroid, when it's like, it's clearly, you know, you can say it's the design sensibility, but it's
they made. Like, I
hate to say it, there's a version of an open world Metroid game that's actually good. There's a version. I don't want to play it really, but there's a version.
Yeah, no, I'm getting a little bit bored of everybody blaming Breath of the Wild for other pale imitations of that format.
I mean, I feel like we've been over all the different elements. That it's like, you can't just keep saying Breath of the Wild did it. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah.
This is getting silly. And so to me, seeing all these posts about how it's not really Retro's fault. They didn't have the time. They didn't have the starting point. They didn't have the blah, blah, blah. It's just like, so we all agree it's a bad game. Like, that's all I care about that.
We're all willing to say that, but I mean, whatever. They had 6 years at least.
Yeah. So that leads us into we're gonna watch a video that I was recommended regarding this. Let me get you guys in the watch together first. Bet you guys didn't expect that, sitting there right now thinking, oh, wrapping up on the conversation about this game, which, by the way, I do not recommend. No point in playing it. Go play any other Metroid in the series, I guess. Even other M.
Absolutely. Like, it's just there. You got a lot of Metroid games that you can be playing. All right, a lot of great experiences you could be having. Don't play this.
So, this video is called Metroid Prime 4 Reviews Are Wrong. This game looks amazing. Like, wait a minute.
Okay.
So let's check it out. Oh, if it loads. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I think it's working now. Alright, give us what you got, buddy.
92, 90, 81? What's going on, everybody? It's Zach from Switchforce. The reviews are in for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and they are definitely beyond what I expected, but is that actually a good thing? I'm here to let you know that the low review scores might actually be the secret.
Oh, by the way, when he says low, like 8,
Yeah.
it's way too high. Like,
way
it
too
ain't
high.
low. I mean, if anything, it should tell you. It's like, dude, 8. 8 out of 10 is the average review score for Metroid Prime 4.
Well, remember, we're on the scale where Outlaws gets a 7, so it's like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah.
like grade inflation. Even these people seem to bake in the fact that 8 now counts as low because everything gets at least an 8.
I mean,
So
it is lower than the rest of the Metroid Prime trilogy, but, like, it doesn't reflect how much further away it is from all of them.
Yeah.
That actually makes this game one of the most incredible Switch games to date. So let me dive
Ooh,
into
okay.
these
Oh,
reviews
Jesus.
and why I think they're low, but what the low reviews hold that has me super hopeful for playing this game with you all. I'll be
Did you hear that?
That makes me
Super-
hopeful
he
to
hasn't
play the
played it
game.
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
He
hasn't
hasn't played
it
the
yet, so he doesn't
game, but he
know it.
just like said he's going to give us an explanation of why the reviews are this way and why they're like inaccurate on what they're saying about it. It's like, you haven't played it?
posting coverage tomorrow, so definitely check back on the channel for all of that. I'm still super excited for this game. Let me tell you, no review could absolutely crumble all of the years of waiting, all of the years of hype.
That's
all the years of
bad.
hype.
It's bad.
Right?
And also,
Bad.
yeah, this tells me something. It's like, yeah, literally nothing you can say can convince me to feel any way other than basically irrationally excited.
It's the second the Mackenzie shit happened, I went from thinking I was like neutral on this. I think we talked about it a few years back or whatever when the trailer first came out, whenever that was. And I remember saying to you, I was like, I'm fine with this. There's nothing that's, magnetizing me to it. We'll see when it comes out. But once the Miles stuff happened, I was like, oh god, is this
Yeah.
about to be a
It's like,
catastrophe?
oh shit, is this going to be a bad video game? I was not
Yeah.
prepared for that. I was not prepared for Metroid Prime 4 being bad.
No. So it's saying like, oh, I've waited forever, so you can't put me off it. Is like, that's not good, man. Like, it sounds like you're
Pretty bad.
sounds like you're a conformity gator, maybe.
We know that this game, Metroid Prime 4, started as a title card. It started as a logo, nothing more, and then it
Like everything, a lot of the time,
Well,
right?
it's just because the trailer was nothing. It was just, hey, Metroid Prime 4 exists and it's in development.
Yeah,
Which, in
It's not-
retrospect, was a mistake.
but like
They
that's not
shouldn't
even
have
that
announced it.
crazy. That's happened with plenty of games
No,
or
I mean,
plenty
it's
of
not that
projects.
unusual. Yeah.
had an apology video. The only game I've ever seen to have an apology video where Nintendo said, we're sorry, we're rebooting it. And it does seem
They owe
like
me another apology.
Yeah, you know they owe a few actually.
the fractured development has come together as a bit of a fractured game. Now, while many reviews are saying this sort of bums them out, I find this to be pretty exciting.
The game is
What?
fractured as a result of being
You find it
reset. This is
that
exciting.
It's fractured because of turbulent development.
It's rare to consider this good news, but you know what? He's a dreamer.
Because the one thread that kind of weaves its way through the more negative reviews, and let's be clear, negative reviews here means like a 3 out of 5 or an 8 out of 10. There's nothing too terribly low.
Negative review is an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
By the way, for reference, guys, this game is like a 3.
Do bad
It's
games
that
even
bad.
exist?
It's
I don't know. I don't think so. I guess everything's like good or
No.
great. That's the only options.
well, yeah. I mean, it's a sufficient budget. That's what what's her name said. is sufficiently complicated to at least be a 6 or more.
It's like the saddest legacy for that comment in that video is that she's catastrophically incorrect, but also explaining how they think, if you know what I mean. She's correct in how they think.
She is unwittingly providing insight into the mind of a games journalist.
Yes.
I mean, there's some 7s and whatnot. I guess the 3 out of 5 would be a 6. There's
Well done.
I mean,
Yes,
I guess it would be.
works.
I guess it would be a 6
I
out
guess
of 10.
because the laws of the universe decree that would actually equal a number that I didn't account for. Shit.
There's very few, if any, 10s, and there's some 9s. But
Okay.
what they say is that this feels more like a pre-Breath of the Wild 3D Zelda game than it does a Metroidvania. And I don't know, but I'm smiling. I don't know. That sounds really great to me.
So this to me, how do you explain this? It's like, hey man, we're putting out, fucking Judge Dredd. Feels a little bit like romantic comedy. You're like, I'm sorry,
I
what?
like that. That's kind of exciting to me. That's,
and that's the thing.
Already a problem, but like then the other question is, in what do you imagine feels like a Zelda game to mean? Because I didn't get the feeling of that this was like a pre-Breath of the Wild Zelda game, because those were good and this was not. So what, are we talking about vague aesthetics? Are we talking map layout?
or is it
What?
just
In
like,
what sense?
there's a Hyrule field in the middle, and then you go to like the mountain and the other place and all that. That's how this is
like,
a pre Breath of the Wild Zelda.
Hey guys, you want to play the new chess game? You're like, yeah, it's open world. You're like, what? And the funny thing
Do you want to play the new Solitaire? It's a first-person shooter.
You're like, that's, someone could be like, oh, there's ways for that to work or whatever. A crazy, wacky, abstract chess game. And you're like, yeah, but it's not chess anymore. That's a different game. But that's okay. You can make a different game.
Why are we fucking around and doing this sort of shit,
This is Metroid Prime 4. What are we doing? What do you mean it's Zelda? That's not the same thing. What do you mean? Like, this to me is not reassuring information. I'd be like, uh-oh, they're losing their identity.
I've been longing for a Zelda that does dungeons and puzzles and that type of more linear storytelling since Breath of the Wild became the biggest thing since sliced bread. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy those games. I think that they are very cool for what they do. And we talk about franchises from Nintendo getting Breath of the Wild style evolutions. Sounds like Metroid Prime 4 kind of tries to do that, doesn't get all the way there, and in some ways by trying to go...
Do you like this speculation? Like defending a game based on pieces of information he's found?
The speculation isn't even true. This is Breath of the Wild inspired. It's got the shrines in the middle. Like, it is Breath of the Wild inspired to some extent.
Oh yeah, the zombie husky corpse of a Breath of the Wild with injections of blood and DNA of a past Metroid that no longer exists. It's just this horrible Frankenstein monster. But no, how do I put this? It's just like, oh man, if you loved Lord of the Rings, but you wanted it to be more of a comedy, and you really like Hot Fuzz's action and editing, then but that's going to be in Lord of the Rings 4. You're like, what's happened to your brain?
Why are we fucking around doing this shit? Why can't we just have it be what it is?
Stop.
Forward, it goes backwards, and they're saying that this game feels a lot like a 3D Zelda because the environments are more linear, the environments are incredibly gorgeous, the environments are incredibly well designed, and the gameplay is super
incredibly well designed and super spot on. All wrong, but I guess
what he's right about is super linear. Like, oh, that's good news.
Yeah, super linear it is.
Oh well.
Doesn't sound like the lowest reviewed Metroid of all time to me, does it?
Doesn't sound like Metroid to me.
I don't care. I don't care what the reviews are across this series.
I don't even know why, when you are going through the Metroid games, like a dramatic change in the design philosophy doesn't sound like a bad game to me. Like, well, doesn't sound like it's a good or bad game. It sounds like it's not Metroid.
Right? Yeah, neutral.
Does it to you? I mean, they're saying that the reasons this game are not as great as past Metroid Primes is because it isn't as cohesive of a unit, right? It starts off with this bombastic Halo-type scene. Sylex is introduced. Some reviews say Sylex is a great foe. Some reviews say that Sylex is barely there and doesn't even factor in.
So one of them is lying, man.
One of them lied to you.
And some of them are telling the truth.
So it seems like Silex may or may not be your cup of tea, but it's the fact that the game goes bouncing different directions, right? It feels like, many reviews say, this was put together by
Bro, you haven't, just don't even make this video. You
No.
haven't played the game. You have nothing to work with.
It's such a, because that's the thing. When I was someone had made mention of this, I was just like, well, I don't really care. It's like, no, you have to see it. It's him defending the game against all of the reviews when he hasn't played it. It's like, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, how is he going to do that? It's just like speculating that the game is good at what they're complaining it does.
Teams in different eras and then trying to like Frankenstein it into one thing at release. And by all accounts, everybody says the game came together nicely. Like the gameplay is great.
Dude, this dude has like 400,000 subscribers.
How?
What
Well,
the hell?
you heard him. Nothing was going to put him off this game, which to me is like, so I'm just going to not listen to your video then? Like, what would be the point? You're not going to be able to tell me anything.
As I was listening to this, it's like this sounds like a 5,000 sub sort of
Yeah.
kind of one of those flop channels that, you know, and it's like, oh no, this is just like an established, like, okay, sure, all right.
Well, see, now I'm just annoyed because when you said April 18, do you want to come on the channel that we can do the Metroid stream? And it's like, yeah, but that means I'll need to play the game first. Now I know I didn't need to do that. I could have turned up.
Yeah,
Like,
a
all
lot of
the
people get
reviews
away
said
with it, you know?
It's kind of shit, and that makes me excited.
The world building is great. The graphics, the music, all of that is great. What they take issue with is a few specific things. Now, one of them I've already said is not going to bother me, and that is these annoying NPCs. Some reviews still point out, VGC in particular, that it's nauseating and mind-numbing how dumb Nintendo thinks you are by placing these NPCs in the game. And look, I'm not saying that I'm going to love Miles. I don't think he's a character that is necessary or something that I'm going to champion. But I do appreciate Nintendo trying to do voice acting, trying to do a bigger story, trying to...
Trying to do voice acting as though they've never done it before.
I appreciate them trying to do voice acting.
What? That's a plus, you know. You know what else? I appreciate them trying to make a game. Good for you, Nintendo. Good for you.
do more.
What does that fucking mean?
Come on, dude. Give him a point, at least.
Playable character.
This is actually perfect because, like, a lot of Nintendo fans are so, like, because Nintendo has almost, like, stubbornly refused to have voice acting. Like, you know, when you play the new Zelda, you still have to, you know, press the A button to cycle the dialogue as they go, like, huh? Mm-hmm, those sorts of sounds. And it's like, dude, that is kind of wacky, but, like, the idea that this is, like, the good alternative to that is, like, just... But it's like, oh, well, Nintendo, they don't really do voice acting, so the fact that they even gave it a try
why
is,
are we
like,
pretending
worth
as though...
complimenting, even when it's awful.
Why are we pretending as though Nintendo trying their hand at voice acting, we should expect it to be pretty bad because it's the early attempts or something, as though they're not a major studio with access to all kinds of...
Was it 2025?
I don't know, like, yeah, like, what?
We've had voice acting in video games for like 30 years. I've been playing video games for 30 years.
Whoa. So yeah, I don't know, just what a bizarre thing to say.
But I do appreciate Nintendo trying to do voice acting, trying to do a bigger story, trying to do more non-playable characters that are at least trying to be interesting. Maybe they don't succeed, but they're trying to
be
do something.
interesting.
What does that fuck mean? They made characters that tried to be interesting. Is it really not?
He doesn't even know.
That's the thing, he hasn't played it and he's saying this shit. He has no idea what he's talking about. This might be like the perfect crystallization of just how, you know, delusional people are when talking about media. Like, you'll see, you've got it explicitly. He's saying all of this without having played it at all.
And that 400,000 plus people listened to this and thought, you raise a good point. You're a person worth listening to about these topics.
With VO, they're trying to do something with recognizing Samus. They're making the game feel a bit more AAA in that.
They're trying to do something with recognizing Samus. What does that mean?
Way, and in some ways, dumb NPCs is AAA, right? But think about a game.
What?
In too many ways, yes, but that's a problem.
Oh man, it just makes sense that they would have it in a way, you know.
Game that does not have any VO like Pokemon Legends ZA, and that feels antiquated as all get out, right? That feels like it's from back in the NES days, even though that game is trying to push Pokemon forward. So I do appreciate their attempts
There's nothing
here,
innately wrong with doing that, though.
No.
I mean, I quite like the fact that Zelda characters don't speak. I like that it pushes it forward. I haven't played the ZA game yet, but like, I like the fact that in other Nintendo properties that I have played, they have made strides forward in gameplay, for example, and they've still also retained that quaint sort of old-fashioned classic Nintendo feel to them. And the characters you speak to tell you useful things only when you click on them. That's actually much better than having a character who speaks and says useless shit unbidden. More of that, please.
they failed, and there's no way that annoying Miles is going to ruin the game for me.
What? How do you know that? It's
How
like,
could you possibly know that? What if he
There's
started
no way.
shouting slurs? Would that not ruin it for you? He just
Miles,
started-
no.
He just became a racist all of a sudden. You'd just be like, well, there's no amount of that can upset me.
Now, I do see the complaints that, hey, this isn't as much of a Metroid game as it used to be, and that the sort of semi-open world created with Viola the motorcycle rolling across the Soul Desert isn't as open as we wanted. But then I saw the comparisons where they say it feels like Hyrule Field replacing Epona with Viola. Dude, you have me sold again. Stop trying to tell me that this game is not good because it's like a 3D Zelda.
If
You
I
literally have no idea what it is, and then you're like, no, it's cool because what if Samus got a horsey that she could ride on, but it's a motorcycle? Oh wow!
What if
Amazing
Hyrule
game.
Field was just an empty desert?
Yeah.
Bit of an insult to Hyrule Field.
we're getting to the absurdity of, like, to get from place to place in Metroid, you have to play Tetris. You like Tetris? That's how you get from place to place now. You play Tetris. Tetris
Tell
is
me
good.
this game isn't good. Yeah, Tetris is amazing. Don't tell me this game isn't great.
He's just, like, you kind of have to feel sorry for him in the sense of, like, oh, you're just... There's nothing they could say. They could be like, the game doesn't work, and he's like, but
And
that could be to its
you know what's
favor.
unfortunate about that, my man? I see there in the background your poster. What that means to you is very diminished by you saying these things.
Yeah.
Because when you say that you like Metroid, it doesn't mean the same thing to me. Now that I know this, essentially, you know, that you kind of almost view like all of its characteristics, all of its amazing defining characteristics as arbitrary, and that they could easily be done with. We could do without them at any moment. It's like, oh, you bought that poster? Do you even like this series really and truly, or could it be literally anything and it wouldn't matter to you? Sounds like it's the latter.
When that makes it sound like everything I want. A 3D Zelda with amazing dungeons and great puzzles and upgrades that are
Amazing
meaningful.
dungeons and great puzzles.
I like, what do you... He's just like, you can't help this man.
Within said dungeons, and a world that connects them more like a field than an open world that I have to navigate for 15 minutes and do a bunch of boring side quests. This sounds amazing. And it does do that for some sites and some individuals. Nintendo Life gave it a 9, basically saying...
They gave it a 9? Are you serious?
I mean, maybe the scale for them goes from 8 to 9 to 10, and that's it. You know, it happens that way.
I feel like the score's kind of baked in by the fact it's called Nintendo Life. Like, I would pay attention if they had given it a 1 or a 2, because that's evidence against interest. But the idea that a Nintendo Life place gives it a 9 is not a surprise.
All of this comes together amazingly, and that's kind of where I fall. I think this sounds fantastic. Yes, is it missing out on a bit of that mood from Metroid Prime 1? Sure. It does have...
How would you even know? You're just making this up.
Number one. Yeah.
And it does have some annoying characters. But they're also saying it has a frozen over science lab that makes it feel like an FPS horror game. That it has a gorgeous factory where they build these motorcycles themselves. And it has all sorts of lore, of course, as you scan everything you see. Now, I do believe that this game is going to have great moments because the boss battles are being touted as some of the best.
Okay. It's just all right then. You know, nothing can put you off, bud.
The enemies are being touted as grotesque and cool and
Grotesque?
No, that's the problem, is that they're so bland and boring.
That's not explained at all. Isn't that crazy? They're just like, oh yeah, Metroid Fusion's going on. It's like, oh, you want to like expand on that a little bit? Nah.
The enemy repetition got fucking crazy in several of the dungeons.
Well,
so
they
to speak.
keep throwing the fucking dogs at you. It's just dogs constantly.
Well, the Sarge sequence, I was just like, good God, I've killed so many robots. I'm losing my mind.
Yep.
Different. So there are definitely elements of Metroid here. This definitely is not something that's like, oh my gosh, they stripped Metroid Prime of everything that makes it Metroid Prime.
Well,
I mean, they pretty much. Pretty much. Like,
I mean, what can you say, dude? It's like, well, they have a health bar. That's like Metroid Prime. Like, yeah.
You know, it may well have the elements, but the fact that they're so incompatible with this game's goals and so poorly conceived, it's like it might as well not have any of those elements at all. In practice, it is unrecognizable.
Yeah.
I think it's really, for people that are giving it a lower score, the addition rather than the subtraction that is bothering them, right? They're adding these things that maybe they don't feel are part of the Metroid formula, but to me...
So you're saying it's just as good as Metroid Prime, but there's even more things in it, and that people don't like change, and they're wrong for disliking it, and it's going to be amazing.
Do you still feel that way after playing the game?
I'm sure. It's going to be that thing where
feel like
he completes it, loves it, and then a year later he's like, it's the weakest one. You know? Like, that's probably going to be what happens.
Why does everybody keep doing this?
They're trying to take the franchise.
Why do you keep doing that? I guess that's just how you consume media, typically. That's like the average experience. You know, and besides, people want to be happy with this shit, and I get it. It's just we need to call this shit out faster. Otherwise, you know, like, imagine this sells extremely well, and then they're like, cool, we'll make another one just like it. You're like, oh. Yeah. And then by the time it rolls out, people are like, you know, I didn't really like Metroid Prime 4 that much, but Metroid Prime 5 is so much better, and it's the exact same thing.
Actually listen to the feedback. Yeah, this is great now.
Franchise to a new place, trying to deliver something different after all these years, 18 years, and 8 years of development, trying to give us something cool. And the fact that maybe it does settle into more of a Zelda dungeon type game as opposed to a Metroidvania, yeah, that's not maybe the intent of Metroid Prime, but I think that could be a super sick result. Now, the one complaint I see that bugs me is that the psychic abilities don't really feel all that psychic or cool. There's one that does, and the rest just feel like typical Samus abilities turned purple. I think that's a bit of a bummer and something Nintendo could have definitely done better. I wish that they would have found a way to, hey, have Retro Studios make these upgrades truly unique to this planet and truly unique to the game. Obviously,
I honestly didn't expect that from him. Like, I would have thought he would just be like, they're probably wrong, and they probably don't understand how amazing it is. You know, he's like, oh yeah, that sounds disappointing. It's like, oh my god. Okay, bud. Yeah.
Why is he taking them at their word for this one?
I don't know.
With other ones, it's almost like he doesn't believe that they're correct or telling the truth.
Play it myself to see if I really feel like it's just typical old Prime gone purple. But if that is the case, that is something that definitely bums me out. But nobody's complaining about gameplay. Nobody's complaining about combat. Nobody's complaining about visuals. Nobody's complaining about bugs or loads. The only thing they're complaining about is that this game isn't what they expected. But after all this time, what did you expect? I expected something different. I expected something new. I expected something...
Oh my god, I'm so bored of it. It's new. That makes it good.
It's in the big old selection of arguments.
But
like, it's meant for kids, or
like
it's a different tone, different genre.
How does he do that, though?
Different era.
We wanted something new. I love that it's like a pre-Breath of the Wild Zelda game. Isn't that a contradiction? Oh, but it's new for Metroid, so it's all good. Yeah, that makes it new. Yeah, cool.
Broken is new.
That's not a good video game.
Something fresh. And while maybe it's not going to reach the legendary status of being one of the all-time greats, I don't think that these, quote, low review scores should scare you away. First of all, an 81 is nothing to be embarrassed about. That's still a pretty solid score. Many games...
I mean, it's a fucking great score. In a sane world, an 8 out of 10 should be like, oh shit, that's like a really good thing you've made there. But now here it's like, oh, an 8. Oh, might as well be like a 4 at that point.
You fucked up if you're an 8 out of 10.
Many games and companies would applaud the heck out of their developers for reaching that threshold. Now for Metroid Prime, where it's had insane scores, like I mentioned, 97, 92, 90, it feels a little bit low. Also see how the franchise has trended in that direction. I think there was something insanely novel about Metroid Prime 1 being this 3D version of a Metroid game, and as they've tried to modify the franchise, maybe make it a bit more accessible, adding in story elements, lore, adding in NPCs.
I'm starting to really despise the word accessible. It's like...
Yeah, kind of been ruined, isn't it?
There's this bit. There's like a meme that goes around. I know Theo has encountered it and engaged with it many a time. But it's like the worst thing that can happen for your favorite IP is for it to become popular. It'll just get fucking destroyed because there's so much melting into the big old sphere of gumbo glue that is like all media that you need to appeal to in order for it to be a thing. We kind of talked about this with so many different movie IPs. You could absolutely say this about Predator and Alien. They've been fucked, like, by, and some of it you could say is an appeal to like making them more. Well, what else do you just Predator Badlands? What was that like? Yeah, we need companions that are goofy. We need some fun. We need some adventures. We need. You're just like, what are you doing? It's like, well, we gotta make money. You're like, do you ever think that maybe you've picked the wrong IP to do this to? The reason it was successful, it kind of reminds me of Mad Max or different things where it's just like lower budget, niche focus, niche audience, pay for it, and then you get to make another one. It doesn't have to be this major multi-million crazy blah blah blah. So yeah, him saying is like, see, Metroid Prime 1 had the benefit of being novel, and since then they've tried to appeal to a wider audience and make it more accessible, as though Metroid Prime 1 wasn't extremely fucking successful with many people.
I mean, it was the best-selling Metroid game for a long time. It sold like 2.5 million copies on the GameCube, you know?
And voice acting and adding in now a semi-open world and adding in different things that try to make it more Halo, that try to make it more Zelda.
I hate it so much. It's so horrible to hear. To hear this as like a reasonable line of thought. You know, Metroid needs to be more Halo-y, more Zelda-y. Like, what are you talking about? Stop it.
It's also just offensive to the other genres that are being used as the comparators. It's like they don't deserve to be mentioned. Well, maybe Halo does now, but generally they don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as this. And yet,
no, you're right. The idea, like, oh yeah, Halo 3, Metroid Prime 4, peas in a pod. It's like, dude, just get me out of here. Get me out of this place. I can't take it.
You know, Blackjack needs to be more pokery. Like, what are you... These are different things, man. What are you doing? You're ruining both of them. We're melting it all together.
Maybe it has lost a bit of its Metroid Prime core. But at the end of the day, one thing that we've definitely said Nintendo has done so well in the Switch era is evolved its franchises, evolved its games beyond...
Well, this is a major blight on that record, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
For sure, yeah.
What we expect. And in this case, if that means taking Metroid and moving it from Metroidvania more towards 3D Zelda...
Okay, so why did we get this far into Metroid's IP until we decided this should be like Zelda? Do you know how long Zelda's been around?
Yeah, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they make Metroid, the first Metroid, like Zelda, when it,
those
released
fools.
Like a year later? Yeah, why didn't they just make it exactly the same?
It also just you should probably check yourself anyway if you start by saying if this game should stop being the thing that is so iconic that it has its own category of game, then it will be better. As it will, not many other games like Metroidvania, Castlevania, like not many games have that association, and it usually tells you something about how good the core components of it are, and those are really the things you probably should iterate on as opposed to remove. If you want another 3D Zelda game, wait till they release another 3D Zelda game, but don't make everything else a 3D Zelda game. Certainly not if it's so unique as this franchise is supposed to be.
I wonder if is he a defender of Star Fox Adventures, or does he just toe the line on that one?
Well, this argument should be a defense of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, right? It's like they made it.
It should be a defense of a lot of controversial games. Does he defend Other M by this criteria as well?
Presumably,
more
I
story,
have no idea.
More NPCs, a different mode, like making it more of like an action game. Does he toe the line on that one?
Man, like the main thing they need to do in the next Pac-Man, make it more like Space Invaders. Like, why?
The only reason I bring up Star Fox Adventures is not to speak to like whether or not it's a good or bad game, but simply to address the fact that it is radically different than Star Fox games.
Well, and the reason Nuts and Bolts, I liked it, but it ain't Banjo-Kazooie. I don't know what it's doing in that franchise.
And with something like Star Fox, I mean, you could say that its original genre, it's kind of a skin on a genre that would exist without it. Like, it didn't define that genre. It's an attempt to make a Nintendo game with a Nintendo property in a very well established genre. And it's, Star Fox was that, but that is not Star Fox. I don't think the same is quite true of Metroid. You can't have Metroidvania without Metroid.
Exactly.
So some of these properties lend themselves well to adaptation in ways that other ones don't, and also like some of these properties lend themselves to side stories or side adaptations whilst keeping the core thing intact. I mean, there's a bunch of those. There's the hack and slash versions of Zelda and Fire Emblem, I think, as well. Is it Fire Emblem?
Yeah,
Heroes?
Hyrule Warriors.
Hyrule Warriors, that's the one. And it's like, if that's what Fire Emblem was now, I would hate it and never play one. And to be fair, I don't like the recent core games either. But the point being, like, if that's all it was now, it wouldn't be what makes it good and great. The fact is, you can take an established IP and you can try new things without obviating what made that IP unique and distinctive to begin with. Hyrule Warriors is another good example of that. Like, you wouldn't want Hyrule Warriors to replace your next mainline Zelda entry. It's not like either you can innovate or you can stay the same. You can have both at the same time. But what they've tried to do in this game is to make the mainline entry the adaptation, and it's not worked. But it's not worked for a number of reasons besides the creative intent. It's also just a shit game.
Let's not forget, too, a lot of the examples we've been bringing up are executions that aren't even that bad. They're just like incongruent with their IP. But in this case, as much as you can call influences from Halo or Zelda, as much as I don't know how offensive it is to those games at this point to say that Metroid Prime 4 is doing them, but it's doing them really badly. Like, nobody would disagree with that at this point, I'm sure, because it's just so thin and pathetic. To the point where it doesn't even matter, right? It's like, oh, we're just trying a bit of a Zelda flavor. It's like, yeah, but if you don't execute it well, and it's just garbage no matter what. There's a risk, right, with your audience that are interested in a particular experience, and then you make it bad on top of that. Nice.
I'm intrigued as all heck. That makes me more excited to play the game, and I do think that the fact nobody is complaining about the gameplay, nobody is complaining about the level design or the world building, nobody is complaining about the graphics should tell you this game is great.
Isn't that just so damning if none of these mainstream reviews were shitting on the level design? It's like, right, so you guys just have no clue, no idea what you're talking about.
Well, and the combat's incredibly repetitive. They don't really have many layers to it. It's the same thing every time. The bosses offer the most change, but it's temporary and, rare.
There's just going to be some here or there, how you feel, depending on you like the decisions that they made to evolve this franchise, to take it a step forward or take it a step backwards, how you end up weighing those scales, right? Figuring out for yourself, do you like Metroid when it is more Zelda? Do you like Metroid when it's more Metroid? Do you like Metroid when it has more bells and whistles and tries...
I'm sorry, do you like Metroid when it's more Metroid or Zelda? You're like...
The fact that that's a question that you're asking.
What's wrong with you? Like, why would you say this to me?
To be Halo, or do you like Metroid when it tries to be more subdued and more quiet? Like, how do you end up...
Okay, so our three choices, more like Metroid or Zelda or Halo or quiet.
Or Halo.
Do you want quiet Metroid, Metroid, Halo Metroid, or Zelda Metroid? Like, I'll take Metroid, I guess.
Feeling on that scale will determine whether this is an 8, a 9, or a 10 for you. But nobody's saying the game's bad, and nobody's saying it has...
Hello. The game is bad. The game is very bad.
Bad gameplay. Mechanically sound, performs awesomely, and remember, this is a Switch 1 game. It is a Switch 1 game with a Switch 2 version, so I think that's super important. This is not...
Dude, you're not going to believe this, but Metroid Prime is a GameCube game.
Yeah. In fact, they've even got older stuff in the Metroid. It goes all the way back.
Metroid runs on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Wow.
That came out in 1985, I think.
Are we going to pretend for a fucking second there's a single mechanic in Metroid Prime 4 that couldn't be handled by probably the N64? Like, it would just be, you know what I mean?
I mean, maybe, yeah. Yeah, like if the graphics were really, really dialed back.
Like, fuck off, dude. It's some kind of like, we have to be careful here. The mechanics are on the shitty Switch. It's not ready for the glorious Switch 2. You're like, okay, all right. There's a huge jump where mechanically every game is improved. I see.
I never actually looked into how big anyway is the gulf between Switch and Switch 2? Because I always assumed it was like iterative as opposed to transformative. I've not played anything on the Switch 2 that looks like, oh yeah, that couldn't be done.
I mean, it's certainly more powerful, but yeah, I mean, we are well past the era of like new console generations transforming. The main thing for Metroid Prime 4 is I believe on Switch 2 you can run it up to 120 frames per second if it's at 1080p, and then 4K 60, which is like, yeah, I mean, sure. Like it's not the notion that like it being on the Switch 1 is something that really ought to be considered for like, man, this is like the best they could achieve. It's like, that's stupid. That's dumb.
Pinnacle that Nintendo or Retro Studios or anyone can achieve on the Switch 2. Yes, it's running fantastically at 4K. Everyone says it's gorgeous docked. Prefers the quality mode, it seems like, for people over the performance mode. 120 FPS, nice, but the better resolution, definitely the choice.
Or maybe that most people don't have 120 FPS television screens might have something to do with that. But because it. Yeah, like what are we even talking about here? Like, oh yeah, no, some people say they prefer more pixels, some people prefer more frames. It's like, yeah, thanks for the input, buddy. Like, I don't, like what are we doing?
True.
It's just crazy. Like 400,000 people, like, oh man, this guy's got some insights that I really need to hear, man. I need to be reminded of every time that he provides more insight into the gaming world.
I think what's become clear is this video is designed for the Metroid Prime fan that was desperate for a new entry that was going to be great, heard the news, was really fucking sad, and then saw this video and was like, I don't have to be sad. I don't have to be sad. I can be happy and excited. Yeah. We're okay. We're fine.
Pretty much. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine, but just why are you even on the internet at that point? Just turn it off, and then you'll be fine. You don't have to hear about all these people who don't like this game.
Switch 1 game that culminates that era. We've already seen how far the new era can take us with awesome first-party games introducing destruction, open worlds, and...
Bro, you need to chill out, okay? Like, I mean, Donkey Kong Bonanza is like, it's cool, but like, the idea that you couldn't find a way to get that to run on like the Switch 1, I don't know about that. I mean, Battlefield Bad Company runs on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. You know,
but we're just fucking around at this point because he listed like destructible environments alongside open world. Oh yes, yeah, that was a open world console defined by the Switch 2. What?
as if there haven't technically been open world games going like even back to the NES, depending on how you want to define an open world.
With awesome first-party games.
Grand Theft Auto 3, that's a cutting-edge video game in the year of our Lord 2026.
Yeah.
Okay.
Destruction, open worlds, and, of course, third-party prowess. But for Switch 1, this is the bow on the package. This is the seal on the envelope. This is that final...
What a shitty end.
I don't think that's true. I think that's a really
this is the last first party.
No,
it's the last first party game for the Nintendo Switch. They're done with it.
But saying it's like
the package implies it's good.
The fond farewell, to that era. It's like goodbye with a kiss. Like
Nintendo Switch with Metroid Prime 4. It's like damn.
An enormous shot. You're like, oh,
original
wow.
Switch had loads of stuff going for it. It started strong, carried on strong, sold incredibly well. There's some really good games on it. I don't think it deserves to be wrapped up with this.
Hurrah! One more massive game for a massively magical system. One that redefines...
It is a massive, massive game. What a massive game. I agree.
Man, the entire he bought all 3 of these amiibos.
Look, I got the Samus one, which
he's doing the Samus screen pose.
Mel was like, why did you buy that fucking amiibo? I was like, first of all, I wanted to see if it was true, if the rumors were true, what else it does. But secondly, I was like, it's kind of a really good looking Samus statue. I've got it next to me. It's cool.
It is, but the fact that it's associated with this game means I don't want it.
I get that, but it doesn't have to be in my head. You know, she looks. You know, that's her look. It's all good.
No, I agree. It's cool, but yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. And it did save me at one time. I nearly died and lost a whole bunch of progress, but I scanned the amiibo and I got it. Does that, by the way. It gives you a full health restock if you scan it.
Oh, okay.
Gaming. Gaming.
Industry with handheld hybrid play, and it seems like it's quite great. People have different griefs with the game depending on where they come from, how long they've played Metroid, and what they want out of it.
I like the blank expression of the Mario up there, just sort of sitting there, staring up at the ceiling.
You can't believe what's become of all of this, you know? It's rough, man. Poor guy.
And what
Just
they
have to
want
sit there
out of
listening
it.
to this
But for
guy.
me, the fact that this is Metroid mixed with Zelda sounds absolutely perfect. So we'll check it out on the channel tomorrow. Let me know your take in the comments down below.
What if we mix in Call of Duty? Wouldn't that sound awesome?
Yeah.
How about some Dark Souls? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's some point and click
Wow.
if we get that in there.
How about some Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet? What if we put a bit of that in there?
We almost nailed it. A few more games I think should fix up Pong. Should we get some Pong?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we pretty much nailed it. I don't see it. Probably just maybe just some Metroid on top, you know, in the Metroid game. Or maybe no, actually no. That's a bit silly. Actually, sorry. Yeah, we'll rethink that. Maybe some Lord of Ring Golem to finish it off. That'd be better.
Does this sound like something you're going to love, or does it sound like something you're going to hate? Are you appreciative of the direction, the change, the decisions that they made?
Comment down below. I read every comment, I swear.
You notice that it's been kind of a Frankenstein development with a complete redo back in the beginning, and they've made something that still manages to be mechanically awesome, graphically great, and level design lovely? Or do you feel like they should have just kept it strictly Metroid Prime 1? Let me know your take in the comments down below. Until next time, everybody.
Yes! You gotta comment down below.
I hate it. It's always below. It's never not been below. You don't need to tell people that the comment section is below. Everybody knows.
Comment down below.
Thanks so much for watching. That's how you make an 81 feel terrible. But for me, that 81 feels pretty great. So thanks again, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, stay positive out there.
Dude.
Love you all lots. Switch Force.
Like, come on, man.
Out.
Like, what do you... Like, oh, man. Like, oh, yeah, an 81, it makes you feel bad, but I'm going to make it feel really good. I need that.
He needs it, yeah. I guess,
like,
you know, he's managed it. He's come through. He's feeling good about it.
Oh, I've
I'm
got another
guessing-
video in my recommended from his channel called Metroid Prime 4 is insane, the best Switch game ever.
Jesus.
I don't know if that's a follow-up after he played the game, but it might be.
I mean,
Come
there's
on,
no way he
man.
thinks it is. There's no way. So that's just some nice, good old getting them views.
Yeah, because you got Metroid Prime 4 in trouble. People are so wrong about Metroid Prime 4, and then 1 month ago, Prime 4 is insane, best Switch game ever, question mark. I wonder if he's played it yet. Who knows?
Well, did he talk
the
about it
description
much
says,
afterwards?
Prime 4 Beyond is finally here, and wow, after spending hours with it, I can confidently say this might be one of the greatest Nintendo Switch plus Switch 2 games ever made.
No way. No
Hours.
way. No way.
Hours.
No way.
My God,
No way
man.
he seriously believes that. I don't buy that.
I don't know if I
Almost
can tolerate
intrigued.
watching that. I assume you guys vote no as
No
well.
way. No.
Nah.
No. I've had my fill.
Well, we got a different video to check out anyway, and I feel like chat will be more interested in this, honestly. I know that they were going to be like, yeah, watch the video. Okay, we got a different one. Ranking every Metroid game, including Prime 4. All right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I finally played Metroid Prime 4, so I decided to make a new ranking including it, as well as a couple other changes to my previous ranking. So let's start at number 15 with Metroid Prime Federation Force.
You've made a mistake already, sir. The Prime 4 should be at the bottom.
I have to assume I've not played Federation.
No, neither
Force,
have I.
but there's no way. There's no way it's worse.
I just don't believe it. No, like it's got,
No,
but it's
no
all
way.
right. Fine,
Prime's
fine.
Released at a
worse.
really bad time. Fans were desperate for the next real Metroid game, especially anything connected to Prime, and instead we got a co-op shooter on the 3DS where you play as Chibi Federation troopers. Oh yeah, and we got Blast Ball 2, which is like a discount Rocket League, even though I think this actually came out around the same time as Rocket League. Even if you try to judge it on its own terms instead of just judging it based on the reactions, it just really is not very good.
That's a weird thing to say. Judge it on its own terms rather than reactions. Wouldn't you always want to judge it on its own
The fact
terms?
that the reaction to it was negative at the time because people were just not, they were not in the mood for this as being a
It does
game that
look
exists.
quite
but-
shit, to be fair.
Well,
but
yeah, but
I'm
This is
sure
only
it
bit of it.
sucks, but it's just that Prime 4 assassinates Samus's character. Like, you know, I don't
among
know
being a
that this is
shitty
gonna
game,
prove-
like, you know,
Yeah.
multi-layered.
The art style strips away any atmosphere. What should be industrial mech suits and cold alien environments end up looking like plastic toys walking through empty sets. Worlds don't feel lived in or mysterious. It's like it's just built for objectives. And mission design
sounds
relies
like Metroid
heavily on
Prime
having
4.
a full squad. Like, solo play is slow and tedious because enemy health and encounter pacing assume multiple players. Even with others, combat feels stiff and basic. It just never lets you improvise. The biggest problem is that nothing here really feels like a Metroid. No sense of isolation, discovery, and the rare moments when Samus actually appears it doesn't even make the game better. It's just a directionless game that released at an awful time, like I said, and doesn't really have anything going for it. Like, but it's just really not a game I'd really ever want to go back to. Like,
so many of those criticisms,
yeah,
I mean, they're kind of applicable, are they not? I mean, with the
I would say
exception of
so.
Samus turning up late, almost everything else he said there applies to 4.
I guess Samus does turn up late, in a sense, not at all, in Metroid Prime 4, but, you know.
Blast Ball was the best part of this. Number 14, Metroid Prime Pinball.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why this is really in the list, but at the same time, I'm sure it's better because it's a pinball game.
I mean, if it is a functional pinball game, it's better than Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, this isn't really fair. If you had Metroid Tetris, Metroid Chess, or whatever, and you're like, well, it's not as good as Metroid Prime, you're like, but it's what it is. It's pinball. Like, I don't know. It's not really fair.
So when I first made this list, I actually had Pinball last, but thought about it more and I decided I think I actually get more enjoyment from this than Federation Force. Like, yeah, it's a simpler game, but it's a fun experience for what it is.
Oh, are we doing the Alana Pierce thing? It's a simpler game. Said as if it would justify it being worse than Federation Force.
It has to be worse because there's less things, and that means it's worse. You know this.
Not even know this exists, and I honestly don't blame you because I never see this game talked about. In the early to mid 2000s, Nintendo was just obsessed with making pinball games with their popular characters, like Mario used to be addicted to this game.
Wow, that's probably the worst Mario game because it's pinball.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yeah.
I don't, this is just not fair.
Pokemon Pinball.
Wouldn't you make a pinball list of this, you know, not, like, why? It just feels so weird.
Well, yeah, why are we including it here? I don't know that this is what people were looking as part of the ranking, you know. Technically it's a Metroid game, but you know, what are we doing here?
And of course, Metroid Prime Pinball. It is literally exactly what it sounds like. You just use a morph ball as a pinball on Metroid Prime themed stages, and it's fun if you like pinball and has a lot of
The pinball game is pinball, and you use the ball from the morph ball as the ball for the pinball, and it's good if you like pinball. Man, thank you so much for including it on the list.
fan service and fun ideas, but novelty only carries a game so far. Well, the tables are...
Well, it's pinball.
Not fucking novelty.
Novelty of pinball.
lovingly built. The experience is inherently limited just by the genre. Like this,
I hate this so much, dude.
Pinball experience is limited by pinball.
The pinball experience can't go much further than pinball.
Nick will cry if he heard all this.
Yeah, has Nick got a review of Metroid Prime Pinball? He should, if he's a true pinballer. Yeah.
One more open world in my pinball.
this is a series known
Can we have a bit of Zelda in our pinball, please?
for grand adventures, and then you just have this.
Oh, come on! You have grand adventures and then you have pinball. It's a pinball game. You know, when I went to the arcade and played pinball, I was kind of annoyed. He didn't get much beyond pinball.
And I think that's why Prime Pinball sits at the bottom for me. Like, it's enjoyable, it's not a bad game, but it's just a simple time waster. I'm glad it exists, it's kind of funny that it exists. This is one of the few games in the series that doesn't take itself seriously.
What is the point of this? This is so mean to the pinball game. Like, it didn't deserve this.
But when we talk about the games that define this franchise, like it's really hard.
When we talk about the games that define the franchise,
we don't talk about the pinball spin-off game.
How did you write this? How did you record this? Come on. Did you guys know that Metroid Pinball wasn't as big of an impact on Metroid compared to Prime and Super Metroid? Isn't that crazy?
To rank this any higher.
Okay.
Number 13, Metroid 2: Return of Samus.
Man, you need to
Still not hit Prime 4. Yeah.
No Prime 4? Really?
Okay. Well, Return of Samus is next.
It's one of those games that was just severely limited by its hardware. Kind of game where the idea of it lands more than the actual gameplay.
Well, you know what? Prime 4 wasn't fucking limited by its hardware, was it?
and it was dog shit.
Makes you wonder.
On modern hardware with save states and backlights, you can appreciate the structure even if it obviously was very basic, but on original Game Boy hardware, this was like spelunking with a dying flashlight. The most distinct thing about The Return of Samus is how it feels, but that doesn't automatically make it fun. The loneliness, the descent, the sense that SR388 is actively rejecting you, like that part works perfectly in the game, but the problem is the Game Boy just
and isn't
couldn't
that crazy that they were able to achieve
Yeah.
that on a Game Boy, an original Game Boy?
His footage
it's not
alone
really
should
worth
tell
anything.
everybody of what they're seeing. It's like, good God, did you make this on a calculator? Like, that's incredible. You got all of
the
this out
answer
of
is
it.
basically yes.
Yeah.
support the idea very well. The environments blur together, not because it's clever or atmospheric, but because everything looks the same. Like there's only
Okay.
Oh well, I'm sorry that they couldn't make it look more varied on a calculator. You know?
so much they could do on the Game Boy. The evolving Metroid forms are really cool, especially in concept, and it is one thing that the game does really great. But even there, the fights are just repetitive. Like, it feels like you're fighting.
Man, imagine playing a game with this repetitive fights. That would be nuts. I'd hate that.
Nah, no such thing.
Oh, that's something I meant to mention. The fucking random encounters in the desert with the enemies. They're on a spawn timer of like 1 minute, and they just send it to you because the devs are like, "Are you bored? Here, have this." And every time I'm like, "Leave me alone. I don't care about your stupid random enemies that respawn all the time." I know the devs sitting next to me being like, "Whew, that was close. He was looking bored. We saved that. Thank goodness."
The same enemy again and again, just with slight tweaks each time. As an actual play experience, time has not done this any favors. There's no map, no visual landmarks, and the pacing is just a grind.
Again, I've seen people say that an almost an interesting aspect of Metroid 2 is that you might want to create a map on paper in order to, like, I think all I want is a greater acknowledgement of what this game is as an accomplishment, given when it came out and the hardware that it was on. And he's talking about it almost like it's just like, it's kind of like, like it's fine to not rank it super duper high, but it's like, dude, come on, like, can you show a little bit more respect?
The grind. Navigation isn't.
Oh, sorry, grind. You know what we'd reference, right? It's like, oh boy, the very deliberate grind.
No, I hate grinds. Not like the time when I have to go find all these crystals in a massive desert.
Oh man!
In order to progress.
Skill base, it's just like remembering which identical screen you come from and hope you don't miss a tunnel. I would not recommend this as anyone's starting point, and honestly, I really wouldn't recommend playing it at all unless you're actively trying to play every Metroid game.
But you would recommend the pinball, just briefly. So, should the pinball not be higher then? Oh!
I can respect this game for what it sets up, but if I want to play Metroid 2, I'm just not going to play this version. Like, either play Samus Returns on the 3DS or another Metroid 2 remake. Because those games actually take the concept of this and make it actually good. And again,
I'm sorry, that's so rude,
make it
man.
actually good. Yeah. God damn, dude.
It's like Tennis took Pong and made it actually good.
that's not to say that this game is like awful or anything. It's just too limited by its hardware, and it really brings it down. Number 12, Metroid for the NES.
Yeah. Okay.
Prime
Holy
4
shit.
still floating ahead. Holy shit. 1987, right? You gotta bear that in mind when seeing this shit.
A lot of the criticisms I have with Metroid 2, I still have here, but this is better hardware than the Game Boy. It still isn't saying much.
That's so unfair. Like, a game automatically gets a higher score if it's just on more advanced hardware. That's so fucking unfair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Replaying it today requires a special kind of patience that just does not come naturally for most people. The repeated room tiles are confusing. It's like the game is just trying to get you lost. I played this after I got into the...
It's trying to get you lost.
Bro. Come on, man.
Series through Prime. And
well, yeah, and also, obviously we're focused on Metroid Prime 4, but I mean, it's what Other M has not appeared yet as part of this ranking.
Oh my
either.
shit, yeah, Other M isn't even in here, you're right.
Returns, and it was just really frustrating. It's an NES game, so it's very light on features, and it's often just not clear where you're supposed to go next or what's actually a dead end. And I think
that's never happened in a Metroid game intentionally at all, to take you places that end up not being where you need to go next. That's just crazy. Why would they do that? It's not like a core staple or anything.
I think there was a map or something with this that came with the original NES version. I could be wrong, but this game came out way before I was born.
Oh well, I can't judge it according to the context of its release. It can't involve anything that I don't perceive on my emulator.
Can't judge a game that, along with another game, created an entire genre back in the mid 1980s on an NES. Like, nah, it was kind of frustrating. Like, all the areas look kind of the same. It's just kind of, when they're like talking about it as if it isn't what it is.
And I played this on modern hardware. Dying and respawning with almost no energy left is cruel, mission management is clumsy, and combat feels like wrestling underwater compared to how fluid Samus eventually becomes in later games. But even with all that, the one thing I can say about the original Metroid is that its tone was really amazing for the time, and still not bad by today's standards at all. You really do feel isolated, and that's kind of what Metroid is supposed to be. I just really can't put this game any higher because I wasn't a big fan of it personally. Maybe things would be different if I was around when it came out, but I just think that the Metroid series has progressed so far past this point.
I think the Metroid series is definition. The first game in the series that came out 30 years ago.
You know what?
Well,
I think you might be
improves over
on point.
It's just lack of engagement. Why even make a video if you're not even prepared to engage with the substance of your video? Try and put yourself in the mind of someone who was experiencing this for the first time in 1987 or whenever the fuck it was. It's a really interesting experience because then you see how much like imagination fills in the gaps left by technology, and like how much promise there was in its early vision that made this thing popular to begin with and made video games like the biggest industry of all entertainment industries. There's so much fun you can have by trying to imagine yourself at the time this comes out. You can't just say, oh, well, I wasn't alive, so I don't like it.
Well, yeah, and to say if I'd grown up with it, I might have like I can rank it better. It's like, so your ranking isn't based on like what the game is. It's just if it came out at the right time and if it was on the right technology. Disappointing.
Yeah, sorry, 40 years ago, Metroid Star. I forgot. Yeah, 40, not 30. 40 years ago.
One of them new games.
Much closer to half a century than not.
11, Metroid Other M.
All right, there it is.
I mean, the conversation obviously was like, was it better or worse than this? I'm just amused by how high Prime 4 has gotten.
I know it's probably going to stir up a lot of controversy in the comments with Other M. It's a game that feels like it almost works, but it doesn't really work. The core combat system, the dodge into auto-aim counter shot, like actually feels decent. When a fight is flowing properly, Samus moves quickly and responsively. Enemies telegraph attacks in ways that reward timing, and landing those dodge shots actually feels satisfying. If the whole game leaned into the style of fast, aggressive, close-range combat, it could have been a pretty good game. The problem is that the game just constantly interrupts itself. The force switch into first-person aiming isn't smooth. It stops the fight dead while you stand in place like a turret.
This feels more substantive than all the other ones.
Because he was alive when it came out, so he has opinions.
That's probably it, yeah. He has opinions.
Hoping you don't get hit. It's like the game wants to be a third-person action game and a Prime-style game at the same time, and neither system supports the other. It just feels really repetitive after a while. And then there's the level design. The environments are technically varied, like there's a desert, jungle sector, but they just feel flat.
Dude, so many times where if you just take the visual away and replace it with Prime 4, and it's just one-to-one, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Rooms often feel like they exist for the encounter design and not as spaces that would actually exist in the universe. There's no real atmospheric buildup or any sense of discovery. Bosses are a mixed bag. Some are great, like the Queen Metroid fight, but others just rely on gimmicks and just waiting. Also, we got to talk about the story a little bit because it's just...
I mean, I would appreciate some lines about like why, but you just said Queen Metroid fight as though...
That boss not very good.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's like, okay, thanks for the image, I guess. That was useful.
It's really weird here. Like, there's the authorization system, which just pretty much destroyed Samus's character in this game.
Well, hey, hang on. You can't... Are you gonna mention that then with Miles and the chip? Because that is similar.
We'll see. We'll see. He did say it's in here.
Absolutely no sense. Other M has ideas, some of them good, some of them not good, but the execution is just so messy, repetitive, and just way too stop and go to ever feel smooth. In recent years, I've seen a lot of people come to support this game. And listen, if you like this game, I'm not here to argue with you and tell you the game sucks. Like, this is just how I personally feel about it. I didn't think it was that good.
Boring.
Yeah, own it. Own it. Just say it sucks.
I also haven't played it in a very long time, so maybe if I go back to it, I'll change my mind. But I hope you can understand why I have it low on this list. Number 10, Metroid Prime.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Now, I played the demo for Hunters, and I thought it was pretty fun.
I know a lot of
It was,
people
it
that
was
love
kinda,
this
it was
game.
kind of cool. Yeah, I've heard good things about it.
Ouch. Sorry, chat. I know there's going to be plenty of you in here who love this game, probably. Odds are, so...
Well, and I'm sure it's better than Prime 4.
There's no chance Prime 4 beats this. No chance.
Hunters tries to be a full shooter on handheld, and in some ways it actually pulls that off. The stylus aiming is bizarre at first, but once you adjust, it's fairly snappy and accurate. In terms of pure aiming precision, it might actually control better than dual-stick shooters from the same era. Movement is quick, and swapping weapons works well, but the campaign suffers because the level design just isn't built like a Metroid game. Every area feels like an arena or a hallway leading to an arena. Like, it feels like there's no sense of mystery or exploring a planet. There's no distinct landmarks, texture, or environmental storytelling.
I mean, that is the reality of the game's production, though, right? That's the...
Yeah, that's what as I understand it, it was essentially built for its multiplayer, and then the single player was kind of built around it, like comprised of its component pieces.
Kind of feels like multiplayer maps converted into missions. Enemy encounters don't
But
really
I mean, again,
evolve.
this feels like another instance of you need to appreciate that this is like an early 3D game on a handheld. This is 2006. When did the PlayStation Portable come out? 2005, 2006? Like,
I can't remember.
you know, this is early. This is like early for 3D on a handheld.
Well, and just with those limitations, how did they manage to create a game that, you know, like what problems did they overcome, sort of thing, instead of just sort of saying, like, it doesn't achieve the things that I like the most about other Metroid games. Like, okay, what does it achieve, though?
Most enemies either rush you or just stand still and shoot. You figure out how to handle them early, and the game doesn't build any meaningful variations. And then the bosses repeat a lot. So instead of adapting to new patterns, you just end up grinding the same handful of encounter types over and over again. Now, the bounty hunter rivals are the most interesting part. Each rival is basically a different playstyle and weapon gimmick, and learning how to counter them is the closest the game gets to strategy. But without online play, those encounters don't have the mind game aspect that made them special. They're just kind of mid-tier bosses in rooms.
Well, so if a game has online that's really entertaining and engaging, but no way to play the online, then that means the game's bad, I guess. Not really fair.
Are we going to talk about the online?
That look like every other room. I never actually got to play the online mode, and this was an early DS game, so
that's not fair.
Yeah, and if the online is no longer playable, then you kind of there should just be a big asterisk for this entirely. It's like you kind of literally cannot like judge it.
There's a lot of games that support ends, and as much as that sucks, it's like, but that's just not. You can't then, all the coding effort and all the creative ideas is like they're out the window now because you can't. I mean, it would be like if the only way you could play a game is pirating it, and so you're like, well, it's a bad game. Like, what? Why would that mean that?
Could have only been so good anyway. I don't hate the concept, and I think
it could have only been so good anyway.
Oh,
all right.
That's a bit lame, but alright.
The online Metroid game. This game was just trying to do too much on just very limited hardware. Number 9, Metroid Samus Returns.
Man, really?
Another one.
Put Metroid Prime 4 above Metroid Samus Return.
Oh, man. Well.
And from this point on, I think all these games are great. I think the top 8 are...
Oh, God. So Metroid Prime 4 is great.
Great? Jesus Christ.
Fantastic games. So this is really where it became difficult to rank these. I even think if I replay some of these games, things might even change. But for now, I have Samus Returns at 8.
Yeah, man. Replay Prime 4 a year from now. Do it.
Yeah, please.
Hurts to do so because this is the first 2D Metroid I really got into. The movement is tighter and far more deliberate than the older games. The aiming is full 360 control instead of fixed angles.
You need to chill, all right? You need to chill out. The older games were designed around the movement systems that they had.
Well, yeah, it's the comparison in a way of Resident Evil has this conversation a lot, where it's like, take Resident Evil 4, for example, the tank controls, it's like, oh, that needs to be fixed. It's like, but the game's difficulty and engagement environments are built around the fact that you are controlling via tank, so it's like...
Just like the old Metroid games are built around the fact that you do not have a 360 free aim. You have a, diagonal aim. Like an 8-directional aim. They're built around that. They're designed around that. The enemies are designed around that. That is how the game works. It is different. You can argue that you like it more. There's obviously strengths to having 360 aim, but the older games are built around that. You know, Metroid Fusion, Super Metroid, like they're built around that.
and it makes the combat flow just so much smoother. Then there's also the counter move, which is very interesting. However, that being said,
This is the counter move. It is interesting. Anyway.
Well, hopefully he talks about the fact that it can get a little repetitive because it is like a reliable way to win fights. But maybe you will.
the counter system can also make combat repetitive.
Oh.
Many enemies are
go.
designed
All right.
specifically to be countered, to the point where the games expect you to counter constantly. In short sessions, it feels great, but in long stretches, you start to feel like you're doing the same action over and over just to move forward. It's satisfying, but it becomes a rhythm that's just too predictable. The map design is solid, but very segmented. Like, you unlock one area, clear out Metroids, move to the next area, repeat. The loop is structured, which makes...
Man, I can think of a
So-
Metroid entry with a really, really segmented map.
I mean, segmented and linear, because even though it is segmented, right, like you take out this many Metroids, then you move on to the next level. It's like, yeah, but on that level, you've just got like a big space that you get to explore. It's not like if you pull up the map in this game, it does not look like the map in Metroid Prime 4. Not just because it isn't 3D, but because there's obviously more branching paths.
Makes progression clear, but that structure also makes the game feel linear compared to something like Super or Dread. You don't really route the world, you just...
Yeah, like, just okay. I don't see how we could possibly be saying these things about this one and then ranking Metroid Prime 4 above it when it is considerably more linear.
follow it. The Aeon abilities are mixed. Scan Pulse is extremely helpful for learning how 2D Metroid maps are built, especially if this is your first time really playing this type of game, but it also removes a lot of discovery because it instantly highlights breakable walls and hidden paths.
If a Miles got on the radio
Yeah.
against your will and started telling you stuff rather than a feature that you could just choose not to use, which, you know, you can talk about that. You can. It's just that I'm almost like not willing to take any of this seriously until we see where Metroid Prime 4 ranks, you know?
Well, and what he's
Like,
going to
I don't
say
know,
about
I
it,
feel like
obviously.
Yeah.
It's good training wheels, but once the training wheels come off, you kind of notice how much the game expected you to use them. Where Samus Returns shines is in the last quarter. Enemy variety improves, the Metroid fights finally start evolving in meaningful ways, and the tension ramps up. The final battles and ending sequence hit hard, and you feel a mission reach its conclusion. Of course, this is a remake of Metroid 2, so some of the fundamental issues come back, but this is just so far beyond.
Oh. So far beyond, so I'm guessing.
Say that again?
The original version. Number 8,
Yeah, they
Oh,
are,
they're-
finally, okay.
So think about all of the games that have been ranked below Metroid Prime 4, including the original.
What has he got to say?
Metroid Prime 4. So here's the game most of you clicked on this video for. Like, if you watch my original ranking, this is probably why you're watching this video. Metroid Prime 4 for the past couple months has been very controversial. When the demo came out, a lot of people were worried that this game wouldn't feel like Metroid. The psychic abilities, the open world, Miles McKenzie.
What was that?
There was definitely reasons to be concerned, but I went into it with an open mind, and
Okay,
Wow, good
Well
on
done,
you.
yeah.
You went into
So I
it with
guess-
an open mind.
I hate that shit, man. It's like, how many times we had, like, you went into it, hated it. Like, yeah, okay. Let's see what your open mind gave you.
McKenzie.
What was that?
There was definitely reasons to be concerned, but I went into it with an open mind, and I really enjoyed it. I know it's at number 8, but that's just because the top 7 are all like 8.5s and above, while I feel like Prime 4 is like an 84. It isn't a perfect game, not by a long shot, but like I said,
Yeah, no, the rest of these are like an 8.5 or above, and this is like an 8.4.
Fucking hell, man. So what? There's a 0.1 difference between something like this and something like
This is
Metroid
the
Prime.
next one.
Jesus.
I had a
see.
lot of fun with it. The combat feels really good, the visuals look nice, even though I know a lot of people don't like them, and I actually really like the designs of the areas, which
You want to expand on that?
Elaborate.
I think
What's
they
the
look
point of
nice.
saying that?
Everybody else doesn't like them. So what? Who's right? Are you or them? Oh,
Yeah,
it's just my opinion.
Give us anything more? It's like, nope.
feels sort of like Zelda dungeons. It's not a traditional Metroid game if that's what you're looking for, but that also doesn't make it bad. I feel like
Okay, but tell us
Oh!
if it is good
Oh
or
my-
bad and why. Instead, most of this is just what other people have said so far.
a lot of people knock this game for being different, but I don't think that makes it a
Oh!
bad game.
Oh, what a
no,
cool
no,
opinion
no,
you
it-
got there.
Mock it for being different. Mock it for being shit.
Man, you know what? Just because something isn't something else doesn't mean it's something different or else or bad. You know? Anyway, subscribe.
I think it just makes it not a good traditional Metroid game. It's definitely on the more linear side.
Man, it's weird how you didn't say any of this for Other M. It was just like, nah, fuck that shit. But then, like, with Metroid Prime 4, it's like, well, no,
You gotta
just 'cause,
understand,
it doesn't make it bad.
Compared to a lot of other Metroid games, but I thoroughly just had a great time with it. The open world
Okay, tell me why, man. Like, I don't... It's just... Move to the interesting parts.
was pretty boring, even if Viola's fun to ride around on. There isn't a crazy amount of backtracking, so for a lot of people that can be...
Oh, no.
There's too much backtracking.
Are we about to
You-
argue that it's so linear and so limited in backtracking, it's actually more entertaining than the ones with lots of backtracking?
He might.
Even though the crazy amount of backtracking in this is all empty. You know, going from one side of the map to the other, back to the other, back to the other, is just fucking empty. And they force you to do it for no reason. You gotta highlight some of this stuff, right, Mr. Knows Metroid back to front?
Had a great time with it. The open world is pretty boring, even if Viola's fun to ride around on. There isn't a crazy amount of backtracking, so for a lot of people that can be seen as a positive, and I do have...
I would say there is a crazy amount of backtracking compared to what the game is. You know what I mean? Like, if you said, well, there's more backtracking in Metroid Prime, it's like, I mean, yeah, technically, but there shouldn't even be backtracking in Prime 4. Meanwhile, Prime 1, there's like, they justify the hell out of it. So, you know, it's like a ratio, I guess.
Just on its own terms, that argument is not an argument for an 8.4 game. It's like, sure, this huge, massive chunk of it's really boring, but on the plus side, you don't have to do it more than once. Like, that's
Yeah.
not a good thing. Like, you're making a criticism sound like a praise, and you shouldn't be doing that.
Viola's fun to ride around on. There isn't a crazy amount of backtracking, so for a lot of people that can be seen as a positive, and I do have to bring up the hint system. In all honesty, I don't hate it. Definitely did save me some time, if I'm being honest.
Kill me. It's over. We've lost. The game, the war is over, chat. It's over. Mackenzie was useful. Okay? You need to calm down. He wasn't that bad. He actually helped. The example he's giving here, by the way, is one of the most frustrating ones for me in the game. This is the one where
This is when you, as soon as you get in, and then you even have an opportunity to open the map and look at it for yourself, he'll butt in and then open the map against your will and start walking you through it.
I made the mistake of, when walking into this room, looking at and scanning things and being like, oh, so that's like a... I remember thinking to myself, I was like, that looks like a doorway that I'll end up at, but we're not there yet. So I'll have to go to this elevator. And then he fucking bugs you and tells you all of that. And you're like, thanks, man. Why did I even bother?
But I do think it would have been better if there was an option to turn it off.
Oh, come on! He's like, it's worth turning off, but I thought it was helpful. It's like, I don't think you can have both of those. Come on, tell me what the experience was. Why hasn't he been critical at all? There's so much wrong with the game.
I didn't really mind the characters, except
Jesus.
for
Oh,
one specific part very late in the game, where they kind of get in the way. You probably know what I'm talking about.
he's talking about this moment?
What, do you mean like the final boss battle? He's not singling out a specific
Because this
character as
isn't
being
that
annoying.
late, right? Like, this moment.
Well,
I
no,
mean.
it seems like he's not singling out any character as being bad for the writing, but rather that the characters existing in gameplay is annoying at certain points.
He's
But
got
yeah,
a very,
if he's talking about this sequence, which I assume he is because he's got it on screen,
yeah,
this isn't that late in the game. This is like, past halfway. For
yeah,
sure,
just
but...
halfway sort of thing. So, listen to that again.
I didn't really mind the characters, except for one specific part very late in the game, where they kind of get in the way. You probably know what I'm talking about. I actually like some of the NPCs in this game. Even Miles McKenzie, like, yeah, it feels kind of ridiculous to have in a Metroid game. It just made me laugh a few times just how much of a Marvel wannabe he was.
Guys,
Oh, and this is good?
And this is positive? He's saying it like it's positive.
we've not just lost the war, we've lost the future war. It's done. Yeah, he's a Marvel gumbo, but man, isn't that fun?
Not even a Marvel Gumbo. He's a wannabe Marvel Gumbo. He's not even full Marvel.
He can't even
worse.
achieve that prestigious title. Oh,
Like the part when he had his machine, whatever it was, and was like, whatever its name was, meet Samus, Samus meet whatever its name is, that just made me laugh, if I'm being honest.
Oh,
that only deserves sounds.
I really liked View 995. I also do have to say that this game is pretty
Oh, okay.
quick. I completed it in about 12 hours, so if you're not trying to
fortunately, I don't
100%,
think it's quick at all. It's kind of long by
It's-
Metroid standards. it
Again, it's
feels.
ratio, right? It's like, how long should it take you to beat the first level of Pac-Man? You're like, oh, I got 10 out of it, 10 hours pretty quick. You'd be like, what the fuck? In this game, I'd be.
No, I get you. Yeah, I get you.
It's like, yeah, you know, it's pretty. It's just like there's nothing in this fucking game to justify this.
And it's not going to take you that long, but I would still highly recommend this because more than likely you'll enjoy it.
Highly recommend.
Okay. Okay, all right, yeah, sure.
People who hate it. There are plenty of people who hate it. And I think that some people are just being a little dramatic. Like, I'm not saying you have to like it, but do you really think this is like a bottom 3 Metroid game?
No, I think it's a bottom 1.
It's bottom 1, yeah.
I think the pinball
worst
game
one,
destroys this. It's not even close.
I'm sure it does.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I just don't personally see it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's how that goes. All right, next up.
Number 7, we have
3.
Metroid Prime 3, and I think it's a great game, but I do think it's the weakest of the trilogy. It mostly comes down to how it shifts the series priorities.
Well, right, but how do you weakest of the now it's 4.
Yeah.
So
it's the.
I mean, I guess he doesn't think it's the. Now he thinks that Metroid Prime 4 is the weakest of the quadrilogy, I guess.
Yeah.
Prime 1 and 2 trap you inside a single world and let mystery build slowly. Corruption spreads the experience across multiple planets, NPCs,
wait,
and more.
hang on. How can you be saying this about Metroid Prime 3 and not mention that once in Metroid Prime 4 when it is in effect not only the same thing but worse?
Way worse. Yeah, it's got the worst of both worlds of Metroid Prime 3 and 1, right? Like
it's just weird. It's like, yeah, Metroid Prime 3 is pretty good, but I kind of don't like that the levels are like segmented. It's like, what? Why are you saying this? Like, but you didn't say this with Metroid Prime 4.
If we're concerning ourselves with Prime 1's got like a big world that intertwines and 2, and then Prime 3 has got solid worlds, but they're much smaller, and then you travel between them. Like, well, Prime 4 has extremely linear, separated mini parts of one world. Isn't that just the worst? And I know that he's ranked it below them, but he didn't mention this as being a big problem.
He didn't mention it, which is strange. Because again, Metroid Prime 3, I think most people tend to rank it as the weakest in the trilogy. Because usually everybody says 1, but some people say 2, I can see that, you know. Whereas with 3, it's like, you know, it's good. I like Metroid Prime 3, but it's just funny that he's just leading so negatively about Metroid Prime 3, and there was none of this energy for Metroid Prime 4, which is just massively worse. It's not even close.
Like, instead of more environmental storytelling, like uncovering what happened, you're more told what's going on. I know I might get a lot of hate for this, but the Wii pointer controls are actually something I really liked in Corruption. Aiming is fast and precise, and it gives combat a fluid motion.
Will you get hate for that? Is that a hot take?
I don't know. What do you think, chat?
Chat,
I played Corruption very briefly, so I don't have a good detailed take on that.
My first experience of the Metroid Prime trilogy was with these controls, because Metroid Prime trilogy was the Wii game got ported to the Wii U, so that was my first exposure.
That the first 2 games never had. The grapple lasso is also one of the smartest additions. It just makes the game so much more satisfying. Boss fights also lean into this direct style of combat. Hyper mode, in theory, adds tension by tempting you with power that can kill you if you overuse it, but in practice, it turns a lot of fights into go into hyper mode and unload. You're still making decisions, but the game expects hyper mode so often that it sometimes just flattens the challenge rather than make it more difficult. Where Corruption drops off compared to the first 2 is in exploration and atmosphere. The planets are cool individually, but they don't feel like one interconnected world until you grow.
They literally aren't.
They're not, yeah. So,
like, if anything, you could maybe argue that that's the benefit, that like the space pirate world is like just kind of radically different, or that it's like there's not even a need to try and justify, compared to like Torvus Bog, Aegon Waste and stuff. It's like, I mean, these kind of feel like they exist in the same world, and someone might go like, oh, it's a bit. It's like, dude, just like have the conversation, but I guess we're not going to get that here.
To understand.
And also, again,
objectives.
How we saying all this about, why is the tone so negative for Metroid Prime 3, but this didn't exist for 4, when 4's got plenty of, like, 4 is worse in like, with regard to these criticisms.
Well, and it felt like a lot of Prime 4's coverage was, people say this, and I disagree. People say this, and I disagree. Like, well, what do you think? What do you think of the pros and cons? You didn't really tell us much about the cons, honestly.
So more than charting your own path. The constant radio chatter and NPC interaction also breaks some of that quiet isolation.
Yeah, what? Where was
Wow.
this?
Wow. Bro, come on. Okay.
Does so well. It's not that it's not atmospheric, it's just like a different kind of atmosphere, if that makes sense. Like, it's less focused on mystery. And while the game still feels like a really great finale to this trilogy, it doesn't stick in my mind the way that Talon 4 or Aether do. I like Corruption a lot, and I really do hope it comes to Switch or Switch 2 because, like I said, it's still a fantastic game, but I definitely prefer quite a few Metroid games over it and the first two Metroid Prime games. Number 6, we have Metroid Fusion, and this is a different kind of Metroid. Instead of wandering through a giant world and slowly putting the pieces together, Fusion pushes you through a sequence of challenges with a very clear sense of direction. The navigation rooms straight up tell you where to go, and for most of the story, you follow instructions.
I don't understand why he's saying these things like negatively for these games when none of this was present for 4. I don't get it.
What game did he play? Like, what Prime 4 did he get? I just don't understand.
Follow instructions. That sounds restrictive. I know I've talked about this a little bit in the video for other games, but it's not a flaw so much as a different design goal here. Fusion wants more tension rather than just complete freedom. And for some games, I think that's a flaw, like if that's not what they're intentionally trying to do. But here, I actually really enjoyed it. The moment-to-moment gameplay is
What if I intend for my game to be shit? It is.
Exactly, yeah.
great. Samus moves faster than Super. The movement just feels so much better. Bosses are a highlight.
Oh,
Like
so
there's
much,
Ceres, yeah.
Why can't you praise it without shitting on the older ones? Can you please do it?
Yakuza, Ridley X, Nightmare. This legitimately has like some of the best boss fights
we're just not going to talk about why they're
Alright,
good.
yeah.
Just name them and that's it.
in the entire series. The SAX sections are smartly handled, not because they're scary jump scare moments, but because they make think about your options. Like, this is something that we've seen in a lot of games, like Resident Evil has had something like this, where like when you see a certain enemy, you can't actually beat it, so you just have to retreat. The game doesn't overuse these encounters either, so when it happens, like your brain immediately shifts into how to escape. That gives this kind of a survival horror pacing the other 2D entries don't have. So I really love Fusion, but going back to something I said wasn't really a flaw, with the exploration freedom, like you don't get to choose your route for most of the game. Like, the world is designed in a very specific way. I prefer the more open style from other Metroid games.
Why do you like 4? Why does it sound like you
Yeah.
like 4 so much?
All we're learning about this, the praise of other games, or the criticism of other games, just like, what happened with 4, buddy? And the fact that he said this is probably the one that you're in the video for, and it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I can appreciate this on its own, but I could still prefer something else, because I know someone's probably going to say I'm being hypocritical about that. Still really
I mean, just, I'm just listening to you, bud, that's all.
fantastic game, and I highly recommend this because this is a game a lot of people just haven't played. Now we go into my top 5, and we're going to start with Zero Mission. If someone is new to 2D Metroid, this is probably the one I'd tell them to start with. The movement is smooth, quick, and a little more forgiving. The game's progression is paced almost perfectly, and every item solves a problem you just encountered, and then every
But like, how can you put Metroid so unbelievably low,
Yeah.
and then say this about Zero Mission when Zero Mission is a remake of Metroid? You know, like, obviously, I would understand why someone would rank it higher, but like, it just, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make much sense. Like, oh yeah, man, Metroid, oh man, it's kind of like a bit. Oh, I don't know about that. Zero Mission, which is literally based on it, it's like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. It feels like they should be closer together on your list.
and then every new area feels like an extension of what you already know. And remember, this is a remake of the original Metroid, but it just does so much more. Like it completely overhauls the original. Combat is simple but clean. Boss fights are readable and fair.
Are these the upgrades, or is he just saying this is the case anyway?
Kraid, Ridley, Mecha Ridley.
I wish he
All
said
of-
more.
Okay, well, those images came and went.
About learning patterns rather than just simply reacting. The game also doesn't inflate enemy health or slow down the pace just to pad playtime. Like, that can be an issue in a lot of Metroidvanias where it just feels like it starts to drag on and they just give some enemies way too much health to the point that it just gets frustrating. Like, I don't feel like this game has much of that at all. And then we gotta talk about the stealth section. Losing the suit changes how you play without changing the core mechanics. Like, you're still doing the same things, but you just aren't able to brute force anything. Like, these aren't these massive sections of the game, but it does change how the game feels. Like, I really love this game, and I love when developers do something like this where they take an old game or a game that may not be the greatest now and just completely revamp it, because the original still had a lot going for it.
Good.
Yeah, they call that a remake.
And saying it as if it's like a very unusual thing in video games to remake games.
But we've got a lot of those. They're around. We might even be in the most popular era for remakes as well, but alright.
But it was just too limited, just like with Metroid 2, what that did. So why is it at number 5? Like, I think this is a game that has pretty few flaws, but it is very streamlined. Like, almost every...
So we've got Echoes, Prime, Super Metroid, what's the...
And Dread.
And Dread,
Those
okay.
are the only ones that are remaining, so it's a fight between those ones.
Which, to an extent, I wouldn't mind anyone placing them in any order, really. Because you're starting to get to... I mean, obviously I have my preference, but at this, you know, he could place them in any order and probably give a fair justification somewhat for your own experience.
room is designed to be understood quickly. Compared to something like Super or Dread, I just prefer the style of those games more. I think this has less replay value, but for what it is...
I mean, thank fuck Prime 4 wasn't in the top 5, eh?
I really love
That
Metroid
been,
Zero Mission. Like, this is
one
one that you should try out, even if you're not a big Metroid fan, because I think this could definitely ease you into the series. For number 4, I have Metroid Prime 2 Echoes.
There it
This
is.
is probably the most demanding game in the Prime trilogy. The Dark Aether health drain, the beam ammo system, and the save zones are all mechanics that force you to think before moving. On your first playthrough, this can feel punishing, but once you learn how the game wants you to approach rooms and plan routes, it becomes one of the most rewarding gameplay loops in the series. Traversal is more strategic than in Prime 1. Like, you're constantly managing position and timing during Dark World segments, and map layouts are built around playing smart, not just moving efficiently. When you go to Sanctuary Fortress, the game essentially turns into kind of a puzzle box. Like the magnet rails, moving platforms, multi-layer arenas, especially once you get towards the end of the game, like, it just gets so creative. Boss fights here are more technical and, in my opinion, some of the best in the series. There's Boost Guardian, Spider Guardian, Quadraxis.
I only said this a couple of
Can
times
you talk
now.
about them, please?
Yeah, like, you need to...
Stop listening, talk about them.
And you don't even have to do it for long. Just give me a... I mean, 23 minutes to talk about, you know... Sorry, how many games including pinball are there? It's,
15, right?
yeah, you're allowed to spend... You could do a half-hour
You're allowed
video,
to talk
honestly.
about it a bit
You could
more,
go crazy. You can spend 2 minutes per game. I'm okay with that.
And it really fully utilizes like the 3D structure here. After Prime really started the series off, it feels like they were able to experiment a little more with this game being 3D. But there are definitely flaws in this game. Pacing is the main one. Like, Echoes ask patience from the player, especially with the late game Sky Temple key hunt, and that can slow momentum pretty hard if you're not already tracking
Why were we
item
not
hints.
talking about? Why
Yeah,
we,
see-
you didn't talk about the green crystals.
For
so...
a second there, my brain was like, yeah, I think I agree with that. And then my brain was like, but hey, remember the Prime 4 review in this? I was like, oh, fuck, yeah. Dude.
It's tainting it all.
Come on, man. What was that about?
Some enemies are too tanky early on before beam upgrades, and Dark World traversal can feel slow until you really get used to it, but the highs of Echoes are just extremely high, like especially in Sanctuary. So while I think some games that I have lower than this have less flaws, I just feel like the highs of this game carry Metroid Prime 2 to number 4 on this list for me. Number 3, Metroid Dread. I actually had Dread at 2 last time, but after replaying...
Oh, yeah, alright.
Okay, so you had Metroid Dread either beating out Super Metroid or Metroid Prime, or maybe even if it's number 2, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
4 on this list for me. Number 3, Metroid Dread. I actually had Dread at 2 last time, but after replaying the next game on this list, I moved it up. It's extremely close, it can still change in the future though. But I just feel like this is just peak 2D Metroid.
Man, that music just sort of just barged in there, huh?
I mean, if you think it's peak 2D Metroid, then it should be above Super Metroid, right?
Is that what he said, peak? Because, yeah, it has.
I think he just said that.
We've got one more 2D Metroid to rank, so it's got to be above it.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll roll it back.
This list, I moved it up. It's extremely close, it can still change in the future though. But I just feel like this is just peak 2D
But
Metroid.
wait, that was strange.
What?
No music, all of a sudden.
Yeah, like I said, it
music
just barged in. I don't know. I think he made a mistake on the
Yeah.
timeline with that one, but no, yeah, he said it's peak. Okay, that's strange.
Everything about this just takes place of the modern hardware. Like, think about it. Before this game, the last 2D Metroid we got was in 2017 on the 3DS, so very outdated hardware.
Not. I mean, yeah. You think about
Oh my
it. The last
God.
2D Metroid came out 4 years before this.
Hang on,
Why is he saying it like it's some
Motherfucker,
dramatic amount of time?
he's gonna rank Super Metroid as the highest 2D, but it said like, you know, granted much lower tech back then. You're like, that was on the SNES, man.
Yeah, like unfortunately, your logic kind of ordains that Dread should beat out Super. Like his because the main things he's complimented is the more technology, you move faster, you can free aim, and if those are the criteria that we're using, then yeah, by your logic, it sounds like Dread should be beating Super Metroid.
Man, it's such,
Which if you want to argue that, I'm not gonna like.
I wouldn't rank it like that. I really like Dread, but I mean, obviously it feels like the top two has to be a battle between Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. But if you want to fight for it, we'll see. But
I just need him to
I guess
understand. Could you imagine saying, I love Resident Evil 4. I might even consider it the best, but when you compare it to like Resident Evil 8, it's on outdated hardware.
Such a lame non-argument.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean at this point?
Yeah.
Here, Samus just moves perfectly, like inputs are tight, animations feel tuned for responsiveness, and obviously being in Metroidvania, like the sliding, flash shifting, wall jumping, quick ledge transitions, like this whole moveset just feels perfect here. Like it feels like you're just keeping momentum as you go. Like it never feels like it's slow. The enemy zones define the tone of the game. They're not horror set pieces, but do definitely make you feel pressure. The tiny counter window that feels impossible at first, like isn't cheap difficulty. It forces you to stop relying on panic and instead move with more intent. When you learn how to read these encounters rather than just reacting to them.
I'll have you know, David Jaffe has some significant criticisms for this game, okay?
Dude, he was so big mad. I remember it was like because it was there were tiles on the floor that he didn't realize that he could shoot and destroy. Even though I'm pretty sure that in that area they were like pretty clearly telegraphed. I don't quite remember exactly, but I remember it being really funny.
I've got the image in my head, like I remember what it looks like, and I remember just thinking to myself, like, what's wrong with this man?
Well, it's pretty funny because that criticism would apply to all of them. Like it applies to Super Metroid as well. It has these sorts of tiles.
Do you remember the clip, right? So to explain for chat and I guess Platoon as well, I forget what game he's playing. It's newish, but it's like a puzzle game, and he's looking at a piece of paper, and it's got what looks like almost numbers on one side, or letters, or whatever, and on the other side, it's kind of the same thing. And he's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? This is fucking nonsense. And then I think someone in his chat, or he Googles it, says, you're supposed to read the number as though you can see the number on the back from the front. So do you understand? You get like half of the number 4, and the other half is on the back. So if you remember what's on the back, you can read it fully. And he like processes that, flips it, reads it, understands it. It's like, that's stupid. That's really fucking stupid. What a stupid puzzle. Oh.
Game gets a lot better, in my opinion, quite a bit easier. And then I've talked about bosses in other games, but they're once again just fantastic in Dread. Experiment number is E57, SQ, Kraid, Ravenbeak.
Okay,
Stop doing this.
We're not.
You keep mentioning all the bosses just by name.
Okay. They are cool bosses though. I mean, it's a great
sure.
game. It is. Metroid Dread is really cool.
What does it rank for you?
Well, bearing in mind that mine is incomplete, I haven't played every single one. It's just pretty high. But I think I would put Metroid Prime 2 above Metroid Dread. I think I really like the atmosphere. So I will say something that probably is like the notable failing in Metroid Dread is the soundtrack does not stick in my mind really at all. It's fine, but it doesn't really jump out. So that's I really like the atmosphere of Metroid Prime 2, and I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of is what he said. It's like there are some frustrating aspects of Metroid Prime 2, but it does like try to do something that I think is pretty ambitious and cool, and I feel like it's worth respecting. It like that earns. It is kind of a risky sequel in a sense.
Do you put Pinball above or below that?
Well, I haven't played Pinball, so it could easily be my number one.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
These fights just test whether you can stay like locked in. Map design is more structured than Super, but it's extremely cohesive. Every shortcut that opens up feels intentional, and the game keeps the fast pace by reducing dead time.
Sorry, what did you say it was? It was super cohesive, but it was then Super. Hang on.
You can stay locked in. Map design is more structured than Super, but it's extremely cohesive.
Map design is more structured than
It's more structured, but cohesive.
It's more structured. What?
I don't think that makes sense, my friend.
So
no.
Based on what you've said, Metroid Dread must rank above Super Metroid.
He's only made reference to how it's better than Super Metroid.
You can stay locked in. Map design is more structured than Super, but it's extremely cohesive.
Also, I don't know what that means.
More structured but cohesive.
But extremely cohesive.
They're both structured. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Metroid Prime 4 is structured.
Yeah, like it's. I don't.
I've just never heard more structured but cohesive. All
I don't
right.
even know what he was trying to say. Like, what word could you swap and make that sentence make sense? I don't think.
More.
I'm guessing cohesive is the word that he has misapplied, but I can't think what he meant to say instead.
I don't know.
Every shortcut that opens up feels intentional, and the game keeps the fast pace by reducing.
Every shortcut feels intentional?
No, I suppose all those accidental shortcuts that people put in their games. I mean, sometimes that does happen, but it tends to be because there's a huge fucking bug and you clip through a wall and win.
But we're talking about Metroid here. Like, these games very
Sequence
typically
breaking is
they're
always
built
I mean,
with
that's just a part of it.
built with very deliberate shortcuts, but also sequence breaks. So it's just like, that's a weird thing to say. All right.
Reducing dead time, just very little wandering just for the sake of padding. Where Dread falls slightly short of number 1 is an atmosphere variety.
It falls short of number 1 and 2. Right.
Oh, wait a minute. Has he?
Oh, is
Because he
this
said
a
that there was
repeated?
a prior list.
Hang on.
He did a prior list. So
You
did
can't
he
just reuse the ranking if you change it.
and then
That
changed
makes
the rank-
sense.
Changed
That's
the
it.
ranking, but kept all of the same dialogue,
Yes,
and it would explain
yeah.
why Metroid Prime, like all of these references to problems in other Metroid games that are way more applicable to Metroid Prime 4. Ah, there we go.
So what
okay.
just to be clear, chat, what he's done is he's re-ranked the games, but he just used his old review and switched them. So now you listen to his rank 3 and he's describing it as a rank 2.
Ironically, that makes this structured and not cohesive.
And the game keeps the fast pace by reducing dead time, just very little wandering just for the sake of padding.
Wait, so now that means his number 2 is going to be fucked as well. His number 1, it depends on what the order
falls
is.
slightly short of number 1 is an atmosphere variety. Areas can blend together visually, and the soundtrack doesn't hit quite the same iconic tones as.
Wait, no, we can figure this out. So this would have been number 1.
Super Metroid.
Yeah, well, because this was placed above Super Metroid with all the references so far,
He
but it
said it
didn't
was the
hit number.
best 2D.
Yeah,
He's talking about it like
peak.
his best 2D one. So
He said peak,
yeah,
so that means
Super Metroid
is
would now be number 2.
Now be number 2, and Metroid Prime will be number 1. Yeah, which means
alright.
Metroid Prime was always number 1. So Super Metroid's rank is going to be weird if he didn't re-record it.
Earlier entries, but I still think it's really good here. But in terms of pure just playability, Dread is the most satisfying 2D Metroid. It takes the things super built, pacing lessons, Zero Mission refined, and the tension fusion introduced, and just merges them to like the ultimate 2D Metroid. Besides Zero Mission, if I had to
the ultimate
The
2D
ultimate
Metroid.
2D
Anyway,
Metroid.
Super Metroid is better.
Come on, man, that's lazy, dude.
just
Yeah, it
one
is.
2D Metroid to someone who has.
And it's fun to be
Or
like,
do you
yeah,
think-
my
do you
ranking's
think that he
updated,
just,
you know?
Or do you think it's just as simple as because most people, right? It's Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. So I wonder if it was because people were like shitting on that choice, and then he just gave up and switched it.
It's a bit lame, yeah.
Hasn't played Metroid before, it would be this just because it is more accessible, obviously being on the Switch.
Wait, I don't know if I would say that I would recommend this as your first Metroid game. I mean, number one, this is like the last chronologically, and there is a degree to which, for something like Samus Returns, it's like, yeah, they share a lot of like core mechanics with Dread making improvements that might make it a bit trickier to go back. I don't know if I would recommend this as your first one.
Yeah, because I understand that there's a balance of you want someone to hit like earlier in the development of the timeline of the IP, but you simultaneously don't want them to go so early that they get put off. So
yeah, something like that. So I mean, Metroid Prime is like a really good one to recommend as a starting point. Super Metroid.
I mean, Super Metroid, Metroid Prime are also the best ones. So it's like, yeah, but yeah.
Older Metroid game might be difficult for someone who didn't grow up during that era to really get into. This game only came out a couple of years ago, and I think that if you're even slightly interested in Metroidvania games, that you should give this a try. Number 2, Super Metroid. Like I mentioned with Dread, I recently replayed this. I was just reminded of how timeless and amazing it is. A lot of people were really unhappy about Dread being higher in the left.
Oh, dude.
Okay, yeah, so it is that, yeah.
So people yelled at him and he changed the ranking.
And he...
Man, that's like the most interesting thing you can say is that Super Metroid is not the greatest 2D
one. If you want
one.
to say that Metroid Dread is better, you are entitled to do that, and you should own it.
Yeah, fight for it.
You should own that choice.
A lot of
make it
people
more
were
consistent because, like, surely this one is also limited by its hardware. And
that's what we were
therefore not
saying.
as
It's on the
good.
SNES for fuck's sake.
But it's Super Metroid, so he knows that he needs to. He just knows because it's Super Metroid. It's
unhappy about Dread
legendary.
So disappointing. We believed in you, man. We believed in you.
With Dread, I recently replayed this. I was just reminded of how timeless and amazing it is. A lot of people were really unhappy about Dread being higher in the last video and told me I'm wrong, so I can't wait for people to now tell me I'm wrong for having it above Dread. But remember,
I think you'll find
my
less people do it.
God.
Super Metroid is, you know, it's kind of iconic for being the greatest game of all time, along with, yeah, there's other selections as well.
neck and neck for me. Like, there's no one correct opinion. This is just my personal experiences with all the games.
Wow, you say that as
video
though that's not
essay.
normal,
It's just-
and thus I want to know what you think is the correct opinion on certain things.
Every
Tell me.
video essay video ever says this, and it's so unnecessary. I know
Just
it's your
translation,
opinion, you're sharing it.
please leave me alone.
Yeah, leave me alone. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. Like, well, of course they are. I mean, they can't stop you. Like, why do you need to say this?
Games. So this is one of the most important pieces of game design like, ever.
Oh, did we just...
Oh, God. Yeah, we're back. See the music.
That's why
yeah,
the
that's
music... We've done it. We've cracked the code. The music kicks in because that's the old recording. It's the
Yeah.
Why did you go to the effort to re-record the intro, not just the...
No, he wanted them tasty views because Metroid Prime 4 is out, so he needs an updated ranking, and this was just the easiest way to do it.
You couldn't even... That's so lame.
There's no one correct opinion. This is just my personal experiences with all the games. So this is one of the most important pieces of game design like, ever released, even today. There's no tutorials, no objective markers, no...
Okay, wrong. There are tutorials. There are several. They're
Yeah.
all just... They're all contextualized. Like, you know, when you trying to learn the wall jump for the first time in Super Metroid and they have a bunch of animals represented in front of you, you can't go like, well, that's not a tutorial, that's an animal. Like doing this, you're like, oh, okay.
It's such a good tutorial that if you're a bit silly, you might not even realize it's a
Yeah,
tutorial.
yeah, that's what's actually happening. So good job, Super Metroid. You made him think there were no tutorials.
Mm-hmm.
dialogue telling you where to go. The world itself teaches you, and the level design leads you.
I mean, there is dialogue. Samus tells you essentially where she's going and what she needs to do.
Well, there's some really explicit dialogue at certain points, right? Like the intro and when you die.
I mean, yeah, like the I don't know why he's saying it like this. Yeah, like what? Okay.
Like before your movement, like it's just a masterclass of game design. And while this didn't start the Metroidvania genre, obviously its predecessor did. I feel like this is really where Metroidvanias were really fleshed out. Like it showed how great this genre could be.
You know, you could have just said it popularized the shit out of it, and it created conventions that will go on to. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like he was hard to commit there. He was like, hey, it's very good.
It's easy to say. It's like massively influential.
Yeah.
The movement in Super is slower than some of the newer games, but that doesn't make it bad. I really do like.
Oh god. Oh.
I'm trying to think of if he said something that contradicts that previously. I feel like he has. I feel like the oldest ones were given criticism for this.
His entire premise of praising the 2D Metroid games has generally relied on the movement being faster.
And it being on old tech.
Fusion, he said it for Zero Mission, he said it for Dread. He even said it for Samus Returns, even though I ranked it relatively lower. Unfortunately, his logic has led him to his former conclusion, which is that Dread is the best 2D Metroid.
Right, yeah. I'm still looking out for that in this.
Like how it just doesn't even teach you the moves, like you just like learn as you go on. And then there's the atmosphere, because this may have the best atmosphere in a 2D Metroid game, and that's really impressive considering this is on 16-bit hardware. Like Zebus doesn't feel...
I don't like that statement.
He needs to stop saying that, like as if that's the be-all and end-all of like, the technology.
It reminds me of that thing I sent you the other day. Some of you in chat might have seen it. There's a streamer who's recommended by his chat to play Terraria. He boots it up, and he says, "What the fuck? This is a 2D game? You guys expect me to play a 2D game? What the fuck is wrong with you? How are you spending hours on end playing a 2D game?" And it's just the most like, oh...
Yeah.
People say the same thing with black and white films as well.
Yeah.
It's like, how culturally deracinated do you have to be to not see the value in these things?
It's just ignorance. It's through and through. It's just embarrassing. It's like, oh dear.
I feel like it was made for Samus to explore. It feels more like a place that already existed before she arrived. The music is great in the background. Rooms are just designed perfectly here, and it's not like a set piece. The combat feels smooth here. The pacing is great. But the reason it sits at number 3 instead of...
So lazy.
Oh
my
whoops.
god.
Tell us, why does it sit at number 3?
But the reason it sits at number 3 instead of 2 or 1 just comes down to the feel of it. Like, once you've played newer entries, like especially Dread, going back to Super requires a lot of recalibrating. Like the slower acceleration, the stiffness of aiming on a single...
You just said it being slow is not necessarily a bad thing. Well, but now it is. Oh, man.
axis, and the occasionally big map progression does take adjustment. It's not worse necessarily, but as someone who also didn't grow up during this time, it doesn't immediately click. Like,
oh, he's doing that shit again. If I were bored when this came out, I might have liked it, but oh well.
It definitely feels a little bit dated, but foundationally this game is just nearly flawless. Like, I think the only flaws for me are more like gameplay quirks, like things I mentioned. And I totally
the only flaws are in the gameplay for this game. Well, I guess, you know. Oh, well.
totally understand having this top 2. And for me, it nearly was, but...
That's really funny. Why did you re-record this? Lazy.
I think I just preferred the top 2 games more. And now at number 1, maybe seen as the popular pick.
Oh, did you even see Metroid Dread flash there on the screen before he cut it? So...
Oh, no.
But I think I just preferred the top 2 games more. And now at number 1...
See?
Yeah. Poor fella.
Yeah.
Seen as the popular pick, but I'm going with Metroid Prime, specifically the remastered version, because it's literally just a better version of the original. It just feels like Metroid at its most complete, like visually, mechanically, atmospherically, structurally. This is the game that brought Metroid into 3D and into first person. There's just so many new things this game did, and the scan visor is one of the greatest mechanics in any Metroid game, because it shifts storytelling from narration to more context. You learn what happened by noticing what was left behind.
Hey,
like
come on. You need to not be saying stuff like that. Like, the notion that, like, the only way that the story was being delivered in the older Metroid games was through the narration at the beginning is just not true.
I also, like, you know...
There is a story.
This is my boy, but just, like, be careful on praising it in ways that imply the other games failed. It seems to be a thing he does.
Yeah. Yeah,
like Metroid Prime is built on the DNA of its predecessors, hardcore. It's an amazing achievement, but, you know...
Like, I love the scan visor. It's great. I like that I can scan things and get, like, the story through that. But the notion that, like, the only way that the story was mainly being delivered in the other games was not through the environment was like, I mean, when you're, like, on Zebes and you're, like, exploring it and you find Chozo ruins throughout it, I mean, what does that tell you? You know what I mean? Like how are you not gleaming anything from that?
You mean gleaning, right?
Gleaning, yeah. I think have I been saying it wrong all these years?
I think we had this conversation on a different EFAP. It's a fair mix. Gleam and gleam. Gleam is when it's like shining.
I thought we had it for Death Knell when I said Death.
That's
Nail.
another one we've had.
Oh no.
Sheer experiments, carving, abandoned data terminals. Movement is deliberate, but it never feels sluggish. Combat is about controlling distance, prioritizing targets, and managing beams and visors. Boss fights are structured around understanding patterns. Like, there's just so many great ones here.
Is there such a thing as a boss
teaches...
fight that isn't structured around patterns?
I'm trying to think. I was having the exact same thought. It's like, is there a boss fight that has nothing to be considered on patterns?
No.
I'm struggling. I'm running through a bunch of IPs in my head, and I'm like, no.
But it doesn't have to be. I mean, you can't. Well, can you randomize anyway? Is it even possible to have like a genuinely random boss encounter?
Enemies in video games are pattern based because they're not in real time. They're not conscious. They can't change. They can't do novel things constantly. They have to. An interesting thought. Most of the time, it's so
deliberate, but it never feels sluggish. Combat is about controlling distance, prioritizing targets, and managing beams and visors. Boss fights are structured around understanding patterns. Like, there's just so many.
Yeah, almost every fight would be around. I might even say, all fights are going to be somewhat pattern recognitions, just seeing how something shoots and where it shoots or how it does damage and stuff. So
yeah,
bit of a redundant thing, but
the pattern more than in some other. Like, you can make it seem more random than it really is, but underneath everything, even randomness will typically be pattern.
Yeah, as someone just said, like, if a boss changes patterns each round, would that still be pattern, like, of changing patterns? Like, kind of, yeah. Like,
There's
are
a
noticing...
meta pattern and the sub patterns that you have to memorize.
And by the way, I said it's like it's not a living thing, so it can't even do it, but even with living things, we recognize patterns, right? That's been trying to counter them, so... Yeah, it's just a weird thing to say.
Great ones here, and each one kind of teaches something new. The world layout is nearly perfect too, like areas loop back into each other in ways that make the planet feel whole, like Chozo Ruins into Magmore, into Fendrana, into Mines, and back. The game rewards
You're
memory.
just saying them.
Yeah, you didn't really do any analysis there, but I don't disagree. I just would have wished you gave more than that.
And just understanding where you are. And then the remaster elevates the visuals and has some quality of life updates. Many people consider this to be...
Whoa. Did his voice just change a bit there? Or is this re-recording maybe?
And then the remaster elevates the visuals and has some quality of life updates. Many people consider this to be one of the greatest games of all time. Some people even have it as the greatest game of all time. And it's for good reasons. Just a masterclass in game development. Like every single thing this game does, it does pretty much perfectly. Like I really like the other Metroid Prime games, but I feel like the atmosphere here is just the best. And I'm really glad this game was remastered for Switch because while it did so well for a Metroid game, there's still a lot of people who couldn't play it, and it's not a very accessible game since you weren't able to play it on Switch until the remaster came out. So hopefully more Metroid games get this treatment. And that's the ranking. If
not a very accessible game until it came onto Switch is kind of a weird thing to say for me, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I guess if you can't get a GameCube, yeah,
or a Nintendo Wii for the Prime trilogy, or if you had a Wii U for the Prime trilogy as well.
Fine, though I will say, like, you know, I don't think it's considered very unethical considering how, you know, like, emulators are very widespread now, and Dolphin is like one of the greatest emulators ever made at this point, if not the greatest.
If you watch my original ranking and watch this all the way through, you probably really enjoy my content, so be sure to subscribe.
So it's just channel my Captain America, old man Captain America.
I don't think I will.
If you're not, and also give this video a like. I didn't change up too much here. I just wanted to change a couple things. Like
you didn't change enough.
Changed more.
Yeah, you should have changed more.
There were a couple spots on the ranking I wanted to switch, and I wanted to give my opinions on Prime 4. I made a few videos about it, and it is a game I thoroughly enjoy. Like,
well, yeah, but you didn't really... Okay.
As you can tell. Now, over time, things can change. It's still pretty fresh in my mind. I don't think it's going to change much on this list. Maybe in a few years, if I replay it, I'll think it's better. Maybe I'll think it's worse. But I think...
You'll definitely think it's worse. I guarantee it.
8 is a good spot for it, where it's like a middle-of-the-road Metroid game, since just so many of these games are super high quality. I also have a couple other Metroid videos, even if you've seen my ranking. If you want to see how long it takes to beat all the Metroid games, or if you want to see the biggest issue with every Metroid game, be sure to check those out, and also consider joining my Discord if you have any other video ideas, or just want to talk about video games. Thank you for watching Domainy, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, well...
Bye then.
By the way, chat, look at this fucking thumbnail. So, underrated is like, okay. Super Metroid mid? Metroid Prime overrated?
Prime overrated. It's like, so you're just fucking around here. You're just trying to bait people. That's what you're doing.
Oof. Naughty boy. Well, we've learned a lot about Metroid Prime 4, huh? Do we stand in the minority, I guess? I don't even know. I know that it's controversial, but we think it's pretty bad.
I'm not sure. I guess it's hard to tell what I know that because I think speedrunners really don't like Metroid Prime 4, right? Like speedrunners for Metroid games.
I've not heard, but I can imagine.
Why.
Yeah.
Well, I remember seeing a clip. It was like a dude who I think was like a Metroid speedrunner who was visibly very bored about traveling through the desert. I was like, yeah, I would be too, especially if I was trying to speedrun it. But
well, yeah, because how do you can't improve that? Like, what are you going to do? You know, there's no skips for that. Unless, I guess, they find a way to just, you know, fucking launch across the whole map.
The crystals as well. It's going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah. So,
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a bad game, though. And I think the most that you would get from people, from a lot of people would be like, yeah, maybe it's not a great Metroid game, but it's still like a good game. That's like a much more, I assume, common take. But hopefully there'll be more people who are just like, no, it's just kind of not good at all, like in any respect through any lens.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking disappointing. I guess that might even be my pick for most disappointing thing of, because I was trying to answer that question. For other stuff.
No, I think it might be. It might be the most disappointing. It's certainly competitive.
Well, you know what? Before we head out, there's one more thing, and it's gaming related. I'm just curious for your reaction, if you've seen it or not. And chat, you can give your reaction as well. We got a 20 most iconic video game characters of all time. Now, before you say anything, How should I reveal this to chat, do you think? Should we go from 20 to 1?
I think we've done this, haven't we?
Have we done this? Because this I feel like is a new one, but different, if you know what I mean.
Man, this looks really similar. Like I'm actually 100% certain that we've looked at this one before.
We've
You know
definitely.
why? I know why. It's the number 2 Mario, number 1.
Well, now you ruined it.
I haven't ruined it. I didn't say who number 1 was, but I'm sure we've done it before.
We might
Yeah,
have. We've definitely. Well, because ones we
big
did
thing we
before
took away is that
involved
there were
Joel, and I
Baldur's
don't mind
Gate.
saying this one doesn't have Joel at all. So
No, but what I recognize is that there are Baldur's Gate 3 characters on it, and I recognize that.
I would have said that's evidence that we haven't done this.
No, I think it's evidence that we have, because I distinctly remember that being the case.
Chat, do you
I hate
remember us
to-
doing
I-
one with Baldur's Gate 3 characters? And if so, we can skip this. Or I guess we could talk about it a little bit, because I still think it's funny.
We could still talk about it for sure, but I'm confident that we've done this. Because yeah, BAFTA. Yes, I remember this. Yes, 100% we've done this.
Well, it's been shared recently
Sorry.
again. So,
Maybe they do a new one every year, and it's just mostly the same as the old one.
possible? Well, in any case, number 1, because everyone's discussing it, so it's worth us just jumping in, I guess. The number 1 is not Mario, even though it obviously should be. Actually, who do you think is in the running to take on Mario?
Pikachu.
Pikachu, definitely, yeah.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so. I think if we're being serious, it would only be between those two. Because any other character you could point to as being popular, it's like, yeah, but we're talking about like actual ubiquitous
Well,
recognition.
to be fair, iconic, right? So if we're going strictly with you see them and you know exactly what they represent, I think that Pac-Man should be in the running as well.
Yes. Yeah, I'd grant that. And someone might say Sonic. It's like, I don't know, actually. I don't know if Sonic quite breaches into there
I think
anymore.
that used to be the case.
Used to be.
Maybe,
Not
but
anymore.
not
I don't
since
think
maybe
anymore.
the early 2000s.
Anyway,
Yeah.
for those who haven't seen it, this is the list. We got we can approach this however you want. You can just pick random ones if you want to, but Mario being number 2 behind Lara Croft is hilarious.
I find the notion that like Lara Croft's ranking very high on this list on lists like this to be like ridiculous. I've never really understood it. I don't really get how that could possibly be the case. It just I don't understand why Lara Croft ranks so high so often.
Everyone agrees she shouldn't be number 1. Do you agree she should be in the top 20?
I'm not sure that she should anymore. Maybe 20 years ago. I'm not
I
sure
think
about
that's
now.
fair. One of the things I'm thinking about is like, if we're doing this properly, do we wipe it out by IP? As in, if we choose Pikachu, we can't have anything from Pokemon other than Pikachu. Because
I mean, we could do that rule set, because the problem is that if you do if we don't, there are more Mario characters
Yeah.
that make it to the list. Like Bowser for sure makes it on the list. If we're
Then again,
if
like,
we're using that logic.
it isn't the list is most iconic characters as opposed to most iconic emblem for most iconic franchise. Maybe we should have multiple people from one
Well,
franchise, because
what I wanted to highlight is I feel like if we do, Mario and Pikachu, or Pokemon rather, it's like that's gonna bulldoze a lot of people in this list. Like,
Well, yeah, because then Charizard and stuff will make
Yeah.
it on there, and knock things out. I'm not. I don't know. It almost feels like the whole spirit of it is like, well, if they're iconic, right? I mean, like that's it. If whether or not when including
think,
other characters from different franchises.
maybe I'm off base here, but is that 2 characters from Baldur's Gate 3? I don't even know that that's possible to get on the top 20. A Baldur's Gate 3
it's
character
not.
at all.
It's impossible. It is impossible. As far I think that if we're being sensible, it's impossible. The important part of this list is that people who don't really pay much attention to video games even know who they are.
Yeah.
I think that's like a relevant criteria.
in that case,
it's always
should
one
anyone
more-
from Baldur's Gate be there? Anyone? I mean, for all it's
I mean,
a
Baldur's
great game
Gate
and
is
everything,
pretty
but
popular, but yeah, like I don't know that they would make it. I don't think so. Because I feel like the thing is that we need to. There's not a single Grand Theft Auto protagonist that made it on this list. That's impossible. It's just impossible. Grand Theft Auto 5 sold like 150 million copies.
it did. But
as
then
much
is the
as it might annoy
protagonist or any of the
people.
characters, like, are they the reason?
I would say
Trevor's-
that enough people know about
Yeah.
Trevor. Like
I have no idea who that is.
I think
but I'll take
I
your
think I
word
get
for
what
it.
Platoon's saying in the sense that I might apply this to Steve a little bit. like I get that everyone knows him from Minecraft, but a lot of the time it's like Minecraft. It's like what's iconic for Minecraft? So it was the block, right? As opposed to Steve.
Yeah,
And I know a lot of
sure.
people know Steve. I recognize that. It's just that is Steve iconic for video games? Like,
It's funny because people are putting CJ. It's like I would pick CJ over Trevor. I don't know though if I'm not sure actually who would win out in terms of recognition. You've
So
got to
I tend
remember,
to-
Grand Theft Auto 5 is I think actually the #1 best-selling game of all time.
I'm sure it is, but
It's,
then like for this like this, I tend to think, who would my mum recognize? Because she doesn't play games, but she knows I play games, and she
Right.
has been like she's grown up around like who
But-
of like video game characters does she know? Would she recognize the name Grand Theft Auto? Yes. Would she recognize any Grand Theft Auto character? No.
my mum wouldn't
Would she
know.
recognize
but
Mario?
would she
Yes.
recognize Kratos though,
Probably not.
Probably
Morgan.
not. No.
or Solid Snake? It's
But
like,
I think
it
that's
feels like
relevant, though. I think that is important.
Snake, she might.
I think it's relevant for sure. I just think it's almost like a blend of these two things. Is
Yeah.
I cite it for Mario because it's obvious why he's #1. Like basically everybody knows who he is, and it feels like Pikachu's exists in that category as well. Basically everybody knows who. I mean, it's funny we're talking about Lara Croft. Agent 47 is like absurd. The idea that he's on this list at all.
Yeah. Well, I also
ridiculous.
think
The fact that he's
Sackboy is
number
way too
3.
high.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, I'd say Sackboy is too high. I love him, but he's probably not making it there.
To me, Crash is much more iconic than a lot of the people on this list.
Yeah, and I mean Spyro probably would make this list as well.
Well, Kirby and Samus, do they get to be on here?
Yeah, there's got to be more Nintendo characters for sure. I'm just trying to think of which ones. I mean, yeah, because I got Link there. It's like the reality is Link is probably in the top 5.
Yeah.
We need some real reformatting here.
We need to, I mean, would it help to delete people first and then fill in gaps?
Agent 40. Yeah, okay.
Well,
I'd say Lara Croft might sneak it into the top 20,
Maybe, yeah.
but Agent 47's got to go. Pac-Man's probably doesn't make the top 20.
What?
No, not Pac-Man, Sackboy.
Say, what the fuck?
I had a brain fart there. No, Pac-Man for sure is on here. Sackboy doesn't make it.
No.
Shadowheart doesn't make it. Sorry.
Nope.
I wonder if Arthur Morgan makes it. Maybe he does.
Maybe. It's a tough one.
We'll keep him there. We'll keep Steve, Solid, Snake, Crash, Cloud. Sorry, that other Baldur's Gate guy's got to go. I don't think that Kazuma Kiryu makes it on the top 10. Top 20. I'm not sure about that.
Another question
Ellie
for
does
The Last
either.
of Us should it be Ellie or Joel, and should either of them be able to make it here?
I mean, if it's anybody, it's going to be Joel.
I understand someone who assumes Ellie, but I'd be like, it's got to be Joel, I think, not Ellie. But again, though, I'm not even sure that Joel makes it.
I'm not sure that Joel or Nathan Drake maybe squeezes into the top 20.
By the way, are we
Maybe.
ruling out
I'm not
any
sure.
game characters that they have to be original? Because like James Bond,
What
for
example
example.
are you thinking of? I wonder if that's in the spirit of this list.
I mean, it seems like none of these are working with their film shit, right? Like we would argue.
No, if it was like if you got the film stuff, that's something else that's playing into it.
Oh yeah, Geralt it might be fair to get on here.
I'd say that he's got to be considered.
I
he
don't
would
know if
have
this
to
is a
be
bit of a
considered for
wild
sure.
card, but Scorpion.
Yeah, I mean, where is the fighting game representation on here? Yeah, where is Scorpion or Ryu? I'm not sure. I feel like one of them has to squeeze on.
Oh yeah, and Donkey Kong.
Also Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donkey Kong should be on this list. Donkey Kong would be like number 3 or 4. he'd be real high up.
Which probably covers a lot of it, like in terms of who should be here. I wonder how they constructed this. Do you think it was done by like some kind of poll?
I'm not sure, but I mean BAFTA, right? Like I'm not sure how they would have done it, but How much of it is just because Lara Croft is British that they wanted her as #1? Because
That's so silly.
I mean, it is, but like, I think the notion that Lara Croft makes it that high is just silly.
I don't disagree that might be played into it, but there's so many weird choices here that you have to wonder. It's like, what accounts for all of them being here?
Agent 47 is like bizarre. That's really bizarre.
Apparently, they polled 4,000 players from around the world, and that's where these answers came from.
Really? Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's
a very eclectic
Master
mix.
Chief
Like
Master Chief is there. He's there.
Yeah, because a lot of it makes a lot of sense, and then a lot of it's like, what the fuck are they doing here? What's going on?
One, of course, the ordering is
the ordering's fucked. Yeah.
The idea that Sackboy is more well known than Link. It's like just ridiculous.
Yeah, all Pac-Man,
and
right?
the idea that Master Chief is more iconic than Pikachu is another one that's like, nah, come on.
Pachimbo maybe, but yeah, not Pikachu. Well, gaming. What are you gonna do? I guess the glow's up here because there's something we wanted to get done. It's just Metroid Prime 4 was a huge fucking letdown, a disaster of a game, I would say. I think it's fair to square it that way. And another like IP to suffer under the weight of what you might call modernization. And included in modernization would be this incessant need to fucking launch shit before it's finished. I hate it. I hate it. So annoying. We talk about all the design sensibilities going out the window, even their self-admitted ones of being like, oh, well, the Times told us to do this, and then the Times changed. It's like, aside from all that, your game's not done. Modernization.
Yeah.
So, hopefully that was a nice little foray into exactly how and why we felt that way. And if you haven't seen it, the supercut of us playing it, me, Metal, and Fringy, is out. It's rather amusing. It gives you a full scope of understanding of what it's like to play the game, and we absolutely would not recommend it. However, if you've been listening to this and you're kind of interested by Metroid, we probably would recommend starting with either Super Metroid or Metroid Prime and go have some fun. They are really fucking good games.
Fun. Play other games in the series. Avoid Metroid Prime 4 like the plague.
Don't play Prime 4, yeah. Just don't. There's no need.
Never. Don't play it. You're not going to have fun with it. Don't even do it for curiosity's sake. There's not worth it.
Point. Yeah, all right then. I suppose there's anything you guys want to say, want to mention before we head out?
Nope, all good.
Nope.
Well, alrighty then. I'm going to wrap up, and the way it's going to work, weird. But I realized we put that out today, so it'll probably be Saturday. We'll put out the latter half of the Stranger Things episode, and then this will come out after that. Probably on Tuesday, actually Wednesday, I think. And then, I think, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Is it a week off, or are we doing...
No, we have
plans.
Something.
Yeah, okay.
We do,
so you'll see us again, don't worry. Well, I say this, so technically you've gotten your EFAP for this week, but this one you won't see until next week on the Moolah channel. So hang on to the link if you want to listen back to it. Yeah. Thank you all for hanging out. Hopefully you have a good day, whatever it is you're up to, and we'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.